Throne of Magical Arcana. Chapter 0. An ordinary young man on Earth, Xia Feng, traveled to a world of sword and magic, and took the body of Lucien Evans, another ordinary young man. Seemingly this was a world of traditional Western fantasy, yet he discovered the astonishing similarities between the Earth and this world, and between science and the so-called arcane magic. Knowledge is power. Soul, magic, quantum, theory of relativity, cognitive world, music, and real world. What was the true nature of that world? Chapter 1, The Burning Gallows. Billows of black smoke burned Xia Feng's throat and lungs while making hissing sounds like old broken bellows. Anyone here? I don't wanna die. Xia Feng, wake up, don't fall asleep. The endless flaming red light suddenly dimmed, followed by a deep darkness. Like a drowning man, Xia Feng tried his very best to grab onto anything that could save him from this darkness. At that moment, like a rising sun, a red light appeared in front of him. In that light, Xia Feng felt his strength recovering slightly, so he struggled desperately to get closer to the light. After taking a step forward, Xia Feng saw the light becoming brighter and brighter, changing from flaming red to pure white. The darkness was thoroughly entrapped by the light and completely dissipated in a second. Ah! Xia Feng suddenly sat back up and was now panting with great effort. In his dream, the smoke of a terrifying fire had made him lose all means of resistance, leaving him unable to do anything but helplessly lie on the ground and wait for the flames to devour him. Like being constrained by a ghost, he knew that he was in a nightmare, but he just could not wake himself up. The dream was so real that it took Xia Feng quite a while to recover. After his fast-beating heart calmed down, he finally remembered that he had been working on his essay for the whole night in the school library. No wonder I dreamed about the fire, I'm practically burning my life here these days, Xia Feng thought to himself in a self-deprecating way. When he roused himself and was about to collect all the reference books and go back to the dorm, Xia Feng was stunned with the strange and unimaginable scene in front of him. Like being struck in the head, he was shocked and his mind went blank. All the nice-looking wooden desks were gone. There were no piles of reference books, paper manuscripts, and laptops. The only thing left was an old black blanket with loose threads covering him. Instead of sitting in the library chair, he was actually sitting on a narrow wooden bed. Where am I? In this situation, even a person like Xia Feng, who was relatively quiet and slow, could feel things were going wrong. Even if he was caught in a fire and sent to a hospital, this place definitely did not resemble a hospital. Not even close. His heartbeat rose up due to the shock. He looked around and tried to stand up on his feet, but as soon as he put his feet on the ground, a sense of dizziness and weakness spread over him and almost made him hit the ground. Xia Feng hurriedly reached out and grabbed the handle of the bed to retain his balance. His face was pale and his heart was beating very fast. He was already aware of the surroundings from the quick look just now. This was a small shack. Including the wooden bed, there was a wooden table, which could possibly fall apart at any moment, two relatively okay-looking stools, and a crate with a hole in it. On the other side of the deteriorated wooden door, there was a crock hanging, a worn old stove was under it. The fire had been put out for quite a while. Just chilly kindling was lying underneath. Everything seemed strange to him. Xia Feng had no idea where he was. The weak and dizzy feeling was bothering him a lot as well. Where is this place? It feels like I just recovered from a serious illness, like pneumonia I had in high school. Countless thoughts were going through his mind, but Xia Feng had never been in this extremely weird situation before. Panic was violently stirring up in his mind. The only thing he felt lucky for was that there was nothing unpleasant or horrible that showed up. So, Xia Feng took several deep breaths and calmed himself down. Then, a loud shout came from afar outside the shack. "Burn the witch! Adaran Cathedral is going to burn a witch! Everybody! Burn that damn witch to ashes!" Fear and excitement were mingled together in that strange accent. Xia Feng was distracted from his panic and felt curious. He thought to himself, "Witch? What on earth is this world?" As an adult, Xia Feng could definitely feel that something bad was going to happen there. But his thought was cut off by a sudden crashing sound that came from the door. A 12 or 13-year-old boy came rushing in. Lucien. The brown-haired boy, wearing linen clothes reaching to his knees, was standing beside the bed as he exclaimed in surprise, "You're awake! Thank God!" Looking at the boy's completely different styled clothes, Xia Feng nodded his head unconsciously. A ridiculous thought arose in his messy mind: Lucien. Witch. Cathedral. Burn. Am I in a different world or even in another dimension? It seems like I am in the Middle Ages of Europe now, at the time when witch hunting was prevalent. If things had to go wrong, they always would. Murphy's Law was reminding Xia Feng in a cold way. The color of the boy's hair and his clothes were all proof of his guess. Xia Feng could instinctively understand and speak this unknown language, but he was far from being a linguist, so he could not even tell what kind of language they were speaking. The small boy, with several dusty black marks on his face, was not surprised at all when he saw Xia Feng's strange behavior. "Mom didn't believe me. During midnight she always cries, and her eyes would swell up with tears. She keeps murmuring, 'My poor little Evans, like you were already buried in the cemetery.' Daddy didn't know what to do, so he asked that little bastard Simon to bring a message to Lord Ven's mansion, asking for my brother to somehow come back. Now he is a knight's squire. Of course, the charity doctor would not dare to claim his unreasonable, ridiculous price in front of a knight's squire." The boy talked with his chin slightly raised, feeling sincerely proud. "But look, I was right. I knew you were gonna be fine. I knew it." He was talking, he grabbed Xia Feng's arm. "Let's go. They are gonna burn that vicious witch. It's the very same witch who made you go to jail and be interrogated for the whole night by the church guards." Xia Feng wanted to think more about his current situation, so he was not interested in going out at all. Besides, they were going to burn a person to death. That was something completely unacceptable for the kind-hearted Xia Feng, at least, he believed he was. But the last thing the boy mentioned shocked him: the witch had something to do with me. Xia Feng, therefore, changed his mind. With his arm in the boy's hand, he stumbled out of the room and followed the boy towards the cathedral. Xia Feng looked around the people on the way. It was warm outside. Most men were wearing narrow-sleeved linen clothes, the same color pants and shoes without heels, while women wore monotonous roughly cut long dresses with big pockets. It was simple and old. Most of them had brown hair and eyes, while some outstanding outlined faces had red or black hair with green or blue eyes. This is really middle age. Xia Feng found out he himself was wearing the same clothes. Soon after they came out of the slum filled with low and shabby shacks, they saw a not so large but solemn and grand cathedral with high arched ceilings in front of them. On the biggest ceiling hung a large white cross. The windows under it were very narrow and small. Lots of people had gathered there already. Following the small boy, Xia Feng squeezed through the crowd and kept pushing forward. This made some people irritated and they stared at them angrily, but they knew that as adults, they could not misbehave on the square of Adaran. Soon, Xia Feng could see ahead. They were in the very front of the crowd now. In the center of the square, a 20-something, pale-faced beautiful woman in a black robe was tied to a wooden cross. People were throwing stones and pieces of wood while shouting, swearing, and spitting at her. Go to hell! Damned witch! You wanted everyone in Adoran to die. My poor Tracy! She died several months ago. Must be because of you. You evil! The woman in the black robe got hit several times, but she just tightly shut her pale and thin lips, without letting out a groan. Standing there like a statue, she looked at the crowd. In the front of the crowd stood a middle-aged man wearing a baggy white golden embroidered robe, with a white beret on his head and a white cross in his hands. He remained silent all the time, appearing solemn and respectful. Several men and women were standing behind him. All of them were wearing the same neat white robes. Their faces were fresh and rosy, standing in a sharp contrast to the poor and dirty crowd on the square. Behind the white robes, there was a mighty row of armored guards in chain mail. The middle-aged man looked at his pocket watch and stepped forward. He raised the round badge in his hand. Instantly, those indignant and resentful people who were arguing all shut their mouths and quieted down. Xia Feng could hear the sound of wind passing through people's clothes. He was very impressed. Even in contemporary society, people's absolute obedience and quick response like this would require at least several months of training. What kind of authority or power could be able to make all those poor people be so compliant like an army? The middle-aged man was holding the badge, speaking with a low but penetrating voice which resounded all over the square. You poor sinner! You are deceived by the devil and become greedy for power. Both your body and soul have been corrupted. Only the light can purify. It is punishment, but also the mercy of God. Burn her! Burn her! People's cries started gathering together and becoming louder and louder. The scene of the fanatical people crying loudly at the same time made Xia Feng shudder. If they knew he actually came from another world, Lucien, or say, Xia Feng, whose soul had been occupied by the demon, would be the one on the gallows next time. Before the light shades on you, the man asked in a merciful manner, confess your sins. Sincere penitence can save your soul. Then your soul would ascend to heaven where God lives. The woman in the black robe suddenly started crazily laughing. Her voice was very powerful. What I pursue is the true form of magic, not the true form of God. Burn me! I will see your heaven being destroyed and your cathedral collapse in the flames. Insane! Vicious! She cursed the bishop. Kill them all! These damned witches following the demons! Burn her to ashes! The bishop remained silent, but the poor people were screaming and shouting hysterically with great fever. It was the first time for Xia Feng to see this kind of terrifying madness. Too dangerous here. He was deeply shocked. He really wanted to be caring towards that woman, but he dared not take any action or those insane individuals would execute him with huge amounts of rocks. Xia Feng was also confused to find that there was no wood beneath that woman. How are they gonna burn her without any firewood? The bishop started praying. His voice was loud and cold. You, the sinner! Go to hell under the light! The cross in his hand suddenly burst forth with splendid light. The light was so bright that all Xia Feng could see was a white mass. It was like the bishop was holding a small son, solemn, pure, and grand-looking. Including the small boy, everyone lowered their heads and started praying. Beams of light gathered and took off capably to the unmistakable blue sky. When it reached the ceiling, the light reflected back and fell straight forwardly on the gallows. Fierce red flames flared up even higher than a person's height and devoured the woman. She laughed and cursed insanely. In the blazes, I will see your shrewd paradise demolished. In the blazes, I will see your fabulous house of God crumbling. In the blazes, I will see you individuals everlastingly worsened. Her thrilling cries and curses were lingering in everyone's ears until she was burned down to ashes. However, Xia Feng was completely stunned since earlier when the cross erupted with dazzling light. This is not medieval Europe. This is a world where magic truly exists. My name is Lucien. Chapter 2, The Knowledge That Came With Me. In the center of the square, the beautiful witch in black had been completely burned down to ashes. However, her maniacal laughter and curses were still lingering there. Many people shuddered in fear and looked around, then they followed the bishop into the cathedral where they started to pray and confess their sins. Lucien felt as if the blazingly bright light was still present in the square. He could still feel the sacred and dominating power the light contained. Xia Feng was so shocked that he had already made up his mind to accept his identity as Lucien. He needed to bury his past in the very bottom of his heart, in fear that people in this world might regard him as evil too. The divine power is so amazing. Instead of feeling awed or even terrified by that power like common people, Lucien was wondering if he could have a chance of learning it. At this time, Lucien got such a heavy slap on his left shoulder that he almost lost his footing. Oh, my poor little Evans! Thank God! Thank God, you don't have to suffer like your poor father. A nice young fellow like you deserves God's grace. Lucien was dragged back from his thoughts. He found a middle-aged woman, who was twice his size, wiping her tears of joy as she kept patting his shoulder with her bare paw-like huge palms. Lucien managed to move a little bit to evade her palm, which almost made him cough out blood. He opened his mouth but could not speak a word. He did not know her name, not even his own full name. Should he be Lucien Evans? After watching him just standing there, the woman had an even more sorry look on her face. My little Evans! You're still suffering from your mental illness. Look at you, so skinny. Xia Feng was embarrassed because he had not acquired any memory from Lucien. He was also afraid of letting people know that he was not the real Lucien. From a certain perspective, yes, Lucien's body now was genuinely being occupied by someone else. Fortunately, a middle-aged man standing beside the middle-aged woman stopped her. Elisa, don't talk to little Evans too much. He has just recovered. He must be feeling tired right now. Ivan, help your mom and let's go home. The blonde-haired man was kind of skinny with his back bending forward slightly. But Lucien could still tell he was a good-looking guy in his younger days. For Lucien, the man was like an angel, who saved him from this difficult situation. Thanks, Auntie Elisa. I'm fine. Just feeling a little bit dizzy. Lucien responded carefully. The boy, Ivan, who dragged Lucien here to see the witch, was holding his mom's arm. He made a funny face and said to his mom, I knew he was not gonna die. Only you always think that he's still a baby who needs to be taken care of all the time. Auntie Elisa was still wiping her tears. Evans, it's so nice to see you're getting better now. She deserved this. That damned vicious witch. She kept on nagging while walking. When she just moved close to your place, she looked so beautiful and nice. I was even thinking of marrying her to my little John. But she was a witch. She tried to steal the bodies buried in the cemetery to experiment her evil spells. Thanks to God. The night watchman of the Inquisition caught her red-handed while stealing. I can't even imagine if she had succeeded, how many people would die in our area. Following them, Lucien got a brief overview of what happened from Elisa's words. The woman got caught by the night watchman. As her neighbor, Lucien was also put under the interrogation of the Inquisition. They probably used some kind of holy spell on him which affected him mentally. So they did figure out that he was innocent, but at the same time, they seriously hurt the real Lucien. He died after that and, therefore, Xia Feng got the chance to possess his body. The man noticed that Lucien remained silent all the way. He patted on Lucien's shoulder, comforting him in a low voice, "She's just like this. Just ignore her." Lucien nodded. The man looked at Elisa from behind and sighed. Elisa, she was such a pleasant and beautiful girl in the past, but after she gave birth to John, she was like being controlled by the demon. Barely 1 year after we married, she became like this. He emotionally sighed again. He paused a bit and added, "I'm no longer a well-matched opponent for her, though." Lucien was still suffering from his wide mood swings. He forced out a smile and did not say anything. He did not know the man's name yet. Somehow, Elisa heard her husband's complaint. She threw back a snort of contempt. "Joel, the bard, you, who was once full of passion and romance, the young guy who came here to pursue his dream of music, are an incorrigible drunkard now." Joel smiled awkwardly. Alta is the city of Som. Countless young people are flocking to the city in pursuit of their dreams. But how many of them ever succeed? By the way, Elisa, I've quit drinking since John started working. Auntie Elisa looked back and stared at him. "Thanks God. You understand that we've put all our hope on John and Ivan. John's a good boy. He worked so hard and was selected by Sir Nightven as his squire. If John can manage to awaken the blessing in his blood and be knighted by the Grand Duke, then our son can be a lord. A respectable nobility." Joel shuddered slightly under the stern gaze from his wife, that just then thought about Lucien. "Oh! I'm so sorry, little Evans." Elisa stopped herself and winked at Joel for help. "I didn't mean that. You're talented too. You just needed more training when you were younger." But the apology did not really help with the situation. Joel laughed loudly and patted Lucien's shoulder again. "He's fine. Our Lucien is the guy who's gonna carry forward my dream of becoming a musician." Lucien was not really paying attention to them. He half-heartedly said with a giggle, "Yeah, I wanna be a musician." Seeing Lucien laughing, Elisa felt relieved and continued her nagging again, which actually helped Lucien know more about the city. The city of Alta was a big and prosperous city, located close to the dark mountain range. It enjoyed the reputation as the city of Som and was full of opportunities. This area was named Adaran, which was the place where the poorest of peoples in Alta gathered. Besides, because of his absence due to illness for the past couple of days, Lucien had already lost his job as a porter in the market. A moment later, the four of them arrived in front of Lucien's place. Elisa invited Lucien for dinner, but he politely refused her. "Thanks, Auntie Elisa, but I need some more rest." Before leaving, little Ivan moved closer to Lucien, and asked curiously, "Lucien, when did you decide to become a musician? You never told me about it before." "5 minutes ago," Lucien answered emotionlessly. "Oh. I see." Ivan nodded admiringly. After getting into his shack, Lucien locked the door from inside. He sat there unconsciously and buried his head deep into his elbows. "No kidding. I'm in a different world. A crazy world where magic actually exists. In this world, they burn people alive. With gallows." Lucien's strong emotions finally burst out. He was surprised and scared. Xia Feng was kind of shy and not really experienced in his own world. Before, he often panicked facing difficult situation, but this time, Xia Feng himself was even surprised seeing how he managed to remain calm until now. Difficulties forge a person stronger. Time went by and night came. Lucien finally calmed himself down. Since he had decided to live in this time period, now he should not panic, worry, or be scared at all. He should plan for his future carefully. If he died again this time, he was pretty sure it would be forever. He stopped himself from worrying about his parents and friends. When he was about to plan for what to do next, hunger struck him. It felt like there was a fire burning inside his stomach. Lucien swallowed his saliva several times and decided to find something to eat first. He walked towards the only crate in his place. Inside of the big box, except for some old clothes, there were 2 loaves of bread-shaped black thing and 7 copper coins. Hunger controlled his brain. Lucien hurriedly took a big bite. Crack! This bite almost destroyed Lucien's front teeth. What the hell? It's like a wooden club. It took Lucien quite a while to make sure the thing he was holding was a real bread, which was just hard enough to knock out an adult. Fighting against his hunger, Lucien found some flints in the crate and started roasting his bread. Brown braised pork, spicy chicken wings, roasted beef, kung pao chicken. He muttered while staring at the bread as it was being roasted. When the bread became a little bit soft, Lucien could not stop himself and took a hurried bite. It was like chewing a piece of wood. But that was all Lucien had. He devoured the bread and sighed. I'd rather die if I'm gonna eat this every day. I must earn more. I don't want to live like this. Then he thought about the bishop and the pastors. Neatly dressed, they looked so noble with their incredible divine power. Lucien felt excited. I wonder if I could learn that power and become like one of them. But the next moment he changed his mind. No. A person like me going to church, it's like myself asking them to burn me to ashes. I don't know if there are other ways there, say, that blessing? What about all the knowledge I learned in my previous world? Is it still useful here? Stuffing the bread into his mouth, Lucien started thinking about how to make a living. When he was retrieving the knowledge he learned in the university, he found something astonishing present in his brain. After taking a close look, Lucien's eyes opened wide in surprise. These are the books from the library. They also came here, with me. All the books collected in the library were present there in his mind. Instead of describing them as memories or, say, Lucien's own knowledge, they were more like projections or visuals placed into different categories, ready to be read by Lucien anytime. Lucien tried to read them with great curiosity. But Lucien found that he could not open a majority of them. They were locked. Chapter 3, Midnight. Since Lucien somehow managed to come to this completely different world, he was not that surprised or scared to find that he actually had a whole library in his mind. What confused him more was that most of the books were locked. He tried to remain calm so that the visuals of the books could be more solid or substantial as entities. He went through them one by one and recorded the ones that could be read and the ones that could not. History, no problem. Economics, yup. Arts, fine. Mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology, some of them are locked. Is it because I'm in a different world, so I cannot read these books? I can still come up with the knowledge I gained at my university, though, it hasn't been blocked. Most of the unlocked books were of senior high or high school level, which was a small amount compared to teaching references of a university's general library. There were numerous other books locked there. Lucien was too weak to go through each category, and soon he was unable to concentrate anymore. He dragged his feet back to the bed to get a good sleep so that he could face his second day in this world better. Only one loaf of bread was left there. Survival was always the priority. Lucien too understood this. When his mind was getting dull and he almost went into his sweet dream, a rat's piercing squeak and noises of wood biting woke him up. Rats! At first, he did not pay much attention to it. He turned over in bed and was ready to fall asleep again. But the noise was getting louder and more disturbing, like someone was grinding teeth on a rock. Lucien could not fall asleep anymore. He tried to cover his ears with the blanket, but the attempt was in vain. The noise had a penetrating power, and it felt like it was coming from all directions. Bloody hell! Feeling frustrated, Lucien cursed out loud. He was almost going insane. Food tasted like wood, roughly cut clothes irritated his skin, the old blanket was full of holes. Now he could not even have a good sleep. Squeak, squeak, he heard squeaking noises like thousands of mice were scratching a wall. Lucien gnashed his teeth in anger. He decided to kill one or two of the rats to scare the rest of them away. He got out of his bed and tried to listen carefully. I gotta get rid of this life. Soon. Sob, sob, cry. Now it was like someone was crying. Lucien tried to focus, but he found there was only ghastly bitter crying lingering there. Someone was crying, at midnight. Lucien's heart was beating fast, his brain flushed. Every hair on his body stood up. The freezing night wind blew through the broken door. Lucien grabbed the hard bread loaf to defend himself. The crying voice now sounded like a miserable song. Lucien was even more afraid now. It's a world of magic and divinity power. Probably there are ghosts and spirits too. Taking a deep breath, Lucien tried his very best to calm down and moved towards the door. Someone was crying mournfully. The night was so quiet. It was like all his neighbors were lost in their dreams. It's coming from the right side of the wall. The closer Lucien got to the door, the clearer he could hear the crying voice. Wait, the witch. The witch used to live there. He was stunned, but her place had been burned down completely by the church. Maybe they missed something, like a secret chamber. She might have stored her vicious experiments there. Lucien's mind went away a little bit. A secret chamber, like many novels he read before, he could probably find the witch's treasure or even notes on magic. The piercing crying dragged him back to reality. Yeah, get real. Something must be guarding there. How can I fight against a ghost with a bread loaf in my hands? Probably I'd be killed and possessed by the evil ghosts. He got more careful now. Lucien was glad that his mind was not controlled by the greed. But he also did not want to keep waiting here. Nobody knew if the ghost would try to come for him. Lucien was thinking very fast. At the moment, he gathered all the strength he could muster, and carefully grabbed the handle of the door. The bread in his hand was now soaked with his sweat. He slowly opened the door. It was very dark outside and he could hear the whistling sound of cold wind. There was nothing terrifying there, and after he left his shack the crying voice dimmed a bit. He felt a little bit relieved and took a deep breath, then started shouting as loud as he could. Ghost! There's a ghost here! It was so loud that even Lucien himself got surprised. Then came a series of roaring barks from the wild dogs, and Lucien started madly rushing to the cathedral. These guys were professionals in this kind of stuff. As the previous neighbor of the witch, he might still be under the church's watch, and there was one more benefit. Lucien's asking for help on his own could help him gain some of their trust while reducing the suspicion. Lucien shouted loudly to wake up the other neighbors so that if they attempted to rob the treasure and frame him or even kill him for it, they wouldn't be able to do so in front of the crowd. He tried his best to think of every measure to save his life in such a short time. Soon, he saw the cathedral in front of him with candlelight casting out of the windows. 2 armored guards were guarding the front gate. Seeing Lucien running towards them in panic, one of the guards pulled half of his sword out to be alert. "What are you doing here?" the other guard asked as he reached out his hand to stop Lucien. Lucien answered with trembling voice. "Ghost. There's a ghost there. In the witch's place." The guard got nervous after hearing that. As a newly recruited guard, he could not tell whether Lucien was telling the truth or not. So, he asked his partner to stay and went back into the cathedral to report to the pastor on duty tonight. The noise from his chainmail gradually faded as he disappeared into the darkness. A short while later, a blonde young pastor in a white robe walked out of the gate with the guard. The pastor had a thin face. He walked in an elegant rhythm. "I'm Pastor Benjamin. Can you tell me what happened?" The 2 guards were standing silently, in fear that any noise from them might disturb Pastor Benjamin. Lucien, politely and sincerely, described in detail how he heard the ghost's crying voice, how he got out of his place and ran here asking for their help. After hearing him, Benjamin gave Lucien a gentle smile. "You did well, my child. Your courage shows your devotion to God." Then he ordered the guards, "Thompson, get Gary, Paul, and the 2 other knights here." The witch was just an apprentice. "So, there's no need to report this to the bishop." "Yes, my lord," Thompson replied reverently. Although Benjamin was only an elementary-level pastor, he was capable of dealing with the traps or spells left by a sorcerer's apprentice. There was a huge gap between a formal pastor and an apprentice. Benjamin asked Lucien's name and stopped their conversation when the other 4 knights arrived. They were also wearing chain mails, but they looked much more imposing compared to the other 2 guards. A crowd had already gathered some distance away from the witch's burned cabin. Candle light flickered like scattered stars as if accompanying the moon in the sky. Lucien discovered that the moon in this world was silver-colored. People stopped whispering when Benjamin showed up. The crowd suddenly felt relieved and started getting closer to the witch's cabin while talking to each other. "I don't hear anything. No matter if it's true or not, it does no harm to have a purification performed here." But Lucien could still hear the crying voice. He thought to himself, "Why can't these people hear it?" Benjamin, as if knowing what he was thinking, replied to Lucien calmly, "Yes. There are ghosts present here." Obviously, he heard it, as well as the 4 guards, who nodded to show their consent. Chapter 4, Scarlet Eyes. Pastor Benjamin elegantly moved towards the ruined witch's cabin. He talked in a low and gentle voice. "Vicious witches, they exploit people's psyche and awareness. Especially like today's night, when the silver moon is present in the sky. That woman, fortunately, hasn't gained any real dark power. Her spells can only affect several individuals at most." He was clarifying why only Lucien could hear the crying voice. Before Lucien could ask, as if he knew what he wanted to ask, Benjamin reached out his hands wearing white gloves and continued, "We are blessed. So only we can hear the wicked crying." When Benjamin said that, the 4 guards instantly began drawing crosses on their chests and started yelling at the same time. "Only truth lives forever." They became more excited as they spoke. The crowd started praying as well. "Only truth lives forever. This is the power of divinity. Pastor Benjamin is truly blessed by God." Benjamin's face now looked more solemn and serious. He slowly opened his hands and spelled out an odd word. "Passo." Instantly a sheet of white light covered the ruins like it was coming from the moon. In the white light, a small scarlet hole emerged on the broken wall connecting it to Lucien's place. Like the surrounding people, the mysterious power also shocked Lucien. But, rather than being awed and respectful like the crowd, he yearned for the divinity. Benjamin put his hands back and ordered, "Gary, that is the door. It doesn't have any trap. Go and open it." Gary puffed out his chest, as the sound of his chainmail clashing came. "Yes, my lord." As Gary walked past them, Lucien heard Benjamin complaining in a low voice. "Those haughty Inquisition bastards! Except magic trap detection, they never bother double-checking with secret door detection. They can't be so irresponsible just because she was an apprentice." Gary, effortlessly, broke down the wall with his strong muscle. The other guard hauled out his heavy sword and fiercely hacked. A black hole appeared in the corner of the wall. It was a narrow hole, enough for only one person to pass through. A stinking smell came from it, which made Lucien almost throw up. Lucien took a couple of steps backward, and he noticed that Benjamin was covering his nose and mouth with the right hand, with his eyebrows frowning. Gary reported, "This tunnel leads to the sewers." Benjamin was still frowning his eyebrows. His muffled voice came from under his covered mouth, "Are you sure?" "Yes. We can see the sewer from here." Gary was pretty certain. As an elegant and noble pastor from the long-established and honored Rafati family, Benjamin was more than reluctant to go down into the smelly, dirty pipes. He had not mastered a purifying spell yet, so he must rely on the runes and divinity instruments. But no one knew how long it would take to find the witch's chamber. Just a sorcerer apprentice, a Saint Truth badge would be enough. Benjamin turned his eyes towards Lucien. His voice became solemn again. "Lucien, you once lived near that vicious witch. Something evil must have contaminated you. But your devotion towards God touched me, and you deserve a chance to purify the evil in there as well as yourself. Go, Lucien, I'm gonna lend you my badge to help you. May God bless you." Lucien's brain started buzzing like it had just got hammered. He thought everything was going to be fine after he went to Pastor Benjamin and the guards. But, the pastor told him to go down there. He was just an ordinary guy, who recently recovered from illness, but now he had to go underground to face the devil. Were they kidding? Seeing Lucien's dumbfounded and hesitant face, Benjamin kindly asked, "You are saying no?" Lucien felt terrified hearing Benjamin's gentle voice. If he refused, he might again get suspected by the church. Besides, Benjamin will lend him the magic badge and his guards were supposed to go with Lucien. Lucien thought this mission would not be that dangerous. Lucien had no choice though. The crowd was praising Pastor Benjamin's generosity and the mercy of God. Lucien squeezed out a bitter smile and answered, "No. That would be my honor." The pastor just ignored Lucien's bitterness. He took off the badge on his neck and handed it to Lucien. "This is the Saint Truth badge. I'll cast a blessing spell on you as well, so you can focus better. When you chant the spell and touch the badge, you can call the power of God." Hearing his words, Lucien calmed down a little bit, then he started getting curious about the badge. It was a gold badge embedded with a shining white cross, around which were different lines and patterns such as circles, squares, triangles. They were connected with each other, giving it an even more mysterious and solemn look. When Lucien was holding the badge, he felt a gentle and loving power penetrating all over his body. Even in the cold night, Lucien felt like he was standing under the warm sunshine. The badge contains 2 inferior spells, light and minor injury healing. It additionally contains 3 level 1 spells, Shield of Light, Sword of Light, and Holy Strike. Each can be used once a day. Now, pay attention to the chants. As an ordinary individual, Lucien understood how important these spells were to him. The spells were not long, but rather their tone was hard to master. It took him a while to barely remember them. Benjamin reached out his hand again, casting a beam of white light on Lucien. Lucien felt refreshed and much healthier after the light vanished. People's voices also became more clear to him. This guy got the badge from Pastor Benjamin. Oh! Benevolent Lord Benjamin! We praise God! We praise the pastor! Lucien waited and watched Benjamin casting blessing on the guards. There was always an interval of 2 to 3 seconds between his castings. After the preparation, Benjamin said, "Paul, you stay at the entrance here. Gary, Housen, Corella, you go in with Lucien." His face then became serious as he drew a cross on his chest. "May the lights of God bless you. Only truth lives forever." Those guards got energized and started shouting. Lucien was a little bit slow. Standing there he felt embarrassed. As they were walking towards the tunnel, the guard, Paul, went near Benjamin and asked in a low voice, "My lord, why him?" With the badge and spells, the guards could bring out the power as well. Despite the fact that they were slower than the pastors, they were still much better than a weak young boy. If Benjamin did not want to go down there on his own, he could still ask the guards to do the job. The pastor looked at the entrance of the secret passage, and replied slowly, "His soul is stronger than the average person. He can do the work better. He's too old to be taught, though," he added. The mixed, stinking smell inside the hole made Lucien almost throw up. "You live in Adaran, and you dislike the smell of pipe? It seems like you all are living a better life than I thought. In the city of Chant, Antifleur, poor people with nowhere to hide live in the sewers." Corella, a guy with black hair and big cheekbones, remarked unexpectedly. Before Lucien opened his mouth, Gary moved and shushed Corella. The latter shrugged his shoulders and stopped talking. He stepped forward and jumped into the pipes, followed by Lucien. Lucien stepped on something slippery. After taking a close look, he found that they were weird mosses. They were everywhere and slightly lighted the whole space. Gary kept his voice low, "I, Housen, and Corella are high-level night squires. We'll try our best to protect you. When you are in danger, summon the Sword of Light as soon as possible." He wore blonde whiskers. Every movement of his was calm and confident. He seemed like the acknowledged leader of the 4 guards. Gary was holding the sword in his right hand and a small shield in the left. He took the lead and moved deeper into the darkness. The miserable crying was increasing louder and louder. It originated from all around. For ordinary people, it was almost impossible to tell the direction. But, the special trained guards and blessed Lucien could easily find where the crying was coming from. No one was living down here as Corella mentioned. The whole space was terrifyingly quiet except for the lingering bitter crying. They passed several forks and stopped at a normal corner. Gary stared at the wall which was fully covered by dark green moss, telling Lucien in a cool voice, "Summon the Sword of Light." Terrified and excited, Lucien calmed himself down under the help of blessing and began concentrating on the badge hanging on his neck, feeling the warm and soft power in it. He put his left hand on the badge and gently rubbed it, and at the same time, he whispered, "Gisaran." Lucien's spirit blended with the white light and began to form into a shining sword. "This is my voice." Lucien was surprised. His voice sounded deep and husky. Lucien grabbed the sword. He could feel the power. Gary's order pulled him back to reality, "Slash the wall there." His body trembled slightly. Lucien didn't know what he was going to face: powerful magic? Evil ghost? Fatal trap? He had no idea. Corella sneered at him. Lucien knew he had no other choice. He took a deep breath, clenched his teeth, and screamed loudly in his mind. Death is not a big deal. He slashed the disgusting slippery wall with all his might. The stone was like a pile of mud before the sword. Something weird got cut inside as well. Lucien felt something breaking, with dark gas leaking, and disappearing under the sword edge. The wall collapsed completely. Behind the wall, there was endless deep darkness. Suddenly, two weird, cold, hideous spots of red rose in the darkness. And then more and more scarlet spots started emerging, densely dotted. They resembled pairs of eyes. Chapter 5: The Sudden Turn of Events. Confronting those red eyes, Lucien felt his hands and legs were shaking, his head buzzing. Different thoughts about what he should or should not do overwhelmed him, so he just stood there. Badge. I still have the badge. The badge was his greatest support. When Lucien was trying to concentrate and cast the shield spell, a sudden shout from Gary almost terrified him out of his wits. Cast light. Gary's voice was calm and decisive. He shouted loudly to bring them back to the reality from fear. Right. Lucien realized that their top priority was to be able to see clearly. He rubbed the badge and murmured, Gaia. A ball of white light appeared in front of them and pushed the darkness away. Then Lucien saw them, red-eyed rats of regular size. The floor, walls, and even a weird human-shaped plant were all covered with the black rats like a crazy swarm, giving Lucien goosebumps. The rats also saw their enemies. As soon as the light appeared, they started screaming and flooding towards the humans. At that moment, they managed to take a glimpse of the chamber. A desk was placed in the corner with 3 glowing books on it, another flat, broad, weird-looking table was at the center of the room, drawn with different strange patterns, like red, blue or green, similar to the Saint Truth badge. There were also some small stoves, pots, and glass bottles. But, they did not get enough time to notice details as those crazy stinking monsters already jumped in front of them. Housen and Corella held their swords and shields, with their backs against Gary, in a simple formation. The leading rat threw himself right at Lucien. Its mouth was open wide, showing its 2 long and sharp fangs. Lucien raised his sword of light and hurriedly swung at the head of the red-eyed rat. However, he was too nervous to predict the rat's movement, and the blade missed, although the light coming out of the sword still caught it. Lucien could smell the rat's burning flesh. Its skin turned black and rolled up inwards. But the rat did not stop and was already in front of Lucien's face as if it could not feel the pain. He could smell the rotting odor coming from its mouth. Lucien was too nervous to make the right decision. He tried to lift his sword once again and at the same time reached out his left hand to try to defend. Due to his panic he almost dropped the sword. Feeling desperate, Lucien couldn't help but watch the creature about to sink its sharp teeth into his chest. At this critical point, a shining blade arrived and hacked the rat directly, splitting it in 2 parts. Do not panic. Protect your vital parts. You still have the healing spell, commanded Gary. Corella also ordered in a sharp voice, You idiot! Come here with us. You wanna die standing at the front. They were aware that Lucien was the only guy among them with a badge, which was very important to them. They could probably survive facing these insane rats without any spells, but no one knew what was waiting for them next. Lucien tried to calm himself down. The guards were well trained, so when facing dangers they knew what they should do. But, Lucien, a little boy, could not protect himself. No one was born for fighting, or with the ability to remain calm in the face of dangers. In this first real fight, the guidance from an experienced guard like Gary would be a precious lesson for Lucien in the future. After a moment Lucien finally calmed down. While hacking with his sword, he gradually stepped back and joined the guards. Now, instead of one or two, hundreds of rats started insanely attacking them. Lucien's sword was sharp and splendid. When he swung it, the sword was surrounded by a halo, and Lucien could see an almost solid afterimage of it through its path. According to Gary's command, Lucien's wielded the sword of light to shield them. Any rat that ran into him was cut down in half by his blade. The smoldering cuts burned rats' organs and skin charred without dropping a single drop of blood. Some of the strikes missed, but even then the fur and skin charred and they became slower, crashing into the floor right before Lucien. The 3 guards were responsible for the remaining ones. "Haha, great job kid!" Corella whistled. Lucien did not feel satisfied, though. He could feel the power of the sword was gradually decreasing. Gary was still hacking the remaining ones. "Calm down. We have enough power to deal with these monsters." A new wave of attack came again, like a black swarm. Lucien was improving rapidly. Although still worried, he decided to trust himself and the 3 guards. The hacked bodies of dead rats fell to the ground like raindrops. But some red-eyed rats still managed to pass through the defense and moved towards them quickly. "They cannot handle all of them," Lucien was thinking worriedly. Nobody could wield a sword that fast. Of course, they were fighting not only with their swords. 2 small silver shields were cooperating with the swords. The crazy jumping rats could not stop in time and knocked directly into the metal. Many were twitching on the floor and died soon. Corella laughed, "You can't be a good knight without a shield." After several rounds of attack, the red-eyed rats changed their pattern. Instead of throwing themselves directly towards their faces, some started approaching through the floor, while others climbed on the wall to attack them from above. The situation again turned serious. "Leave those coming from above to me," the tall Housen, who was silent all the time, said to them. Lucien nodded with appreciation, wielding his light sword to defend from the rats on the ground. "Shield of light." "Not yet." Gary shook his head. They were like a small boat floating in a roaring ocean. They could be easily destroyed. Suddenly, Housen missed one rat, which fell directly on Corella's shoulder. The rat gave him a bitter bite in his neck. Corella groaned with pain and twitched his shoulder. "I got bit. It's numb there. Their teeth must be poisonous." He swore bitterly. "Let me do the healing." Lucien was about to rub the badge but was stopped by Gary. "Corella can still hang in there. There are too many rats. Save it after." "Ouch." Before he finished, Gary got bit under his kneecap. Soon the guards started focusing on their unprotected parts. But unlike them who were wearing kneecaps, boots, and chain mails, Lucien was merely wearing linen short clothes. Suddenly he got bit in his ankle. Feeling pain and numbness from his ankle, Lucien almost lost his balance. He felt thirsty at the same time. He wanted water. "Protect yourself. Raise your shield of light first. Then use healing," Gary commanded. Half of the rats were dead already. Lucien quickly became focused and rubbed the badge. "Simon!" A white shield of light appeared and covered him. He would need more time to cast another spell, so he took a step forward, trying to cover his companions under the shield and the sword wall. After a couple of seconds, Lucien concentrated again. He rubbed the badge. "Gordy!" A white light radiated from the cross and covered his ankle. The numb feeling disappeared instantly. Although Corella and Gary were still injured, the situation had been turned around. The number of red-eyed rats decreased, so Lucien seized the chance and healed the wounded as well. Stabbing through the last rat, Corella sighed slightly, finally over. The ground was covered with layers of dead bodies and dark blood. Standing there, Lucien could not believe he actually made it. Gary nodded to him, "You did well, Lucien." Then he turned around, "You guys did a good job, too." Corella's face looked weird. Then he answered in a confused and fearful voice, Hausen's not here." The silent but reliable Hausen, who was protecting them from behind, disappeared. Lucien started feeling creepy again. Chapter 6, Accident. None of them heard any sound of struggling, screaming, or of anyone leaving. The robust and silent Hausen, a high-level knight squire, just disappeared? A chilly feeling rose from Lucien's feet and quickly spread all over his body. He held the hilt of his sword tight, and his breathing became heavier. He quickly turned his head but saw nothing. The sewer wall on the other side was covered with weird shining green moss. Suddenly, a bitter scream broke the deadly silence. Lucien quickly turned and saw a terrifying scene. A monstrous rat as big as a man had tripped Corella and sunk its sharp nails into his shoulder. Blood gushed all over Corella's silver chain mail, dyeing it red. The monster had scarlet evil eyes that withered. However, Corella's blade stopped its row of long and sharp teeth from causing damage. As a knight squire, Corella saved his own life with the most common movement in their training. He thrust the shield on his left hand with all his strength into the rat's stomach. Nothing was scarier than the unknown, so, at least for Lucien, a huge rat showing itself was much better than an adult man disappearing all of a sudden for no reason. Lucien took a deep breath and swung his sword of light at the huge rat, to help Corella. At that moment, a bestial roar came from behind Lucien. "Gary!" When Lucien was about to turn, a night saber hacked at his back. The white light of the shield trembled and dimmed a bit. The huge impact pushed Lucien several steps forward, and he almost lost his balance. However, the attack didn't stop there. The saber was chasing Lucien and continuously tried to hurt him. Lucien did his best to dodge it, while having no time to fight back or use his badge. He felt confused and surprised. "Why? Gary?" Lucien could not see clearly in the darkness. If it was not Gary, then there was only one possibility: Gary was already dead. With good timing, the saber gave Lucien no chance to find his balance, and soon he was pushed into the corner. Lucien was surprised that with the protection of the shield he did not get injured from the attacks at all. He took a deep breath and tried to calm down, getting ready for the next attack. Then, he dodged the saber's assault by throwing himself on the ground. At the same time, his left hand grabbed the badge. This time, Lucien finally saw who was attacking him. It was the group's leader, Gary. Nevertheless, the muscles on his face were contorted, and his eyes were shining with scarlet light. He looked like an insane beast. The poison from the rats. The poison could deprive humans' consciousness and turn them into bloodthirsty beast. Lucien tried to understand, but why haven't I been affected? Without further thinking, Lucien rubbed the badge and started chanting. A round iron shield launched a hard whack on Lucien's shield of light. Although the shield did not break, the violent impact suffocated Lucien for a second, interrupting his casting. The continuous whacking prevented Lucien from concentrating. As a promising knight squire, Gary received formal training to interrupt spell casting. A layman like Lucien, with no basic training, would be unable to resist the disturbances from a knight squire. Any trainee pastor or sorcerer apprentice, with a level 1 Saint Truth badge and a shield of light could have killed Gary. In the same level, a spellcaster was always superior. While Lucien was being trapped with Gary, Corella could not hold the rat back much longer. His right hand was trembling from the effort of holding the enemy's mouth away. Fortunately, the huge humanoid rat also became weaker. Unable to cast the spell, Lucien changed his mind and swung his sword of light upwards. He knew that his summoned sword was much stronger than the guard's saber. Although the swing did not strike true, the radiance from the sword terrified Gary. He stopped attacking Lucien's shield and switched to a defensive position hurriedly. It seemed like he didn't want to be further apart from Lucien. For a traditional knight, letting his enemy successfully cast a spell would be very dangerous. Without any sound of impact, the sword cut Gary's saber as if it was piece of wood. Gary barely managed to raise his shield in time and block with it, but the sword left a deep crack right in the middle of the shield. When Lucien was about to launch his next attack, the sword of light suddenly turned into thousands of shining pieces, indicating the spell used up all its power. Actually, its power started decreasing at the very beginning, when it destroyed the magic wall concealing the chamber. Lucien was unable to react for a moment, and Gary seized the chance, smashing Lucien's protection with his shield. Now, Lucien's sword and shield were both gone. Having no time to hesitate, Lucien rubbed the badge desperately to cast his last spell. Ow! Before Lucien could spell out the rest of the chant, Gary punched his stomach. Like a cooked shrimp, Lucien cowered in great pain. A wave of strong acid, rising from his stomach, burned his throat. Gary reached out his hand and squeezed Lucien's neck, choking him. Lucien struggled fiercely, and used his right hand to try to free his neck. He felt great pain in his neck and lungs, and his eyes were turning black. The badge in his left hand was being held firmly to his chest by Gary's other hand. Lucien could hear his own gasp. He could feel the cold metal glove Gary was wearing. It felt like Lucien's soul had left his body, and was observing from the side. Suddenly, Lucien's will to survive erupted. His soul power increased dramatically all of a sudden and broke through a certain limit, spreading like water from an ocean. At the same time, Gary's strength started disappearing. Lucien got a precious chance to breathe. Learning from his past mistakes, this time Lucien did not waste any time being hesitant or confused. He tried to focus and grabbed the badge again. As soon as he touched it, Lucien's spirit suddenly entered into an illusionary world of light, where many lines, circles, and triangles formed a weird-looking cross in the air. Lucien recognized the cross instantly. It was the cross on Benjamin's badge. And he could feel that Benjamin's power was continuously coming out of the cross. Out of curiosity, Lucien moved closer and tried to touch it. The cross suddenly trembled and started accumulating power. Soon he felt its power became overwhelming. Feeling the danger, Lucien hurriedly tried to retrieve his spirit back to the real world, but it was too late. A white beam of light shot out from the cross and burned his spirit on the side. A strong nauseous feeling hit him. Lucien felt like his head was splitting. And two streams of cool, rusty metal-smelling liquid came down from his nose. Suddenly, the light beam somehow materialized and burst out from the badge that Lucien was wearing. Gary did not have a slight of chance to withdraw his hand. Starting from the hand squeezing Lucien's neck, the light beam quickly dissolved his arm and part of his shoulder in seconds like some kind of super-strong corroding acid. There was no blood coming out, and the wounds instantly turned black. Divine power can be activated without any spell? This surprised Lucien. He quickly dodged to avoid the enemy's following attack. However, he felt all his muscles aching and it was hard to move. Then, what Lucien saw shocked him greatly. Gary was lying on the ground, dying, with his eyes half open, and the scarlet light on them was gone. The pool of blood left by the dead rats had evaporated, forming a red mist and pervading the chamber and nearby pipes. The weird, human-shaped plant in the corner was stretching its branches cozily in the blood mist. On the other side lied Corella and Hausen, with their own sabers stabbing each other's back. Chapter 7, Gain and Temptation. Surrounded by the red mist, Lucien felt his limbs melting, and the nerves in his brain swelling and jerking. In his eyes, Corella and Hausen changed from human bodies to giant rats and continued switching back and forth. It's an illusion. Lucien was quite sure. So, he concentrated and spread his spirit again like waves. Then, everything became stable. No changes or contortion happened. Lucien saw Corella and Hausen lying on the ground, with wounds all over their bodies, dying. This is a well-designed magic trap. Did the illusion originate from the blood of the rats, or the peculiar plant? Lucien thought to himself. He finally understood that from the very beginning, when they killed the first rat, they were already trapped in the illusion. Lucien was protected by the light shield, and his spiritual power was a little bit stronger than common people, so he was unaffected by the illusion. The holy strike that shot out of the badge not only evaporated Gary's right hand and shoulder, but also the stone ceiling of the chamber. There was a wide hole there, from which chunks of stone were falling like rain, as if the chamber would cave in at any time. Dust and small stones dispersed the red mist. Lucien felt his strength gradually recovering. Having no idea what would happen next, his brain started quickly functioning again. Except for 2 more light spells, Lucien got nothing useful left. And his muscles were still weak from the paralyzing red mist. Then his attention was drawn to the plant in the corner, which was shaking and wobbling due to the falling stones. The plant cannot protect itself aside from creating an illusion. Lucien wondered. He tried his best to stand up again and then dragged his body towards the plant. He moved very slowly and faltered several times. Sharp stones kept falling on him, leaving painful wounds all over his body. Lucien took a deep breath and kept moving. After so much experience, he became calm and decisive. Reaching out his right hand, he firmly grabbed the main stem of the plant. The plant had a pulse like that of a living being. Lucien felt like he was grabbing veins of a creature, beating with blood. He pulled the stem with all his strength. Suddenly, the plant shrank and burst out an extremely bitter and sharp scream. Lucien did not succeed on his first try. So, he kept twisting it with all his strength. Like a dying man struggling for survival, the plant screamed, stretched out its branches and entangled them around Lucien's arm. The plant was moist, slimy, and cold, and its tentacles had countless tiny burrs which kept burying themselves into Lucien's skin. Fighting back his fear, Lucien pulled hard again. Crack! The plant suddenly stopped screaming. Red liquid spurted out of it and spattered all over Lucien's chest, leaving a strong bloody smell in the air. Feeling limp, Lucien hurriedly leaned against the wall to maintain his balance. After the plant was snapped in half, the red mist became much denser and almost turned into liquid. As soon as the blood mist from the plant reached the 3 books on the desk, they instantly started corroding. It only took a couple of seconds to completely corrode all the books. Lucien didn't get any time to read anything. It must be another magic trap, Lucien thought. In case the chamber got discovered, these sorcerers' notes would destroy themselves automatically when the mist reached a certain density. Arg! It was such a pity for Lucien. He was hoping to find some mighty magic spells in the notes. Just then, he noticed something shining in his spirit library. Out of curiosity, Lucien let his spirit enter the library. Then, his eyes opened wide with great surprise, a new bookshelf appeared. And there was a small tag which read Magic, Arcana. Under the tag there were 3 books. They were the same ones which got destroyed. The library can collect books as well. Wait, what about the content, then? I didn't have a chance to read them at all. Lucien was trying to understand how the library worked. As the corrosion happened really fast, the whole books were still destroyed page after page. Probably the library can copy the content, then the projections of the books can be stored here. Lucien was just guessing. He needed more proof. Staring at the 3 labels, a strong hesitant feeling rose in Lucien's mind. Wouldn't it be too dangerous to learn magic in a world where divine power dominated everything and sorcerers were hated by the public? Lucien knew he could not waste too much time down here. What was more surprising was that after the mist completely disappeared, both Corella and Housen twitched a little bit. They were still alive. Lucien knew that he really had to hurry up and get all of them out of this terrible place. Benjamin suddenly groaned when he felt Lucien activated Holy Strike. At that moment, their spirits were somehow connected. He was more than surprised. "Lord Benjamin?" Paul asked with concern. Under the silver moon, Benjamin's face did not look well. He said in a low voice, "Something unexpected happened down there. Damn it! She was just an apprentice. These guys are useless. Paul, you wait here. If I don't come back in 5 minutes, ask the bishop for help." Because there was a spirit imprint on the badge, Benjamin could feel it. Or he would not have lent the badge to a young guy he had just met. He did not expect that his own imprint could be activated by someone else. Misfortune always comes with arrogance and prejudice. For Benjamin, knights were just a bunch of vulgar and ignorant guys, who knew nothing more than how to fight with just their physical strength. So, without giving any thought to whether the guards were actually more suitable, Benjamin directly gave the badge to Lucien, a young boy whose spirit was stronger than common people. Benjamin's perspective came from his past experiences. The family he came from, the Rafati family, was one of the most powerful families in the Duchy of Orvaret. Rafati family was known for producing gifted divines. While knights had to learn spells, offsprings of Rafati family were born with blessing in their blood. Benjamin was no way close to being the most talented child in his family. But after entering the monastery, he stood out among his peers and soon became a formal pastor and a divine caster. But now, as a formal pastor, he was having trouble dealing with a trap left behind by a sorcerer's apprentice. It would definitely affect his reputation and position in the church. So he had no choice but to rush over there and solve the trouble himself. Paul was surprised as well. They had the badge. Is there a real sorcerer present there? Sounds of footsteps came when Lucien was about to drag himself out the chamber to ask for help. He became anxious, for fear that if it was another witch or wizard who came, then he would not be able to safely escape with his life again. Above all, he felt worried, because a chamber was one of the best places to execute somebody and thus keep their mouths shut. Lapland Bloodvine. Benjamin took a glimpse at the corner and quickly speculated what happened. He looked at Lucien and the 3 guards. Fortunately, they're still alive. Benjamin was a little bit surprised when he saw Lucien. Benjamin thought, it seems like when he activated my imprint, his spirit power also increased. He has reached the basic level of a trainee pastor, quite lucky. However, everything has changed. The church, now, is not in its absolute dominant status like 300 years ago. Today, divinity power can't be acquired with talent alone. Being a real pastor requires systematic learning from a young age. The Emperor of Magical Arcana, it was he who started the close to 400-year golden age of the development of divinity power and magic. He changed the rule of how to become a divine caster. As a member of Rafati family, compared with most pastors, Benjamin knew more about the circumstances of the world. What's more, he was not that devoted to his own particular faith. More accurately, being an aristocrat actually conflicted with his identity of belonging to the church. Even further, after the highest theology conference more than 300 years ago, the church was partitioned into two, one south, the other north. They both criticized each other for being a heresy. But neither of them were ever interrupted or prevented from continuously gaining the divine power, which made many bishops and cardinals doubt whether God really existed, or if all this was a test for God's followers. This kind of attitude directly affected the following younger generations, like Benjamin, for hundreds of years. Besides, to fit into this fast-developing era, several popes had introduced part of the knowledge gained through the exploration of the world by great arcanists, to modify the foundation of theology. The adjustment guaranteed the fast development of divinity and the emergence of countless great spellcasters. Therefore, the South Church could still preserve its predominant position in general and keep growing while being surrounded by many powerful enemies like heretics, evil sorcerers, dark creatures, and so on. But at the same time, this behavior additionally prompted more conflicts within the South Church itself. Benjamin's thought came back to reality. He released some white powder from his hand and chanted some weird spell. A strong wind blew the red mist away. He pointed his finger towards Gary. A white light fell down on his wound. The wound started healing and soon regained its original color. After curing Corella, Hausen, and Lucien one by one, he confirmed with them what happened. Benjamin checked the desk to ensure nothing was left there. Move all the stuff back to the church, including the bodies of the rats. He put the badge, which had already been returned by Lucien, back on his neck, and said, "God has forgiven you. Go back and rest. May God bless you." Initially, Benjamin wanted to reward Lucien with some money or even wait to see whether the kid had the potential to be further trained if things went well. But after all of this, the only thing Benjamin wanted was Lucien to leave as soon as possible. He got another problem to face, Gary's right hand. He did not master the spell for limb regeneration. Having the chance to leave, Lucien hurriedly walked towards the exit. By the moment he left the chamber, he heard Corella talking to Hausen in a low voice. Gary lost his right hand. He probably can't stay in the guards anymore. He walked outside the pipes with complicated, mixed feelings. The crowd mobbed him instantly with great concerns. "Little Evans, is the ghost gone now?" Auntie Elisa asked loudly from far off. Lucien nodded, "Yes. The place has been purified by the pastor and the guards." The mood lightened immediately after they got Lucien's certain answer. They started being more curious about what happened down there. "Lucien, what did the ghost look like?" "Terrifying. I knew Lord Benjamin could handle it. Lucien is blessed by God. He got the chance to use the badge. What a pity. Lucien is not a child anymore, or he would be able to go to the monastery and become a real pastor. Think about it. A pastor from Adaran." Lucien was bothered by the comments, "I'm too old to be a pastor already." Although Lucien himself never thought about being a pastor because of his identity, it was still quite depressing knowing he was completely hopeless after seeing such an amazing power. "My poor little Evans. Look at your face. You must be very exhausted." Auntie Elisa asked. Lucien really needed some time for himself. He nodded and walked directly towards his small shanty. He closed the door and sat down on the bed. He could hear the crowd gradually dispersing after Benjamin and the guards left. Lucien missed his parents and friends but could not do anything about it. He started thinking about his own future again. The real Lucien did not get any training before. So I could neither become a pastor nor a knight. If I want to get rid of this life and become someone, then I need to learn magic. But then I would be an enemy of the church and all the people, including Auntie Elisa. Do I have other choices? Finally, Lucien decided to first look at the notes in his mental library. A little while later, Lucien talked to himself in a low voice, awkwardly. I can't read. Chapter 8, Alta. The notes were full of strange characters. And Evans, as a poor child, was uneducated and illiterate. As a hopeless illiterate, Lucien could only helplessly stare at the notes and yearn for the amazing power. Although he had experienced a lot here, he still felt extremely depressed with the gap. He was a university student in another world, but now he was just a poor guy who couldn't even read. Lucien made up his mind. He must learn how to read. Even if Lucien could not be a pastor, learning how to read and write was not a bad thing in order to get rid of poverty. He had no physical strength. If there was a way out for Lucien, it would be something related to knowledge. Feeling motivated by his decision, Lucien again picked up the notes, hoping to uncover any other hidden secret. There were many strange but familiar patterns in the notes, like lines and geometric figures. Lucien guessed they were probably magic seals or circles because he saw them in the badge before. Then, he saw some formulas which might be used to make magic potions. The characters in the second note were even more complicated. Actually, the two notes were of different characters. Fortunately, the third one looked more interesting and contained the same character as the second one. It was filled with assorted hand-produced figures like plants, minerals, and creatures. After a new round of searching, he still couldn't find anything useful. Lucien stopped thinking and tried to fall asleep. He strongly desired to change his life. So, he could not let his messy concerns and worries disturb himself. From tomorrow onwards, he must fight for his own life. Lucien fell asleep quickly after the intense fight. Meanwhile, in the dark sewers, a black rat with scarlet and cold eyes was moving around the ruins and quickly went in another direction. After a while, the rat found a hidden hole and disappeared. In the early morning, sounds of people speaking with bucket clapping broke the silence. The street was already livened up. Lucien, who used to hate getting out of bed in the morning, forced himself to get up as soon as he woke up. He lighted the stove and boiled some hot water. While nibbling his last loaf of brown bread, which felt like chewing a piece of wood, Lucien started planning his day. This world was still unfamiliar to Lucien, thus his plan was difficult to accomplish. He first decided to find a job to feed himself before learning how to read. I gotta be careful. Cannot let anyone notice. Lucien talked to himself. Before he left, Lucien grabbed his 7 coins to feel a little bit more secure. He locked the door and went directly to Auntie Elisa's place, who was the only one he knew there. Morning, Lucien. A girl with black hair greeted him on the streets, filled with curiosity. Lucien did not know her. Hurriedly, he made a smile and replied, "Hey. I'm gonna visit Auntie Elisa, sorry but I'm running late." And then he quickly passed her by. "Hi Lucien, did you really face the ghost? How did you feel when you cast the spell? I heard a guard lost his right arm. It was very dangerous last night, wasn't it?" It seemed that Lucien had become famous in the district overnight. Within 3 minutes walking, a few neighbors came and asked about his adventure. Lucien knew none of them. He could only smile and head towards his destination. Before Lucien knocked the door, he heard a familiar voice. "Little Evans. Good morning." Joel was walking towards him. "Good morning, Uncle Joel." It was such a relief for Lucien. Dressing neatly, Joel was holding a classic harp. "Did you have breakfast? Don't be in a rush to find a work until you're fully recovered. You can always eat here. Don't worry." Lucien appreciated his kindness so much. He started feeling he was not alone here. "Thank you, Uncle Joel, but I had my breakfast already. And I got blessed by Pastor Benjamin last night. So, now I'm completely fine." Joel nodded and walked with Lucien side by side. "Later you could go and find Cone at Copper Coronet. He still owes me a bottle of less wine. He will introduce a good job for you." Then he turned his face towards Lucien and said in a serious voice, "Evans, you're already 17. It's time you started thinking about your future." "Uncle Joel." Lucien knew he was saying the truth. Joel sighed slightly. "No one can make a living with only doing labor all the time. You know it. I've seen a few old labor guys with no saving and no children to rely on in their last days. All of them died in their 50s or even 40s. He paused a little bit and continued. "I know learning will take a long time. But if you're willing to work hard, you can always support yourself with a skill." During their conversation, they walked through a gate where 2 guards were standing on both sides. Lucien's eyes suddenly lit up. Broad and clean streets, busy stores, and pedestrians wearing colorful and fancy clothes. Music was wafting in the soft wind. It was a different world compared with the poor Adaran district. Lucien thanked Joel sincerely. Joel started joking again. "Besides, sometimes a master only has a single daughter. Who knows, maybe you can be promoted directly from an apprentice to the future owner. You know, a nice-looking promising young fellow is always in demand." Lucien replied with an awkward smile. Joel finally stopped around a corner. He placed a hat on the ground and got ready to play his harp. Lucien was a little bit surprised to find that Uncle Joel was a street artist. Joel pointed to the luxurious and magnificent palace in the distance and smiled. "That is the Hall of Chant. For me, I feel like I'm playing music in the hall." Before Lucien said anything, Joel continued murmuring as if something inside of his heart was triggered. 400 years ago, guided by the Holy Heilts Empire, the church marched towards the west. Finally, they occupied the last central city of the old Sylvanas magic empire, Alta. The army drove the dark creatures and demons away into the dark mountain range. Since then, Alta has always been one of the most famous cities across the whole continent. 300 years ago, under the guidance of the Pope Charles I, who was still a cardinal at that time, lots of famous scholars and artists studied and edited together the hymns and poems of past ages. After he became the Pope, he promoted the singing style in every church and started regular choirs. Since then, Alta has been enjoying the reputation of City of Psalms. Because we are close to the dark mountain range, elves, dwarves, and dog-headed men, or say, cynocephalus, often came in contact with us and some even became members of our duchy. Different kinds of music were mixed in Alta and the polyphonic music was born here. Then followed formal symphony, gussu violin, etc. Countless artists and musicians inscribed their names on the pages of history. Playing inside the Hall of Chant is a great honor for every musician and bard. Although I cannot get in there, it's also a pleasure for me to play my harp here." After parting from Joel, Lucien took Joel's suggestion and started heading towards Copper Coronet. While asking the way, he was enjoying the wonderful music in the wind. As soon as he returned back to Adaran, he saw a busy pub with a coronet board hanging there. Outside of the pub, From time to time, young girls and women could come and glance into it and then leave with disappointment. Chapter 9, A Tough Start. It was interesting and confusing for Lucien. The morning was obviously not busy hours for a pub. A slender blonde girl was peeking inside from the pub door. Then, she sighed and was about to leave, but was surprised to notice Lucien standing there, waiting for her to get out of the way. "Oh! Lucien!" she exclaimed. Lucien was already used to the situation. He smiled and greeted, "Morning. What are you doing here?" The girl's tanned cheeks suddenly flushed. I am just on my way. I heard there's a new bard here today in the pub, so, anyway, I gotta go, Lucien." Before Lucien said his goodbye, the young girl rushed away with her cheeks red. Lucien guessed the bard she mentioned should be very attractive. However, it had nothing to do with Lucien. He was here to work. He gently pushed the door and stepped inside the pub. Lucien's first impression towards the pub was not very good, a dusky space, with a strong alcohol smell and messy tables and chairs. It took his eye a while to get accustomed to the dark environment. Several drunkards were woken by the noise. They emitted a few curses and went back to sleep on the tables. There was an hooked-nosed man in a tight black coat, probably in his 30s, sitting on a bar stool and was sipping his amber-colored wine. Without saying anything he glimpsed at Lucien. Lucien looked around. Soon, he found a dwarf snoring loudly behind the counter. He was sitting on a high bar chair with his round head leaning against the wall. His shining saliva was dropping on his blonde beard which was tied into a bow. Knowing the dwarf would not wake up by himself, Lucien knocked on the counter loudly with his fingers. The drunkards started swearing in the background. The old dwarf slowly woke up with sleepy eyes. "Oh, my Lucien! Finally, you're a grown-up now. Finally, you understand the wonderfulness of wine. Cheers! For our new customer. It's already morning, uncle." Cone. Lucien was hesitant about how to call the pub owner. Cone rubbed his eyes and looked around. "I'm not drunk. Don't lie to me. What a wonderful night." After quite a while, Cone finally sobered up. When Lucien asked about the jobs, Cone made a slightly pained look and said, I don't have really good ones now. All I got are some odd jobs. 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Let me see. 3 fells for carrying stuff from the grocery to the gate zone. But you know, you have to give 1 fell to the gangsters there at the end of the day. Then, all you can get from the work is 2 fells, only enough for buying an old brown bread. Another thing, yes, here. The musician association's gonna do a cleaning today. You can rent a cart and help them with the garbage. You can get 8 fells after the rent. But also, 3 fells to the bastards. There is something else too. No, I don't think you're qualified for that. Lucien nodded. He only had 7 fells with himself. He did not really have many choices. Working for the association was the best one. Cone, do you have jobs with better payment? Lucien asked again with curiosity. Cone laughed loudly. Yes, for sure, my boy. But those are for real men, as they require strength and courage, not for a young boy. You don't even know how to drink. Then, he lowered his voice. I've seen so many people setting off towards the dark mountain range from my bar. They were mercenaries and experienced adventurers. But, very, very few of them came back alive. Cone belched and continued, of course they all made a big fortune, though. Don't underestimate them. Many of them were high-level knights. A gentle but attractive voice came from behind Lucien. His tone was lifted slightly in the end, sounding elegant and seductive. Lucien turned around and saw a silver-haired man walking towards them from one of the pub's rooms. He was wearing slim pants and a red jacket, covered with a black high-collared coat. Those formal clothes looked amazingly casual but elegant on him. He had quite refined features, silver eyes, tall and straight nose, thin lips. The man almost looked like a charming elf with his silky silver hair, like a full moon at night. Holding a harp in his hand, the man picked a bar chair and sat down. "Hey, Rein. Want a drink?" Cone grabbed a glass. "Thanks, but I only drink at night." He smiled. Peace has been prevailing on the continent for almost 300 years. There are more nights than people need. The Duchy of Orvaret, the closest duchy to the Dark Mountain Range, is full of myths and mysterious treasures. Many new and honored knights come here to seek credits, honor, and fortune. He fiddled with the harp and continued, "Besides, some of them were broken knights, some of them were convicted, some of them were travelers, while some of them were dark knights who were not admitted by the church." Cone was a little bit unhappy with Rein's rejection. He murmured, "Lucien, this is Reincarnation. As a bard, he traveled a lot. And he just got away from the passionate trio ladies in the kingdom of Syracuse." "The kingdom of Syracuse?" Lucien asked. Cone burst out laughing. His long, blonde beard swayed with his laughter. With an ambiguous smile on his wrinkled face, he replied, "Yes, the Syracuse. A passionate, romantic nation where love is the top priority." A drunkard joined them when they started talking about Syracuse. He loudly burped, and asked with eagerness, "Rein, the LA ladies and madams, there in Tria, were they really that beautiful, and hot?" Rein smiled casually and answered with his unique tone, "Yes, they were. Their eyes were like morning stars, hair like silk, lips like roses, and their fair skin like milk. I can still remember the perfumes they wore and their wet, warm breaths. A few ladies and duchess even invited me to their secret manors." The drunkard cut in with excitement, "Did you go then?" Lucien knew the most common topic within men was women. While he was listening, he was also thinking about his learning how to read. Rein, with the same smile, answered, "I told them I did not like dirty things that had been used by someone else. I love beautiful, clean, and pure lives, no matter men or women. They're the tastiest things in the world." "Bullshit, Rein. There was no way you dared to speak to them like that." "Right, if you had answered like this, you would be in the famous jail in Tria by now. Come on, Rein. Those ladies, many of them could compete with the knights. Dare you?" Rein shrugged his shoulders slightly, facing Cone and the drunkard's laughter, "That's why I'm here now, not in Syracuse." Pounding the counter, Cone was laughing so hard that he almost got choked. Drunkards there were all wakened up by his pounding, looking angry but confused. Such a good story from our beloved Rein." Cone's face turned red. "Cheers! For the wonderful story." All the drunkards knew was ale. They pushed their ways to the counter to grab the free drink. "Cheers! For Rein, the blowhard! The blowhard!" They laughed and shouted. A while later, when the pub finally quieted down again, Cone was very surprised to find that Lucien was still there. "What else?" "My boy?" Cone asked. Yes. I've got a new idea. I'm thinking about learning how to read." "Ah? Read?" Now Cone was even more surprised. "You talked with Rein? You two are dreamers." Several guys in the bar started heckling. Woo! What a magnificent, glorious dream for our brave little pauper! While some showed their support, Lucien, good for you. Dreams make a real man. Cone laughed with them for a while and then turned to Lucien. 2 years, Lucien. It'll take you at least 2 years to learn how to read. You'll start from scratch. Do you have any idea how much money and effort it will cost you? Lucien looked into his eye, nodded firmly, I understand. So many people tell me I'm too old for this or that. But Cone, as people said, better late than never. If I don't make up my mind, there will never be a start. As a university student in his original world, Lucien was confident that, with all the knowledge he mastered before, he would be able to understand the language rules and start reading very soon. Twirling his big beard, Cone nodded, I see. You're too old to enter the church school, that's for sure. Then, there are 2 ways, either you become an apprentice for 10 years, or you pay for a teacher. But, the first way, you know, it depends on whose apprentice you want to be. I don't see the necessity for a blacksmith to learn reading. They won't pay you for that. If you can afford a teacher, it will be 5 nars a month. 5 silver coins. And the price is same in the whole city. Lucien did not want to become an apprentice. 10 years was too long, but he also had to make sure no one would possibly find out that he was trying to learn magic. Being an apprentice meant he had to live in his master's place. That would not be good. 5 nars. It's probably gonna take you half year to save 5 nars if you work from day to night and eat the cheapest brown bread. And how much can you learn within a month? Cone added, are you still going? Lucien answered firmly, yes, I am. 100 fells equaled to 1 nar. It was a tough start. But still possible. Chapter 10, The Musicians' Association. Lucien had read many novels about how to make big fortunes from scratch. Sadly, none would be helpful for him. 7 fells were insufficient to start anything. While the morning sun was shining on the market, Lucien was already carrying a heavy bag of goods towards the gate. No matter what great dreams a person got, survival always ranked first. Beads of sweat poured down from his face. His linen clothes were all wet. What's worse, the fat guy called Gutch kept nagging from the side. Damn! Hey child! Watch out! Don't ruin my stuff! He wiped his forehead with a handkerchief. Or you can just pay more to find someone else, Lucien fought back in his mind. At the same time, he was also glad that he could earn 1 more fell by doing all the work by himself. Finally, they reached the gate. Lucien laid the goods safely on the cart. Gutch reluctantly pulled out his purse and gave 4 fells to Lucien. He then paused and said, young lad, you did a good job. The work will be yours next time as well. Lucien did all the work alone for a much lower price. No wonder, Gutch now forgot all his complaints. As soon as Lucien got his pay, 2 hooligan-looking guys approached them. We work for Aaron. I'm Andre. The brown-haired man identified himself. He had a scar on his face. Lucien was already prepared for this. He handed him a fell. The other guy just stared at Lucien and said, 2. Lucien blurted out, but it should be 1. Everyone gives 1. He knew that he was in no position to argue, but he just could not stand being robbed like this. Usually, Gutch hires 2 people, so we charge 1 fell for each person. We charge you double cause you did all the work alone. I don't see any problem here. Andre smiled like he was a decent businessman. A second later, Lucien lowered his head and passed the strong guy another fell. Lucien did not want to offend these gangsters. Smart boy. You know the rule. Some young lads, they love challenging us. But you see, we're still here, while some of them are at the bottom of the Balam River. All right, Mag. Let's go. André threatened him like it was usual and left. Of course, Lucien hated this. He was already prepared for this but still, could not control himself. He understood that either high status or strength could help him get rid of all the suffering. I wish there were some magic potions in the notes that would help to improve my strength. Then, Lucien tried his best to stop thinking. He knew that it was a dangerous sign. A sign that he was getting tempted to learn magic. Almost everyone in the city knew the unique designed building of the Musicians' Association. Very quickly Lucien found the place called Sparkling Flame. Assembled with lines, small towers, flying buttresses, stained glasses, and flame-shaped window lattices, the whole five-floored building held a particular unsymmetrical and flamboyant beauty. A skinny middle-aged man with a mustache hurriedly came down from the stairs. "You're late. I told you 1 o'clock. This man was George. Cone had already introduced him to Lucien. George worked for the association, and it seemed like he knew quite a few guys there. "George, there are still 10 minutes before the appointed time." Lucien pointed to the Golden Bell Tower in the wealthy neighborhood, whose minute hand still had some way to go from number 12. Waving his hands, George complained to Lucien, "The cleaners finished their job earlier. You gotta remove the rubbish piling up in the back as soon as possible. I don't wanna piss the musicians off. Some of them still have a performance this afternoon." Lucien left his rented trolley to the guards and walked into the bright and grand hall. Covered with soft and thick carpet, the floor made no noise at all. There were just a few people walking across the cold, quiet hall. Following George, Lucien came to a waist-high counter in the center of the hall, behind which sat a green-eyed and pretty young girl. "Uncle George. Is he your helper?" she greeted. While she was talking, she took out a tinkling purse and handed it to George. According to Lucien's estimation, approximately 40 fells were in there. However, after paying the trolley rent, he could only get 8 fells. Holding the purse in his palms, George grinned, showing his yellow teeth, and his eyes narrowed into 2 slits. "He is a good worker although a bit young." Then, he turned to Lucien, "I'll leave your pay with André. Just find him after you finish." Lucien nodded. He was not worried that George would keep the money himself. Even though the errand gang was overbearing, they too had to follow the rules. Cone mentioned before that someone tried to keep some money, and later he had to compensate twice the amount. When Elena was about to find a servant to show Lucien the way to the backyard, a middle-aged man wearing a red, loose coat came in. She hurriedly stood up and bowed slightly. "Good afternoon, Mr. Victor." "Good afternoon, Elena." The man replied politely. He had blue eyes as deep as an ocean. "May I have the latest music criticism?" His voice was deep and rich. Lucien was surprised. He did not expect to find a newspaper in this world, and even specialized ones. What impressed him more was the polarization here, thinking about the fact that many people in Adaran were still illiterate. Lucien guessed not many people would buy newspapers. He also wondered how much the newspaper cost. Victor roughly went through the pages and gave Elena 10 fells. He then went towards the stairs after nodding politely to both of them, with the newspaper under his arm. After he left, Lucien asked Elena curiously. "The newspaper costs 10 fells." Having worked in the association for a whole year, Elena was proud that she could share her knowledge with someone, who was also from the same poor background like she was before. In the year 426 of Saint Calendar, the Cardinal Adelaide enhanced the method for papermaking. Since then, the paper price continued declining. Now you can buy a dozen newspapers with just a couple of fells. But only members of our association can buy music criticism with 10 fells. Others, including nobles, have to pay a silver NAR. Both Music Criticism and Symphony News are the most authoritative music publications across the continent. She then continued, every piece of music and article is produced by brilliant musicians and scholars. This month's Music Criticism published the comments from His Majesty and Princess Natasha on the concert held last week in the Somme Hall. Aside from showing off, Lucien's good-looking face was another reason why she kept offering so much information. ANAR. For a moment, an exciting plan of robbing newspapers appeared in his mind. 5 NARs could easily solve Lucien's problem. A second later he realized the thought was too ridiculous, no one would buy from him. Sure. Happy with Lucien's interaction, Elena kept talking. You think it's too expensive? In places like Trier, Antifleur, Ifi, Tilly's, and Anhuter, these newspapers are very popular. People there honor Alta's music very much and would even pay 1 goldthal for an old one. Lucien took a glance at the newspapers under the counter while trying hard to resist his impulse. But, he also got some information from her words. Under the mighty church, currency across the continent should be unified. Secondly, there was no such spell for teleportation. If there was, it must have very strict rules, or the nobles in other cities would not read old newspapers. More than 10 minutes later, it finally occurred to Elena that Lucien still had work to do. She reluctantly stopped herself and asked a servant to lead him to the backyard garden. Be quiet. Don't talk loud. Don't move loud. In 3 months, Mr. Victor's gonna hold his first concert in the Somme Hall. Recently, he's being pretty, sensitive, Elena kindly reminded him. Lucien nodded to her gratefully and followed the servant towards the garden. Chapter 11, Findings. A big pile of trash was in the backyard garden. It took Lucien a couple of rounds to throw it away. To keep the city clean, there were people collecting trash every morning. But, the Fancy Association just could not tolerate the trash piling up in their garden for a whole day. After finishing the work, Lucien sneaked into the hall and moved around the margins of the round hall towards the gate. Damn it! Wolf! Can you just leave me alone for 1 second and let me focus on my music? He heard a deep and rich voice which turned sharp in the end. At the same time, a man wearing a red coat rushed down from the stairs. Then, he ran right into Lucien. Bang! Something heavy fell down on the carpet, making a dull sound. Victor nearly lost his footing. Taking a deep breath, Victor bent down and picked up a broken lamp which had fallen down from Lucien's pile of trash. Sorry. He gave the lamp he picked up from the carpet back to Lucien. Another brown-haired man wearing dark blue long coat walked down from the stairs. There was a noticeable arch on his chin. Victor, you're not the only musician here. I can do whatever I want. If you have a problem with it, then go back home. The smile on his face became even bigger. I know. There are only 3 months left before your concert. And I understand, I'm so looking forward to it. I'll write an article for you on music criticism, especially for you. Bastard! Let's see when you can have your own concert. Swearing in a low voice, Victor turned around and left the hall quickly. The moment Victor turned his back, the smile disappeared from Wolf's face. He walked back while murmuring, "It should be mine." After seeing their argument, Lucien continued carrying the trash to the gate. Then, he saw the broken lamp decorated with fancy patterns and the bottom of the lamp was made of metal. Dumping the trash into the cart, Lucien picked up the lamp. It felt like copper but more flexible. It would probably sell for several fells at a smith's shop. For a poor guy like Lucien, everything he saw would be related to money. Wait, maybe I can find more useful items like paper or quills in this pile. Now, this pile of trash was a treasure for Lucien. His heart was full of surprise and excitement. Although the rich people would not even bother looking at it, for Lucien this was his first chance of changing his life. 5 silver nars was sufficient for 1 month's educational cost. Besides, he got an entire library inside his mind which could be constantly expanded. If he was able to learn how to read, he trusted that he would discover better ways for making a fortune. Lucien felt energized just thinking about his future. Feeling excited, he pulled his cart out of the city. But, he was also worried, no one liked old things from trash. I just gotta be careful. If Aaron's gang caught wind of this, they're gonna demand more from me. After Lucien's fight in the sewers, his fear for this world and towards gangsters diminished. He knew more about how to fight than they did. After leaving the hall, Lucien saw a silver-haired man walking leisurely towards the association. Rein? What's he doing here? Lucien did not think much about it. It was not strange for a bard visiting such a reputable place. André was at the gate. He recognized Lucien and saw his fully loaded cart. He just waved his hand and let him leave out of the city. Although excited, Lucien did not easily lower his guard. After a 20-minute walk from the gate, Lucien finally stopped at a quiet place along the Bulem River. Rummaging through the trash, Lucien got some useful stuff, a broken lamp, several rusty pieces of metal, 8 worn-out quills, and some bundles of paper, etc. Finally, Lucien pulled out a nice-smelling damaged black lace. It looked like a veil, which might once belong to a female musician. Without any erotic imagination, all Lucien thought was just about money. It got a fine craft. Maybe I can sell it to a tailor, who can probably use this as a decoration. Wrapping that stuff with some paper, Lucien hid them in the grass. Then, he continued pulling his cart downstream to the place where the trash was piled up. He was surprised that the dump site was much smaller than he thought. The river beside it was very clean. No one was there except for Lucien. While smelling the awful stench emitted from trash, Lucien started his rummaging again. In this world, nobody picks up trash for a living. Lucien wondered, maybe they're afraid of catching any disease. However, Lucien's empty purse was clearly more of a threat to him than getting sick, which might or might not happen. Wrapping his hand with waste papers, he found something which was probably worth a few fells. It was his first time, so Lucien was extremely cautious. He hid some of the stuff and went back for his paper parcel. Hiding his findings under a dirty old bag in his cart, Lucien tried to flatten the bag as much as he could to make it look like the cart's cover. Lucien stuffed the small things into his pocket. It was much easier than he thought. The guards just waved their hands and let him in after shooting a glance at him. When Lucien was pulling his cart towards André and Mag, he realized why the guards just let him pass easily. Covering their noses, André and Mag's eyebrows were twisted together when they saw him. Lucien was happy to see this. He pulled his smelling cart even closer to them and asked, "I'm Lucien. I come for my pay." Mag immediately stepped back and took out the money while swearing. "Damn you! Fuck off with your stinking cart." André, with his consistent smile, was standing even further, your first time going to the river, isn't it? If you stay there until dark, you may get lucky. Just watch the ghosts there, haha. Without asking about ghosts, Lucien quickly left with his pay to return the cart. He did not want any more trouble. Lucien made 5 fells in total for cleaning up the garbage. However, his findings were more important than them. With them he could easily earn 5 nars. After returning home, Lucien hurriedly hid the rest of the stuff and then rushed to the market. Lucien took it directly to a tailor without even cleaning the veil. He was rushing with quite a bit of excitement. However, when Lucien was standing in front of a tailor's shop, he became hesitant. He would probably get scolded or turned out of the door before he could open his mouth. Lucien's face was flushed, like when he tried to do sales at the university. Don't be a coward, Lucien. Don't feel it's shameful. Lucien started encouraging himself. What can your dignity do for you now? Can your dignity turn your dark bread into white one? Or can it offer you steak, codfish, and wine? Can dignity teach you reading? Lucien had experienced quite a bit after coming to this world. He had even wobbled on the borderline of death. He quickly made up his mind and walked into the shop with firm footsteps. An old man wearing glasses was sitting in the shop. Noticing Lucien entering, he asked with confusion. Yes. Lucien's dressing obviously showed that he was too poor to even visit an expensive tailor. Smiling with great enthusiasm, Lucien rubbed his hands. Hello, sir. I got a nice black lace, and I was wondering if you are interested in it. Before Lucien could finish his words, he was cut in by the old man fiercely. A fine black lace, from you? Get lost, you damned thief! He walked out of the counter and pushed Lucien out. I, old Fora, am a decent tailor. I only buy clothes from the Lotzi. Being driven out of the first shop, Lucien had no choice but to find the next one. And he would try a different approach this time. Chapter 12, Lucien's first 80 fells. Get out! We don't need anything from you. It was the 3rd time that Lucien got rejected. These fancy tailors always hated poor guys like Lucien. Even when Lucien showed the lace, they were still not willing to waste a second on him. It was a big market. More than 10 streets that crossed with each other. There were lots of different shops ran by humans, dwarves, and elves. Soon, Lucien found another neat little tailor's shop, at the end of a street. Standing behind the counter was a 15 or 16-year-old shy-looking blonde boy. Hi, I'm Buster. Anything I can help you with? Yes, could you take a look at this lace, please? Lucien placed the veil on the counter. Buster gently rubbed it with his fingers under the light and got surprised. Sir, it's the Black Nightingale from the Kingdom of Home. Where did you get it? Like other tailors, Buster knew Lucien could not afford this lace. Sometimes, even rich people might not be able to buy a small piece of Black Nightingale. All noble ladies wanted it. Lucien lowered his voice, don't worry. It's clean. Clean. A 30-something-year-old man walked out from behind. The thin-faced man was McDowell, the owner of this shop. Lucien was surprised that they did not immediately drive him away, which was a promising signal. Yes, yes. I swear in the name of God. You see, there's a hole in it. It was abandoned by a noble lady and I just happened to find it. Turn it into a decoration on a dress or a band. I think with your hands, you can definitely make it become eye-catching again, sir. Lucien added eagerly. Taking the lace from Buster's hands, McDowell had a close look. After a moment's thinking, he asked calmly. How much do you want, then? Lucien clenched his fists in excitement but did not dare show it in his face. Come on, Lucien, you fought with the huge crazy rats before. Stay calm. Lucien secretly consoled himself. You offer, sir? I believe your price wouldn't let me down. Lucien smiled and answered. Looking into Lucien's eyes, McDowell paused a little bit. 40 fells. It's not much use to me with a hole in it. ANAR. A fancy dress with a black nightingale on it, even distinguished ladies and madams will fight for it. Lucien more than doubled the offer. McDowell shook his head and handed the lace back to Lucien. 50 fells. I cannot go any more than this. I'm sorry, but thank you anyway, sir. Lucien calmly turned around and was ready to leave. Actually, he was very nervous. He was worrying that he might lose his only chance for being greedy. Step by step, Lucien dragged his feet towards the exit. When he was about to leave the shop, McDowell's voice suddenly came from behind. 80 fells. My last offer. I'm only paying this much because the lace is a perfect match for one of my dresses. Great. Lucien waved his fist joyfully and then he turned around and smiled. Deal, sir. Tinkling coins bulged Lucien's pocket. For Lucien, nothing was more lovely than getting rich. I don't know you. And I don't care either. But, if in the future you got some good stuff like this, you could bring it here, as long as it's clean. McDowell added. Sure, sir. Thank you. Lucien slightly bowed and smiled. After stepping out of the shop, Lucien found the sunshine was very brilliant under the amazingly blue sky. Breathing the fresher than ever air, Lucien found this world was kind of lovely as well. 80 fells was pretty decent for him. For Lucien, he found his idea of collecting money actually worked. This was even more important to him. Ivan was waiting for Lucien near his home. He waved his hand as soon as he saw Lucien coming. Lucien. There you are. My mom sent me to invite you for dinner. My brother's home. John? Ivan's elder brother. Lucien tried to recall. John's yes, knight squire in training. It was not really safe for him to carry so much money everywhere with him. Just a moment, Ivan. I gotta wipe my sweat a bit. Lucien smiled. Sure, Lucien. Ivan looked more excited than usual. You know what? John brought a piece of beef from Lord Ven. We're gonna have beef stew tonight. His little dirty face was full of excitement and expectancy. I haven't had any meat stew for quite a while. Actually, little Ivan's family was not as poor as most people living in Adaran. As a busker, Joel's income could vary sometimes, but it was still better than labor's. Elisa worked as a laundry maid as well. But, they were always saving for John's training back in the days. Old Evans, Lucien's father, helped them quite a lot before. After hiding the money safely, Lucien quickly washed his face and followed Ivan towards Aunt Elisa's place. A bunch of neighbors were gathered in front of the cabin. Little John's now the sworn knight squire following Lord Ven, isn't he? Yes, Elisa told me herself. Little John's not even 19 yet. One day he might get lucky and awaken the endowed blessing in his blood, then, he's gonna be a real knight. Then no more Little John. We shall say, Lord John. John can also be the commander of the city guard as a sworn knight squire now. Joel and Elisa are so lucky, they must be very proud of their son. Ivan was nodding with great pride. As they entered the living room, a blond young man stood up from the chair. Inheriting his father's look, John was a handsome young lad, tall and straight. His elegant gesture was quite impressive to Lucien. I was quite worried hearing what happened to you, Lucien. John patted Lucien's shoulder and smiled, glad to see, you're all right now. I guess it was a test for you from God. Although he was just 1 or 2 years older than Lucien, John appeared much more mature. His grey night attire also made him quite out of the ordinary. Thanks, John. It was not a big deal, really. Auntie Elisa always worries about me. Lucien nodded. When they sat down around the dinner table, John laid his hand on Lucien's shoulder. Why do I feel strangeness between us? Come on, we are best friends. I guess you changed quite a bit since you left home. Lucien was a little bit nervous. John nodded seriously. Yeah. I'd say so. Training there changed me a lot, both physically and mentally. It was very hard, but I gained a lot from it as well. Dinner was not a feast. They only got beef stew and roasted fish on the table. But for Lucien, this dinner was beyond delicious. He devoured his serve and even bit his tongue a few times. The happy reunion was so sweet that Joel even got a rare chance to enjoy his beef with ale. Elisa talked even more during the dinner. Most of the time, she was the only one who kept talking all the way. A couple of words from Joel, Lucien, or Ivan were enough to keep her going. According to the rules of a knight, John did not talk very much. I'm stuffed. The happy dinner ended with little Ivan's loud burp. John smiled and shook his head. Ivan, eating too much is bad for you. Then, he turned to Lucien. Have you got any future plan? He asked. Carefully arranging his words, Lucien nodded. Yet. It was still unclear, but, I don't want to live a life like what I'm doing now. Good. John looked into his eyes. Lord Ven told us, being unsatisfied with your life pushes you to move forward. The bakery and the cellar in Lord Ven's manor are now looking for apprentices. It's a pretty good chance, but you gotta work there for 10 years. If you're interested in this job, just tell me by next Monday. People in this world also believed in the myth that God created everything in 7 days. They also attended church every single Sunday. Being a knight's squire was very promising. Now, John was able to help his family and friends. Although the help could not change their lives completely, it was still of great importance. Thank you, John. Honestly, Lucien was still reluctant to constrain himself in the following 10 years, especially when he had just made his first small fortune. But, he still wanted to think for some time before making a decision. All right, I gotta go back now. John stood up from his chair and hugged his family. And he gave Lucien a big hug. I wish you could read, Lucien. Downey is looking for a clerk for the court. It's a very decent job with nice payment. I'm planning to start studying. Lucien seized the chance and told John. John was quite surprised. Soon, he smiled and nodded, I'll see if there's any chance for you. Lucien thanked John again, sincerely, but he also did not place all his hope on John. He had to work on his own. For the following 3 days, Lucien did not find anything valuable like the Black Nightingale. But, he still managed to save a NAR and 64 fells. Now, he was walking towards the city gate as usual, with great confidence. Looking at Lucien's back, André nudged Mag a bit. Why does he leave the city every morning? Leave the city? An amiable voice came from behind them. André hurriedly turned around, looking serious. Morning, Jackson. Jackson Riadors, one of the leaders of the Aaron gang, had a kind face. But, his craftiness and treacherousness could definitely place him at the top of the group. Chapter 13, Sudden Attack. Holding his chin, Jackson put on a kind smile. "Morning, Andre. What's going on here?" "Not a big deal, Jackson." Andre responded in a flattering way. "A guy is recently going outside of the city every day. I was just wondering." "Interesting. Does he carry anything with him?" Somehow Jackson's smile was kind of frightening, which for a moment gave both Andre and Mag goosebumps. Mag believed in both the God of Truth and his own fists, and claimed that he carried 1/16 of the savage blood from Yaren Highland. However, his brain did not work as fast as his fists. Jackson's question was too demanding for him. I remember he always carries an old sack. Sometimes, he comes back with something in it. There are many mushrooms near the Bulem River." "No, not mushrooms." Jackson cut in. "Then, what else could a poor guy like him do?" Andre asked nervously. Facing the Bulem River and the Melzer Black Forest, the gate that Andre and Mag were watching was the busiest one among the 3 gates of Alta. Countless merchants, adventurers, and plain folks came back and forth every day. They never bothered paying extra attention to a poor boy like Lucien. Jackson came for a reason. "The blacksmith Rego came to me 2 days ago. A young lad sold him a nice piece of orichalcum." "Oricha. Orichalcum, or say, mountain copper. Only wealthy nobles can afford it." Although the one he got was of the lowest quality, it was still quite enough to forge a fine dagger. "Rego wanted to find more, so he came to me." "Lucien sold that?" Mag asked directly. Jackson slightly nodded. He was careful. The metal was polished so Rego couldn't find any clues. "It took me a whole day to find him. But, he visited a couple of smiths. They remembered him." "And you know him as well?" "Perfect." Jackson added. "Then what should we do?" Andre asked eagerly. "Follow him and find where he found the mountain copper. If he notices you, beat the shit out of him and then ask. His money is all yours." "Understood." Mag answered before Andre. It had been more than 2 weeks since he gave someone a good beating. He always got excited when it came to beating someone. Carrying his old sack, Lucien was walking in the direction of the Bulem River. "I gotta use the other 2 gates more." Lucien thought, "It's suspicious always taking the same way." Andre and Mag, they're always there. The 2 gates, one in Purple Lily and the other in Nolan, were both far from his destination. Lucien sometimes would collect some mushrooms on his way back to disguise his real purpose, which took him more time. A figure flashed from behind him. "Who's there?" Lucien suddenly became alert. It was not the first time he found someone tracking him. Ever since his bitter fight under the sewers, he felt he became more sensitive to the surroundings now. Thanks to his sharp observation, he managed to get rid of those people who wanted to find out his secret. Pretending everything was fine, Lucien was seeking for a chance. When he arrived in a corner covered with thick grass and high trees, he dashed to a big tree with all his strength. Hiding behind it, Lucien quietly waited for the person. He was calm. He had to know who was following him to eliminate any future trouble. A moment later, a sound of heavy footsteps, together with swearing, came from the place Lucien was previously at. The sound came around the corner, very close to where Lucien was standing before. "Damn it! We lost him." "I was right, Andre. We should catch and beat him up. Only that way he will tell us everything." Lucien was surprised. He did not expect that the Aaron gang would notice him so quickly. Feeling disappointed, Lucien decided to leave his home and hide somewhere with his money for a few days. He was waiting for André and Mag to leave first. I can still become an apprentice anyway. Lucien comforted himself silently. André and Mag knew what Jackson would do to them if they messed up. They were arguing with each other loudly. Mag, savage's consent. André suddenly smacked Mag's shoulder. Hey! Scent what? You said those savages are like hounds, and they can catch any scent in the wind. André was excited. You have savage blood. Try it. Yes. Sometimes it doesn't work, though. Mag scratched his bald head. Lucien suddenly became really nervous. He still knew too little about this new world. Raising his head slightly, Mag took a long deep breath. Then he shouted excitedly, I got his scent. There he is. He started running towards the tree. Mag found him. As soon as Mag shouted, Lucien started running. Mag was surprisingly fast with his big muscles and, several times, he almost caught Lucien. Lucien kept running through the trees to avoid Mag. But after the woods, there was the open riverside. Lucien knew he could not escape anymore. I gotta beat Mag before the other guy comes. Lucien did not panic. Compared with those crazy red-eyed rats, Mag, although a bit big, was still a human being. Lucien was prepared. He heard Mag's excited howling coming close from behind him. Suddenly Lucien stopped, he lowered his body and pushed his leg against the ground. He butted Mag hard with all his strength. It was an unexpected attack. Mag swiftly tried to punch Lucien's head to avoid the attack, but he missed. Lucien passed right through Mag's arms. With the help of Mag's own momentum, Lucien's hard-clenched fist ran into Mag's soft belly. Mag felt a hard rock hit his stomach. As he was yelling in pain, a strong acid rose from his throat. Lucien knew a single punch could not solve the trouble completely. Thus, 2 seconds later he viciously attacked Mag's back with his elbow. Furthermore, almost at the same time, his lifted knee went straight between Mag's legs. Ow! It was a painful howling in the best savage style, and even André, who always made fun of Mag's blood, would not deny that. Covering his private part, Mag was rolling back and forth on the ground in great pain, snarling angrily. Seeing all that, André couldn't help but feel bad for his companion, kind of feeling some of that pain as well, so he ended up slowing down. Without a second's delay, Lucien turned around and ran away immediately. He saw a shining dagger in André's hand. André chased for a little bit, but it was too late. Soon, Lucien disappeared in the woods across the river. He finally stopped beside Mag. The weaker you are, the poorer you are. Those bastards just wouldn't let you have any chance. Lucien felt aggrieved. It was 9 in the morning. Sneaking back through the gate in the district of Nolan, Lucien was carefully approaching his shack in Alta. He needed to take his money before the gangsters found his place. After hiding behind a nearby cabin for a while, when Lucien was about to get out, a bunch of ferocious guys approached towards his shack. A common-looking man dressing neatly pointed to Lucien's place. Then another burly young guy directly gave a hard kick on the broken door. The door fell on the ground, leaving behind a cloud of dust. Chapter 14, Resolution. The guy who burst the door found the shack empty and reported this to the ordinary-looking man, Jackson. We did waste some time, but we shouldn't be late. Jackson smiled. Although Mag and André are useless, they still provided us with some good information. The others knew what happened to the big guy. When Jackson mentioned Mag, they somehow felt a chilly wind pass through their legs. Andre squeezed out an embarrassing giggling. But, he was still glad that he did not have to lie in bed for at least a week. Andre, you go. See if there's anything in this pigsty. Several minutes later, Andre came out with a handful of small things. Just some rubbish, Jackson. Sigh. Lucien regretted not hiding this stuff elsewhere. It was very easy to tell where he found them. If the Aaron gang took control of the dump site, then it would be the end of his dream to become a rich man. Rubbish. Jackson curled his lips, a pretty smart young lad. He found the orichalcum in the dump site. Trash from the palace, nobles' areas, musicians' association, mercenaries' union, all go to the dump site beside the river. They're useless for rich people, but not for us. His guess was right. Thanks to the boy, we found a new way to make money. Fiddling with a piece of metal, Jackson commanded with his iconic smile, "Smash all of his stuff. Keep the money to yourselves. The one who finds the guy will be rewarded." Jackson did not bother sending his men searching for Lucien. They also got many things to do. Time was too precious to be wasted on a nobody like Lucien. Cheering loudly, they squeezed in Lucien's little shack, started smashing his stuff. Clenching his fists and gnashing his teeth, Lucien could tell from the sound that his table, followed by his clay pot, were shattered to pieces. But he knew that he could do nothing against the gangsters with his current power. They would beat him to death and he did not want to die like that. Law would not help him, since people above it would not care. If the witch had not gone to the cemetery, no one would have found her. Lucien's mind started wondering as the noise in the background faded, if I become a sorcerer, I can protect myself. I don't want much. After learning magic, I just need to find a place to live. I need to, yes, I have no choice. Learning magic is dangerous, but being weak is no better. His locked-up thoughts all started resurfacing, like being summoned by the evil actions around him. Elisa's shout cut off his wondering. "You damned bastards! What the hell are you doing?" While doing her housework, Elisa heard the mess coming from Lucien's place. Trying to stop them, she yelled and approached the gangsters while waving her long spoon. "Get her away," said Jackson. Two ferocious men rolled up their sleeves and walked towards Elisa. But, they underestimated the housewife standing in front of them. Auntie Elisa directly hit one of them on the forehead with her wooden spoon. Ouch! Facing the unexpected attack, the guy screamed in pain. But soon more guys joined in. Although Elisa was tall and sturdy, she was after all still a woman. A hard punch hit her shoulder and her spoon fell onto the ground. Elisa groaned in pain, but still did not flinch. "You wretches! Stop! The inspectors are coming!" Hiding behind a wall and watching all of this, Lucien's mind was filled with torment and suffering. "Lucien, are you a man?" Although he met Auntie Elisa many days ago, he did not have a very strong bond with her and her husband Joel. But now, when he saw Elisa get hurt because of him, he knew it was totally unacceptable for him to be hiding behind a woman and letting her fight for him. Fuck! Clenching his fist, Lucien took a quick glimpse at his shack and jumped out. His target was Jackson, who was standing there alone. Lucien threw himself at Jackson with all his might. Feeling extremely surprised, Jackson was suddenly knocked down by Lucien. They wrestled on the ground, and Lucien tried to hold Jackson's hands tightly with his left hand, in case the thug was carrying a dagger. Meanwhile, his right hand was trying to reach Jackson's throat. Lucien needed to capture their leader to control the whole situation. However, Jackson was not inexperienced at all. He also had his share of fighting. Rolling on the ground, Jackson did not give Lucien any chance to grab his neck. At the same time, he continuously slammed his elbow at Lucien's rib. Due to the lack of space, Jackson's hits were not very strong. But still, for Lucien they were still unbearable. Wincing in pain, he still did not retrieve. He was almost there. He touched Jackson's throat. Suddenly, Lucien got a hard punch in his stomach. He was smashed hard on the ground by Jackson's men. Before he could stand up, fists and kicks started falling down on Lucien's body like raindrops. Lucien started rolling on the ground from unbearable pain, like a stray dog. He could barely cover his vital parts. Lucien's mind started wandering again. Everything seemed unreal and was fading away like in a movie. Auntie Elisa's crying voice came from another world, "Stop! Stop!" At that moment, Lucien made up his mind. Whatever it took, he must become strong. Jackson was standing on the other side, looking at Lucien rolling back and forth on the ground. He trampled him hard and stopped his men. His friend is a knight squire. Let's not bring ourselves trouble. Although it was rumored that Rosen-Aaron had some connections with a high noble, a gang still had to be relatively disciplined, or it would be eliminated by the church or nobles in no time. Lucien was lying on the ground with blood coming out of his nose and mouth. Jackson smiled to him, "Actually, I respect your courage and intelligence. I really do. But, my boy, don't be too greedy. I hope you understand what's yours and what's not." "Yes," Lucien answered simply in a hoarse voice. Lucien's answer was a little bit weird for him, but Jackson did not bother too much. Jackson and his men left in triumph, together with Lucien's collections and 45 fells. Chapter 15, For Justice. The morning sunshine was not very strong. Lucien was lying in the sun, covered with wounds and blood. Staring at the clear blue sky, breathing the fresh air gently, Lucien forgot the pain. His mind was waving like a deep ocean. Lucien realized that everything he had experienced before led him to his final decision, learning magic. Although he knew he had to be even more careful and cautious in the future, at the same time, he felt more relaxed than ever before, after making up his mind. There was even a smile on Lucien's bruised face. He felt he had genuinely grown up within the past couple of days, much faster than in his own world. The anger, the feeling of inferiority and the sense of insecurity had blended together and pushed him to that decision. And he was also gifted with the library. So why not? Lucien asked himself, feeling relieved from his long-time repression. My poor Evans. Oh, my poor Evans. Are you all right? Elisa tried to hold Lucien's hand. The slight movement of his arms and legs made Lucien wince in pain. I'm okay, Auntie Elisa. They didn't want to kill me, fortunately. Auntie Elisa held Lucien's arm and led him back to her place. She kept swearing with great anger, these bastards would be hanged and tortured in hell by endless flames. After cleaning the wounds, Elisa was about to ask Lucien what happened today. Before that, it seemed like she suddenly thought of something, and her hands acted a bit awkward. Lucien. Yes, Auntie Elisa. This is the thing. John's coming back today. Can you keep this to yourself without letting him know? You know John. You're his best friend. If he hears about it, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to constrain himself from taking revenge. As a knight squire, he would be in big trouble then. Knowing John was Auntie Elisa and Uncle Joel's great hope, Lucien nodded. Of course. It's not a big deal, actually. Lucien put a hard smile. Elisa held Lucien's hand, with tears in her eyes. "Thank you, my little Evans. Are you trying to hide anything from me?" It was John's voice. Wearing the grey night suit, John was standing by the door. Neither Elisa nor Lucien noticed him. Elisa answered hurriedly, "Nothing, nothing. You came back earlier." John walked in and pulled a chair for himself. He sat down beside Lucien. "The Grand Duke summoned Lord Ven, and I followed him back to Alta. Mom, I'm a knight squire now. I'm not an imprudent young boy anymore." Then he turned to Lucien. "You look much worse than the last time we got thrashed together. What happened? Don't try to lie. I bet lots of neighbors were there and saw it." John added. Lucien looked at Elisa, who had already compromised the secret. Then he told John the story in full detail. During his talking, Lucien could feel the tension in the air due to John's feelings, which was the same that he felt from the guards he fought together in the sewers. Of course, John was very angry, but he managed to calm himself down quickly. He patted Lucien's hand gently and smiled. "You're really clever, the most clever among us. Find money in trash, really, good for you. I'm sure you will do a good job if you learn to read." Then, shrugging his shoulders, John went outside of the room and fetched a long wooden club from the kitchen. "Oh no!" Elisa sighed. "Mom, you know I gotta do this, for my friend." "But John, Lord Ven won't be happy about this." "Yes, John," Lucien hurriedly asked, "don't go. It's not a big deal. Look at me. I'm okay." John turned around and shook his head. "Lord Ven always told us, as a knight, one is supposed to protect the weak and fight against the violent. As a squire, I already regard myself as a knight and try to follow the knight's belief." His eyes were intent. His gestures expansive. "Lucien, my friend, was bullied, and his place got ruined. If I remain silent simply to no piss Lord Ven off, my inner guiltiness will never leave me. Yes, maybe I will not be able to awaken the blessing anymore because I broke the rules, but I'll be faithful to my beliefs. Lord Ven will be on my side, I believe." "I know, John. I know, but..." Elisa got tears in her eyes. John hugged his mom and comforted her gently. "It's okay, Mom, I'm not gonna kill anyone. I will not overdo it. Look. I'm holding a club, not a blade. Can you trust me, Mom?" Finally Elisa nodded with great effort. "Do be careful, John. They are the ones who have to be careful, Mom." Grabbing the club, John smiled with confidence. When he was about to leave, Lucien called him from behind. "Wait, John." "Yes." John looked back. With all his remaining strength, Lucien stood up from the bed. He felt his blood was flowing fast, burning his body. "We are going together." Lucien's smile looked kind of funny with his swollen mouth. But John could tell his determination. He laughed, "There's another club in the kitchen. Let's go, like when we were kids." Holding the club, Lucien comforted Auntie Elisa in a low voice when he passed by her. "I'll watch him. Don't worry." It was easy for them to find out where Jackson and his men went by asking around. When they were on their way, John asked Lucien, all of a sudden. "Do you believe in justice, Lucien?" He sounded confused. "Yes, I do. Why do you ask?" John lowered his head but did not stop. "I do, too. But Lucien, I am not as noble and brave as I claim to be. I do this only because you're my friend. If it was someone else, I don't know. I don't think I would. I'm used to picking my fights well, avoiding doing anything that would be beyond my capability. I'm selfish. I only want to protect my family and friends. I'm a coward, am I not? I don't think so. Every knight, or say, every person, has a priority. Some pursue justice, some loyalty, some mercy. You chose family. Only when a person knows what he really wants to protect does he stick to justice. Or justice would be just like the clouds, nothing substantial. Lucien just realized that John was still a young lad like himself, no matter how mature he appeared to be. Thanks to the book about the knight's spirit from his mental library, he was scrabbling up his sentences to comfort John. Now he was much better at looking up information among all the books in the library. You really think so? John still looked puzzled. Sure. If you're capable, will you protect the weak, fight against the wicked and uphold justice? If I'm capable, of course I will. So you're still a knight of justice. If you were not capable, you would fight and die for nothing. You gotta be able to protect yourself first, only then you can protect those who need your help. Lucien felt he was quite suitable for being a mentor. John seemed relieved, and he started smiling. Every time I asked Lord Ven about this, he told me I was too inexperienced to understand. But Lucien, you've grown up, too. You're good at comforting and maybe you're right. But I'm still longing for the genuine justice. Once, Lord Ven told us a story about a legendary knight's sword. The sword had divine power inside, but looked just like the common ones. Its hilt was made purely of wood, without any gems, pearls, or anything out of ordinary. The nobles and the high-level knights wouldn't take a second look at the sword. John's eyes were on the far distance and he continued. But actually the sword was far more powerful than they thought. Especially when it was used to fight against evil. What impressed me most was the words engraved on the sword, "Justice is pale, compared with splendor and power. But everyone can be its representative, wealthy or poor, intelligent or illiterate, warrior or farmer. Justice is pale, but it is everywhere. Pale justice, that's the name of the sword." It disappeared along with a grand arcana knight in the dark mountain range. John became excited. His depression was gone. Lucien laughed, "Then our slogan today is gonna be for justice." For justice. John waved his club. A few minutes later they saw Jackson, who was walking on the broad street of the market. A bunch of guys were still following him. Chapter 16, On the Streets. John stopped and turned to Lucien. "You just got injured. And you haven't received any formal training. Remember, Lucien, don't panic, and don't stop moving. We will keep changing positions. Don't let his men surround you. Use your club to keep them away, so their daggers won't harm you. You hear me, Lucien?" John tried to advise Lucien as much as possible. He was worried that Lucien might lose control and launch an imprudent attack. However, Lucien had some decent experience before. "No worries, John. I've survived an invasion into a witch's chamber before." Hiding their clubs behind their backs, they approached Jackson in a quick pace. It was a pretty busy street in the market, only 10 minutes away from one of Aaron Gang's hideouts. Merchants, mercenaries, and adventurers were gathering there, so no one paid attention to them. They looked at each other when they were just a few steps away from Jackson, nodded, and dashed towards the gangsters, holding the clubs tightly in their hands. Lucien recognized the guy who kicked him hard. Without a second thought, he wielded his club right towards the thug's head. "If you're not trained or not strong enough, wield it hard with all your might." That's what Lucien learned. Before the guy could notice, he got bludgeoned bitterly in his lower jaw. Then he passed out and fell onto the ground directly. John, on the other side, quickly got rid of another guy. As a night squire, John was really good at it. Although he did not aim at the head, his precise strike directly dislocated the guy's right arm. 2 guys were down. But the harsh scream from one of them drew the other's attention. Jackson was surprised, but his eyes became vicious in an instant. His men pulled out their daggers. The sharp blades reflected the surrounding light. The pedestrians started scattering away quickly, leaving them more room to keep moving. Lucien and John kept running into different directions. They could not stop. The key to this strategy was not to spend too much time on a single enemy, in order to make sure they wouldn't be flanked. The strategy worked quite well. One more of the thugs was rolling on the ground. But it was also very hard to keep moving all the time. John was constraining himself. He did not want to be in trouble for hurting someone seriously. But his concern became his weakness. Some guys on the ground were still in conditions to fight, and seized the chance to pull out their daggers and stab John's ankles. Busy dodging their low blades, John did not notice the others moved to surround him. Thanks to John's refined fighting skills, he barely avoided several strikes. But the circle of daggers was getting tighter and tighter. Lucien turned back to help John, his club whistling directly towards the back of a thug's head. "Johnny! Watch out!" Warned by the other gang members, the man named Johnny dodged by bending forward quickly, and avoided Lucien's attack. However, that was enough for John, who seized the chance and broke the formation through the gap left by Johnny. However, the latter jumped up immediately and made the movement to throw his dagger at John's back. Bang! Before the dagger flew away from his hand, Lucien pounded bitterly into Johnny's backbone. This time Lucien did not run away. Instead, he waited for a second chance to strike Johnny. Suddenly, a cold feeling came from Lucien's own back and immediately turned into agonizing pain. A dagger cut him badly, but Lucien did not panic. He knew John would not hold his hand anymore. And a determined and angry night squire would be unstoppable when facing a bunch of gang bastards. Unlike Lucien, John never missed. Wielding his club with anger, he came to support Lucien. Watching the battle unfold, Jackson took a step back and started escaping. "You guys stop them!" he shouted while running. The rest of his men started stabbing crazily. The shining blades came from different directions. Lucien got another cut on his right hand, and the blood came out immediately. His club almost flew out of his hand. "Are you all right?" John stood in front of Lucien, sheltering him from the enemies. "I'm okay." Lucien shook his head. "We gotta stop Jackson from bringing reinforcements." John nodded. "Remember, use your club to keep the daggers away from you. Follow me." He struck down once more and started chasing Jackson. The rest of the guys slowed down and did not pursue any further, because they saw Jackson was already quite a distance away from them. However, after becoming the overseer, Jackson gained some weight from the lack of proper exercise. Thus, he ran slower and slower. Keep moving, almost there." Jackson encouraged himself. Unfortunately, John, a squire in perfect shape, had another plan in mind. He was slowly gaining ground and, when the distance was proper, he swung his club with all his strength right into Jackson's back. Jackson felt like all his guts almost gushed out through his throat. With a loud groan, he fell on the ground, twitching in great pain. Then a night boot stamped hard on his back. Lucien arrived a while later, panting heavily. He was more than tired after all the running and fighting, especially because of the bleeding wounds that covered his body. It was his anger that was keeping him up all the way here. Before Jackson could make any threat, John turned him over with his boot and pointed downwards, smiling and gasping. "You first, Lucien." "Thanks, buddy." After taking several deep breaths, Lucien raised his club high and took a mighty swing at Jackson's face. "How dare!" "Ow!" Several teeth burst forth from Jackson's mouth, preventing the rest of his words from coming out. He was choking in his own blood. His ears were buzzing, his eyes were seeing stars. It was AF King Hard One. "Those damned little bastards! What do you want?" Jackson lisped with the mixture of blood and saliva in his mouth. With great dizziness, he noticed his voice was like coming from another world. "We want nothing more than justice." Kicking away Jackson's dagger, John answered seriously, "You beat Lucien and my mom, which we've paid you back. And you also robbed him and destroyed his place. You gotta compensate." "John, if I remember correctly, you're a knight squire, aren't you? Fighting on the street breaks your rules. Don't let Lord Ven down, young lad." Jackson spat out blood from his mouth. "You've come to this extent, you don't care about your little brother and parents." He continued his threatening. "I guess you still want more, don't you?" Lucien was weighing his club. Facing violence, Jackson shut his mouth. His anger and shame mixed like a pot of boiling water, burning his guts to ashes. Chapter 17, Sweet Revenge. Facing Jackson's threat, John smiled. According to the code, a knight shall protect his family and the weak. I don't see my fault here. Actually, most people wouldn't stand for gangsters, don't you think so? You need proof. Jackson yelled. A gang was often very good at keeping a witness silent. John looked a bit hesitant. What Elisa told him bothered him again. Proof. Lucien smiled contemptuously. John's a knight squire, while you're a gangster. What else do you need? From what he learned in the Copper Coronet, Lucien was aware that in the Duchy of Orvaret, knights were the real nobles, and their recognized squires also held status. Lucien believed Jackson definitely wouldn't dare slander a knight squire. And he had no reason as well, a gangster was also a businessman. Jackson couldn't gain anything big from Lucien and John from doing so. Jackson, as Lucien expected, did not retort. Yes, they can put a knight squire into prison, but how much effort and resources they would have to use. Aaron, of course, would not do this for him, Jackson knew. Especially recently, something was going wrong in Alta. The city was like a whirlpool where different powers were mingling. Aaron was often absent from the meetings, planning something. Knowing he was no longer in an advantageous position, Jackson tried his best to repress his anger and shame. How much do you want, then? He lowered his head and tried to make an agreement. I only got 2 nars with me. Lucien turned to John. The sheriffs are coming. We'd better leave before they arrive. John nodded. Well, 2 nars. Lucien was actually quite happy with the result. Knowing his table and chairs basically worth nothing, 2 nars were more than 2 times what he had lost. By the way, he had already moved the rest of his money and hid it under the ruins of the witch's place. All the gangsters took away were just 40 fells and some useless rubbish. Pulling out a small bag, Jackson threw it to John. The bag was pretty empty except for 2 shining silver nars. I left the rest to my men. Let's go, John. Lucien raised his chin towards the coming sheriffs and grabbed his club. He did not want to put John in trouble. Soon, they disappeared at the end of the street. All right, stop. We're safe now. Leaning against the wall, Lucien was panting heavily and felt as if his lungs were about to explode. He let his body fall on the ground, smiling. Finally, I can't run anymore. John sat down beside Lucien, also gasping for air. Me neither. It was pretty cool, wasn't it? What? Lucien's mind started slowing down and feeling relaxed. The fight. I can't remember the last time I had a good fight like this. They were just sitting on the ground, gasping, and looking at the blue sky. Yeah, it was cool. Lucien smiled. It felt like a heavy rock had been lifted from his mind. All the pain, anger, and confusion Lucien hid at the bottom of his heart was gone like floating clouds. His mind was thinking clear, and he was more relaxed than ever before. Also, Lucien knew that he still had a real friend in this world who would shield him and fight for him, regardless of the cost. Lucien started laughing, aloud. What? John wondered. The future. I'm thinking, after I learn how to read, after I make some money, I'll go traveling across the continent, to see different sceneries, to know more foreign tales, to taste many cuisines. Lucien stopped and stared at the blue sky. But he continued thinking to himself. I will learn magic. I will understand how this world works. I will discover the truth of the world, and then, I will find the way back home. For my parents, for the friends in my world and in this life, for myself. Lucien had collected 3 nars. He knew he had to start his learning as soon as possible. Who knew if the gangsters would take secret revenge on him secretly? The outside pressure from the bullies and his inner motivation mixed together and made learning magic the only way for Lucien to achieve his desires. Traveling. John laughed. It's not safe, Lucien. Although most of the dark creatures in the east of our country have been eliminated by the church, they're still breeding like rats. Cynocephalises, vicious goblins, gnolls. Sorry, Lucien. I don't think your dream will come true. At least you cannot go alone. I wonder, are they edible, the things you mentioned? Lucien asked subconsciously. For him, the most effective way for eliminating some overpopulated animals was turning them into food. You? What the hell are you thinking about? John was baffled. All right, Lucien answered with a bit of disappointment. If I can turn into a real knight in the future, what will I do? John asked himself with a lot of expectation. I think I'd be the same as you, Lucien. I also want to travel to see what the world looks like outside of Alta. I wish it were really beautiful, like the bards described. By the way, John said to him, be careful in the next few days. Don't stray too far from the city walls, you never know what these bastards will do. Lucien nodded, I know. And when you see Lord Ven, remember to tell him what you did right away, and ask for punishment yourself. John did not expect Lucien could be this considerate. He was also glad that his lifetime friend still cared a lot about him, even though sometimes he felt Lucien had changed quite a bit. I will. I wish I could teach you how to read, but I cannot read either. John sighed. Only the high-level knight squires receive classes on how to read. He looked a bit upset. John, you've done a lot for me. Lucien laid his hand on John's shoulder. I'm grateful for having a friend like you. I really am. John could see Lucien's sincere eyes. Soon he smiled. I know. Who doesn't want to have such a great friend like me? Let's go home. Mom's waiting for us. Joel was home when they came back. Elisa was walking back and forth in the living room. It was such a relief for Elisa seeing them come back, better yet, in one piece. Opening his arms, Joel grinned to them. "Welcome back, heroes." And he gave both of them a big hug. "You guys remind me of my old days." Joel lowered his voice and winked when he turned his back to Elisa. "Dad, you and Mom gotta be even more careful for some time." John was kind of worried. "It's not a big deal. Those bastards only give the weak a hard time. You once beat the shit out of them, you're no longer on their bullying list. Your mom and I will be fine." Joel left some space so Elisa could treat Lucien's wounds, and then he turned to John, dead serious. "Actually, John, you should have asked Lord Ven first. You're his squire, his representative. Your behavior matters to his decency." "Yes, Dad." John was aware of his rashness. "Lucien told me to take the initiative and ask for Lord Ven's forgiveness, and I will." Joel nodded, "Lucien's right." A while later, Lucien excused himself to find some usurer in Copper Coronet. He needed to start his studies as soon as possible, and thus he was prepared to face the risks in case he for some reason didn't manage to pay it back. Before Lucien left, Joel stopped him. When he turned around, he saw Joel was holding an old plain purse. "There are 8 nars in it." Joel put it into Lucien's hand. "Take it." "Joel," Lucien was surprised. He never thought borrowing money from them because Evan was still young. "Auntie Elisa." She was smiling to him. "That's all we have for now. Not too much, but enough for you to start studying." "But," Lucien's eyes became filled with tears on the verge of falling. "But this is all your savings." I can't." Joel laughed. "Before your father passed away, he helped us more than we could ever hope for. Now, you are in need. It's our responsibility to support you. After you learn to read, and then find a good job, you can pay us back easily." "I'll work hard." Lucien nodded with confidence. "All the money you have now can pay the fees for 2 months. If we work together, at least you can have a teacher every 3 or 4 months. That's my plan." Joel had regarded Lucien's study as their shared responsibility. Lucien grabbed the little purse tight, tears were falling from his eyes. "Thank you, Uncle Joel, Auntie Elisa, and you, John." At the same time, Lucien made up his mind to pay them back with a better life. After learning some magic, Lucien knew he had to leave Alta as soon as possible. He could not put this family under any kind of risk. After leaving their place, Lucien still headed towards Copper Coronet. But this time, instead of finding an usurer, he was looking for a teacher. Chapter 18, Acquaintance. The afternoon sunlight sent some light into the noisy pub. Bards were singing, and mercenaries were talking loudly. Lucien noticed that there were beautiful women sitting beside the bar tables. Pushing through the crowd, Lucien finally squeezed his way to the counter. "Any drink?" Cone asked without raising his hairy head. "It's me, Lucien." Cone was surprised when he saw Lucien's face. "What did you do to yourself?" His beard was slanted with concern. "Wait. Jackson came and asked about you earlier. Are you in trouble, my boy?" Lucien was not quite willing to repeat what happened one more time. "I'm fine, Cone. The problem was solved. I'm here to look for a teacher who can teach me how to read." "Oh ho! You made it. You didn't rob the gangsters, did you?" Now Cone was even more surprised. Lucien had no choice but to explain what happened briefly to Cone. After hearing that, Cone was very impressed. "Lucien, you and John are finally real men now. I'm proud of you lads. Gulping his ale, his face turned red, but be careful, both you and John. Although chances are slim that they dare take revenge on a knight squire, but still, be wary of the bastards, you never know. Lucien nodded seriously. Cone pulled out a paper, on which there was a list of strange patterns and symbols. I cannot read, he laughed and continued, but as a pub owner, you gotta put down something to help you remember. On the list, there were a bunch of scholars who registered here and were willing to teach. While Cone was speaking the names out loud, Lucien noticed a familiar name, which was written on a note beside the list. Victor? You just said Mr. Victor. Lucien stopped Cone. Yes, you know him. I met him once in the association. Lucien stared at the name, but he's a musician, isn't he? You put a note beside his name as well. Twirling his mustache, Cone took another look at the list and nodded. Yeah, it's the same Victor we're talking about. I heard that he's gonna present a play in the hall. Last time I saw him, he was quite busy. Cone laughed. That's why he had to. Having a chance to play in the Sam Hall is even harder than you think. I heard this from other guests as well. Cone climbed on a bar chair. 6 months ago, Mr. Victor got the invitation from the hall. Since then he turned down all his other presentations, even the one in Syracuse, to focus on his preparation. He was digging into his savings for the past couple of months. Cone shrugged his shoulders. But why doesn't he find another job related to music? Lucien asked. I have no idea, boy. Cone took another sip of his ale. Those musicians tend to be quite sensitive, or say, even crazy sometimes. I guess probably Mr. Victor also needed something to be his distraction. Who knows, those artists. Mr. Victor made an impression on Lucien last time, when they met in the association. Compared with the others that he did not even know, Lucien felt the musician would be a good choice. How can I find Mr. Victor, then? He asked. The Gisu district was named after the most well-known instrument, the Gisu violin, and was where most musicians in Alta were gathered. Big trees stood on both sides of the street, through whose branches the sunshine scattered into slightly trembling golden fragments that formed patterns on the ground. Light mixed with shadow. The street was like a painting. It took Lucien quite a long time to find the address Cone offered. After getting lost a few times, finally he was standing in front of Victor's place, N12, Sneva Street. It was a 2-floor small building covered with green vines. Everything was quiet and elegant here. If all went well, Lucien was going to have his reading lessons for the following 2 months, which could help him change his whole life. Knocking at the door gently, Lucien got a bit nervous. Soon a servant showed up inside the iron gate. Seeing Lucien, a boy wearing rough and old clothes, he frowned. Yes? He asked coldly. After Lucien explained, he was still in doubt. 5 nars a month. Pay first. Are you sure? As Lucien expected, he pulled out his money from the bag. Yes, I'm sure. The servant was surprised. He couldn't believe this poor young boy could afford the price. As a servant of a famous musician, he earned 10 nars a month and could only save 1 every month, sometimes even less. Mr. Victor enjoys high reputation. He has some acquaintances in the town hall. Opening the gate, the servant was still eyeing Lucien with suspicion. Who knew where the guy got so much money, he thought. Lucien just smiled without saying anything. The servant's attitude was within his expectation. Feel offended? That belonged to the wealthy and powerful. He followed the servant through the garden and stopped in front of the wooden gate, waiting there. A couple of minutes later, the servant showed up again. "Follow me inside. Later you may give the tuition fee to Mr. Athi, the steward." It was quite a spacious hall, decorated with a tea table, some brown couches and small desks. On the other side there was a long dining table, made of fine rosewood. Victor got a few students here as well. His study was too small for all of them, so they just sat in the hall. There were 5 boys and 3 girls sitting there, all pretty young, probably between 13 and 20. Quills and papers were lying in front of them on the small round tables. Some of them were transcribing something, while some were humming or reading in a low voice. According to Lucien's observation, the students also came from different backgrounds, some were of humble birth, and the others were dressing quite decently. The latter ones were usually from noble families. Most of them were not qualified to inherit their family titles and could not activate the blessing either. For those children, becoming a graceful musician was quite a good choice. Mr. Victor, wearing his red jacket, was moving around and helping the students one by one. Looking around, Lucien noticed the steward in his decent black suit. From his black and white mixed hair and his wrinkled face one could tell he was not young anymore. But he was standing there straight and serious. The steward looked like a gentleman, Lucien thought. He walked towards him and asked, trying to keep his volume down. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Athi?" "Yes, I am." "May I know your name and your past study?" "Yeah, sure. I'm Lucien. Lucien Evans. I never learned how to read before." While he was talking, Lucien took out 5 nars. Taking the money, Athi was impressed. Apparently, the young lad was from the poor district. Most young people in Adaran were quite rude, based on his experience, while Lucien appeared pretty polite and mature. Then Athi walked to Victor and whispered to him a little bit. Victor turned around and nodded to Lucien kindly, pointing at a spare armchair. The students just noticed Lucien and were looking at their new classmate at the door curiously. Black hair, eyes, and well-formed features, the new guy had a good-looking face. But he was wearing linen clothes and plain shoes. Although they were clean, they could tell from the first sight that Lucien came from a poor background. A poor wants to learn how to read. That was their first thought. Soon most of them lowered their heads and went back to study again. Only the ones from ordinary families were still peeking at him carefully. As soon as Lucien sat down, the boy next to him moved a bit away subconsciously as if Lucien stank. Lucien did not feel offended. He shook his hand slightly and pulled out his new paper and quill. They were new. Lucien bought them with his left fells. Victor came to Lucien a while later, with a black hard-covered book in his hand. Standard pronunciation of lingua franca and basic grammar, very suitable for a beginner. Turn to page 1, chapter 1. We start from the pronunciation of the 32 letters. Victor said gently. Chapter 19, Cramming. Lucien's hands were trembling slightly. Carefully he opened the book like turning to a new page of his future. Within his expectation, the words in the book were the same as the ones in the magic tomes he collected at the witch's chamber. He knew how to learn a language well. As long as he learned the pronunciation of the letters and the basic rules of spelling, he could learn more by himself outside of the class by reading intensively. Victor repeated the pronunciations patiently 2 to 3 times on each word. Lucien followed him carefully and wrote down some notes on the paper. Read them until you becomes more fluent. Victor said, when it's good enough, we'll move to basic spelling and grammar. What he said was actually more like an encouragement. As a beginner, it would be almost impossible for Lucien to match the sounds and the letters in such a short amount of time. The notes Lucien jot down were Chinese characters. He tried to relate these letters with his mother tongue, just like he had done when he started learning English. Again, Lucien read through it and he stayed focused, so the knowledge would enter his spirit library. As expected, a new shelf labeled Common Tongue appeared, on which there was a black hardcover book full of the strange characters, the same one that was lying in front of him on Reality. Lucien opened the book in the library but found out only the first few pages were there, and the rest of the book was simply blank. He went through the book on the table quickly, and as he imagined, the spiritual version became complete instantly. Yes! Lucien cheered in his mind. With the help of the library, Lucien became more confident. It was very hard from the beginning. Several times later he became better and better. After what seemed like the 15th time, he got finally satisfied with his ability to remember them. Of course, Lucien knew this would not last long. If he did not review that in a regular basis, they would be forgotten very soon. At the same time, Lucien also found out that his spiritual power, which helped him with the spell casting before, could help improve his memory as well. At this time, Victor came back to teach Lucien again. After a while helping the students, his face looked tired but also more relaxed. Probably Cone was right, Victor was using teaching as a distraction. Have you memorized all of them? Victor asked, smiling. Let me check it. Like a primary student facing his teacher, Lucien was a bit nervous. He did forget some of them, but mind then drifted into his library and he started reading according to his notes. It wasn't Lucien's intention to cheat, but both his money and time were limited. He had plenty of time reviewing them again in the library later. Victor was surprised. Have you learned before? Some of the students raised their heads and looked at Lucien. No, I haven't, answered Lucien. Impressive. Victor commended, then we will start learning how to spell. While some students were surprised, some of them scorned. In their eyes, Lucien must have learned it before, and was just another scheming guy who wanted to impress Mr. Victor and earn the chance to be his formal music student. Inside the study room, the three most noble among them had started learning music. However, that did not distract Lucien at all. There was only one goal in his mind: learn as much as possible. Time is money. A day's learning cost a lot. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Let's take a break. Victor clapped gently and then walked upstairs. At the same time, the servants came with tea and fruits. The scent of jasmine and lemon filled the room. Some of the fruits Lucien knew, and some he did not. A young guy decently dressed smiled at the classmates around him, with a piece of tablature in his hand. It seems like Mr. Victor got some inspiration. We may call it a day now, if his inspiration keeps flowing. He looked a bit older than Lucien. His eyes were long and narrow and his nose straight. Among them, this guy was pretty outstanding. A noble girl in a wine-colored dress was sitting right beside him. If class finishes earlier, we're gonna have an extra one during the weekend. Don't get too excited. She responded in a lazy voice, but I do hope Mr. Victor finishes his new song for the concert as soon as possible. So we will finally be able to start practicing with the orchestra. Sitting in the room, merely reading tablatures and playing flute by myself can never compete with a real rehearsal. Around 17 or 18, she was pretty good looking, hair long and bright red, like fire, thick and sexy lip, and her waist was not tightened like most noble girls, otherwise she would not be able to play the flute well. Looking at her serious face, Lot laughed. The first violinist, the man who is as handsome as a silver moon. You like Rhine, don't you? Felicia. The first violinist, also called concertmaster, played a significant role in a symphony orchestra. When the conductor was absent, the first violinist would take the baton. I just feel he has excellent skills, much better than the last one. Felicia argued, but her face flushed. Don't you think his solo for violin sonata No. 1 in G minor was really impressive? Talking about music, Lot became serious and excited. They started discussing sonatas and suites. Other noble students also joined them, showing their great interest. Even a pretty insightful comment made by a brown-haired girl with ordinary family background won their consent. In Alta, music was another common tongue. However, consciously or subconsciously, the noble students still often ignored the others, while the common ones treated Lucien indifferently and tried to get close to the ones of higher status. For noble students it was likely that the ordinary and the poor did not even deserve their attention. There were no common things between them, as they had come from different worlds. There were no bitter words, nor scorn. But the cold wall was always there, preventing those of different social statuses from getting along. But for Lucien, none of these mattered. He was trying to make full use of every minute or even second, absorbing the knowledge like a dry sponge thrown into an ocean. Some of their humming came into Lucien's ears. He found music here was very similar to that of Earth. There were just some differences on notes. After a while, Lucien raised his head. The students were still discussing. Lucien took a sip from his teacup and dove into his book again. Unfortunately, Mr. Victor's inspiration did not last long. Several minutes later, he walked downstairs with a tired and anxious face. Going back to teaching definitely helped him a lot. Lucien worked hard. By the end of the class, Lucien remembered most of the spelling rules and stored them in his spirit library. Their study ended around 4:10 in the afternoon. Except for Lot, Felicia, and another noble teen named Herodotus, who stayed to practice with instruments, the rest of the students left the hall in a row. Out of the hall, there were 2 carriages waiting. The brown horses were tall and strong, snorting. The 2 noble students were surely envied by the rest. Most nobles must maintain their decent look no matter if they were actually doing well or not. The carriages left in a cloud of dust. The other 3 students, however, headed towards Purple Lily District as a group, chatting and laughing. And thus Lucien was left behind, reviewing what he learned in his mind like a nerd. You're learning from Mr. Victor? He's the top musician. After dinner, Joel was quite excited. Little Evans, are you really going to carry on my music dream? Every dog has its day, Uncle Joel. Probably I can. Lucien replied playfully. After coming back to his home, lying in his almost broken, shaky bed, Lucien entered into his library and started reading one of the magic notes, trying to understand the words in it. Of course, Lucien was not expecting that he could learn how to read within 1 day's study. He was just trying to read some to reinforce his memory. Chapter 20, The Witch's Note. As expected, Lucien did not find anything specially useful in the following 4 hours before he fell asleep. He read about 10 pages, but most of them felt like independent words instead of meaningful sentences, probably because so many words in the notes about magic were really uncommon. For sure Lucien had his own guesses of the meaning of some of them. But it was magic. He had to be more than careful before actually taking actions. Lucien did not want to die because of a stupid misreading mistake. Fortunately, the previous owner of the notes treated it also like a diary. Some of her thoughts and experiences were written down as well. For this part, the witch used common words and grammar, from which Lucien managed to know the history of those magic notes, or say, books. The witch was born in the last sorcerer family of the destroyed ancient Sylvanas magic empire. Her family hid into their old castle deep into the mountains to avoid the church's slaughtering, ever since Alta was taken over. But after hundreds of years there, the population of the family declined dramatically. In the end there were just 3 left, the witch and her parents. The witch's parents died in an accident when they tried to summon a creature whose name Lucien was not able to read. Then the witch became an orphan and she inherited 2 magic books, astrology and magic elements, and common magic-related materials illustration. Lucien wished the notes were relatively complete so he could understand it, otherwise he would have to learn the dying Sylvanas language which, so to speak, was impossible. Almost all of the jobs Copper Cornet could offer were under the control of the Aaron gang. Lucien lost his job again. He had to dig into his savings recently to support himself. But it was also nice that Lucien could seize the chance staying focused on his study, as well as avoiding the possible revenge from the gang. Joel was still playing on the busy streets in the administrative district, while Elisa was doing laundries for the association. Both of them were relatively far from the market area, where the Aaron gang tyrannized the most. They all agreed that Lucien still ranked first among them regarding being in danger. They warned Lucien not to leave the city, not to go to anywhere deserted, and even told him to be alert during bedtime in case some bastards tried to burn down his shack. So, after washing his face and finishing his hard brown bread softened in boiling water, Lucien felt there was nothing for him to do. But the feeling did not last more than a minute. Soon Lucien went outside and found an open field. He started to practice sword with a wood stick following John's direction. Lucien longed for strength to protect himself, even though he knew his training was too late. John told Lucien that after 16 years old, the chance of a person being blessed was very slim, close to none, unless he received the holy light water from the church. Lucien also kept Jackson's dagger handy, in case of any danger. After practicing, Lucien went back home. It was 9 o'clock in the morning. The sun in the sky just started showing its real power. Taking a short rest, Lucien opened his books again and started reviewing. He was much more diligent and self-disciplined than ever before. 12. Sneva Street Gasu. You have never really learned these before? Victor asked with great surprise. None of them. Lucien's progress was more than impressive. He answered all the questions perfectly and fluently. He even asked some questions he found in spelling, which most students could not notice at all until they started having a solid foundation. With just 1 day's study, Lucien had almost caught up with his classmates, Colin and René. The 2 students from common background had been studying here for more than 3 months. Was Lucien a genius? Or just a liar? The students were guessing. I swear I have not, Mr. Victor. We're already speaking common tongues in our lives, aren't we? I can't read, but I know the connections between the letters and sounds are more important. I used my imagination. Lucien explained. He wanted people to believe he was just smart, instead of regarding him as an incomprehensible monster, which would possibly bring him trouble. For sure Lucien did not tell him about the library. Victor nodded and smiled approvingly. Good, very good. You're gifted in learning language. Lucien was envied by most students in the class. Hearing Victor's commendation, Lot and Felicia, who had been learning from Victor for 5 years, exchanged a look. It sounds pretty useful. Felicia nodded slightly with her hands crossed over her lap. As a noble girl, she always sat straight. Lot was about to shrug his shoulders, but was stopped by the thought that the gesture might not look elegant. Facing Felicia, his longtime competitor, Law tended to be more careful. The poor speak the common tongue as well. They just don't know how to spell and read. It's always better than starting from scratch, isn't it? He also added, even if they learn it, it won't be much useful for learning music. I have my own idea for learning music, not like you. Felicia responded sharply, you're gifted, but gift cannot last long. If I were you, I'd spend more time on practicing instead of fooling around with girls. She then looked at Lucien. Even the poor guy, if he starts learning music he will probably do a better job than you. She smiled with her bright beautiful teeth. All the classmates believed that Lucien wanted to become a musician. They did not know the actual simple reason why Lucien chose Victor as his teacher. In the eyes of the common folk, choosing a teacher represented one's future path. For example, if a person wanted to be an official in the town hall or the court, he or she would definitely choose scholars with law or history background, instead of a musician. But all careers needed to be recognized by nobles. Only then it would indicate real success. If he's better than me, he's better than you, Felicia. Lot sneered. Felicia was about to say more, but noticed Victor was looking in this direction. She raised her hand and tidied her red hair, then lowered her head and went back to her studies. Victor started speeding up Lucien's learning. Soon they finished the rest of the spelling rules and moved to basic grammar, which was exactly what Lucien was expecting. Friday, the last day of Lucien's study this week. After a few days learning, Lucien had mastered most of the grammar. Were it not for lacking vocabulary, Lucien could even start learning magic now. He had made a big progress with the magic notes as well, in which the witch explained why she came to Alta. Along with the increase in my spiritual power, it has become harder for me to immerse myself in meditation. Shall I try the meditating the way only real sorcerers can? It was too dangerous. I almost died. Perhaps I should improve the apprentice meditation based on my experience. I got lost, completely. No wonder all the great seniors didn't make any improvement. I'm too shallow, too arrogant. Even the magic structure of the first level is too complicated. I can't find a way to build the magic mark model. It's driving me crazy. I have the potion already, but without the model I can't move forward to be a real sorceress. I don't know, maybe I should try to make a potion of magic gate. It contains a level 1 magic in it. Perhaps I can make it this way. I need snow gorse. Maybe I should go to Alta. It's the biggest city on the west continent. There are also many hidden sorcerers and sorceress. It's dangerous, but I shall still have a chance. So far, that was all Lucien could read from the notes. He was very curious about her experience in Alta, but decided to finish the remaining few pages later tonight. Today Lucien also wanted to borrow a common tongue dictionary and put it into his library. If everything went well, Lucien could start learning magic on the weekend. His heart was full of hope. Chapter 21, Harpsichord. Victor was glad to see that Lucien did not slow down over the several days learning. Within 50 minutes he absorbed the rest of the grammar rules. He was smart and gifted in learning language, and had a good memory as well. Good mood brought him ideas. Victor started humming. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a break. Help yourself to some tea and snack. I gotta jot this down. He was already trotting upstairs when he finished talking. Picking up the fine white teacup, Lucien took a sip of the weird-tasting tea. Rubbing his eyes, he tried to relax a little bit. Felicia, when can we go hunting in your family's manor again? I miss the deers and rabbits there so much, and also the fresh air. Annie was another noble lady among them. However, except for her beautiful blonde hair and gem-like green eyes, her appearance was just around average. Besides, her family was not that distinguished as well. Her father was just one of the many children of a common baron, who failed to inherit anything from the family. No title, no land, no manor. Annie's family had to struggle to live a seemingly decent life with the income from her father's work as a court clerk and the annuity from their title. In comparison, the Hain family, as one of the biggest families in the Duchy of Orvaret, still enjoyed a high reputation. Although her father did not inherit the title either, he still got a big manor outside of Alta with its own woods, orchards, and even a granite quarry. They also possessed a property inside of the city. Among them, Felicia had the most distinguished family background. On hot summer days, there was nothing better than escaping from the heat, enjoying some hunting and some homemade wine in a manor away from the city. Many young nobles who did not have a manor in their families would of course long for it. Lucien could tell Annie was trying to get close to Felicia. "Is that true, Lady Felicia? Are there rabbits and cute deers in your family's manor?" Renee got in the conversation, asking with curiosity. Since they started studying together, Renee always tried to cotton up to the noble students by talking about music, which worked very well. She was thus encouraged. Through music, she started joining conversations between noble students more. Somehow she learned a bit on some theories about music. Often she asked Felicia or Annie related questions and became more and more acquainted with the nobles. Learning from her, Colin and David started doing the same. Lucien, perhaps because he was too nerdy and reserved, only cared about his own study. And for sure neither the nobles nor the commons would take the initiative to talk to him. "I miss the place as well." Felicia was still sitting straight, answering with her standard smile, "But there are only around 3 months left before Mr. Victor's performance. Lot, Herodotus, and I have to practice a lot. I really have no time to go there." For sure, Felicia was happy for being flattered and being the envy of the other students. Who would not? It would not be true to say that Lucien did not want to have a look at such a fancy manor. But the most urgent thing in his mind was how to borrow the dictionary and finish browsing through it as quickly as possible. Victor came downstairs with a slight smile hanging on his face. Apparently he was pretty satisfied with his work. The chatting stopped. Athie, the steward, came in when Victor was about to continue his teaching. He whispered in Victor's ear, "Your guest is here, my lord." "Oh, I forgot." Shaking his right hand, he looked a bit annoyed. "Let him in, please." Then he turned to his students, apologizing politely. "I'm so sorry, ladies and gentlemen. I forgot I would have a guest here today. Can we resume the class tomorrow afternoon at 2? I'm really sorry." The students were happy to have an early end today. When they were preparing to leave, Lucien walked closer to Mr. Victor, ready to ask him to borrow the Common Tongue dictionary for a few days. Before Lucien began his request, 2 guests came in following the steward. One was a silver-haired pretty man in a red shirt and black coat, and the other was a white-haired elderly man with a wooden suitcase in his hands. Mr. Rhine, Lucien and Felicia recognized the guest at the same time. Felicia's face turned pink, while Lucien felt even more surprised. He thought Rhine was just a bard living in the tavern. Rhine being Mr. Victor's important guest was quite unexpected for Lucien. "Hi, Felicia. And you're here, Lucien." Rhine greeted them gracefully. Felicia smiled shyly, and a second later she was very surprised. How did Mr. Rhine know Lucien? "Lucien, you know Mr. Rhine?" Victor smiled. "Yes, we've met before." Lucien nodded. I didn't expect I'd meet Mr. Ryan again here at your place. Ryan's smile was pretty attractive like an elf. Yes, we met once before and Lucien impressed me. At that time he was telling us that he wanted to learn how to read. And look. Here he is. I always appreciate young people striving for their dreams. Commended by Ryan, even Lucien felt a bit shy. Mr. Ryan is the concert master I'm currently working with, who has very unique and excellent understanding towards music. Without his help, I don't think I could be inspired with my piano concerto. What? Ryan's the master now? That almost made Lucien's jaw drop. He had met Ryan in copper cornet in the slum several days before. From his classmates' conversation, Lucien knew that the structure of a symphony orchestra here was similar to the ones on the earth. The first violinist was the concert master, who would also be responsible for conducting the orchestra when the conductor was absent. How could Ryan, a stranger who had never cooperated with the team before, get such an important position? From Lucien's expression Ryan could tell he was very surprised. He explained easily, the previous master fell in love with a noble lady, who eloped with her to Syracuse several days ago. Mr. Victor had no one else to find but me. He shrugged his shoulders and smiled. Mr. Ryan should be the first violinist of the orchestra, even if the previous master was still here. Felicia cut in with her flushed face. Mr. Ryan just needs more practice with the others. I agree. Victor also thought highly of Ryan. Mr. Ryan's one of the best violinists I've ever met. I was more than lucky to have him here. Lucien looked at Ryan, who was smiling politely with his right hand laying on his heart, showing his gratitude. Within a few days, a bard was exiled from Syracuse with his harp, and he happened to become the first violinist of a symphony orchestra in Alta. It was too strange for Lucien. It could not be a coincidence. This is Mr. Shavel, the most excellent harpsichord maker in Alta. Ryan started introducing the elderly man beside him. Mr. Shavel shall be able to help you with the improvement. Nice to meet you, Mr. Shavel. It's an honor for me to have you here. Victor shook hands with him enthusiastically and led him upstairs, before Lucien had any chance to talk to him. Victor was so excited that he forgot to ask Athie to see his students out. Unsure about the relationship between Lucien and Ryan, Athie did not ask him to leave instantly either. Next, Felicia, Annie, Colin and some other students came upstairs quietly, filled with curiosity. Lucien was not willing to leave without the dictionary, so he also followed upstairs to end up in Mr. Victor's practice room. Mr. Shavel, I was hoping the harpsichord could be more sensitive to the pressure of my fingers, so that the control of its volume can be more accurate. Watching Shavel open his harpsichord, Victor made detailed his request. My music requires a wider range of tones. More resonant and vigorous, but also delicate and clear. There were lots of different components in it: springs, pivots, plectrums, strings. Since it was invented, many makers and musicians tried to improve the harpsichord, including adding extra pivots, stops, replacing soundboard, etc. Slightly frowning his eyebrows, Chevelle was carefully checking the parts. I'm afraid it's impossible, Mr. Victor. Over more than 300 years of upgrades, this kind of instrument has reached its limitation. Even a slight improvement on it would be quite hard. Both Victor and Ryan lost their words, especially Victor. If the harpsichord could not be improved, his music would definitely not be perfect. In that case, the performance in the Somme Hall would be a foreseeable failure for him. Everyone remained silent for a while, until Lucien started asking all of a sudden. Can we turn it into a kind of percussion instrument? changing it from plucking to hitting. Lucien noticed that this world had yet to invent the king of musical instruments, the piano. Musicians were still working on harpsichords and clavichords. He got his own plan: if he could help Mr. Victor with his improvement, probably there would be no more 5 nars every month, and, of course, borrowing a dictionary would be a piece of cake. As early as they started talking about improving the harpsichord, Lucien opened his piano, manufacture and tones and mechanism of modern piano in his spirit library. He got a rough idea from leafing through the first several pages. Then what would be the difference between it and a clavichord? Chauvel threw a stern look at Lucien. Yes, you can control the volume with percussion, but the sound's too delicate and the volume too low. It's only suitable for playing at home, not a hall. It was in Alta, the city of Somme, the city of music. No one suspected the real reason why Lucien understood the difference between a harpsichord and a clavichord. Chapter 22, Appreciation. Victor was quite upset. He knew that without an improved harpsichord, those picky nobles, musicians, and critics would by no means be satisfied with his performance. What was worse, he would also receive a bitter comment from Wolf on music criticism, and then he'd never have a second chance to play in the Somme Hall again during his life. He had seen many excellent musicians fail to perform perfectly in the hall and suffer lots of setbacks afterwards. Every 2 or 3 years there would be a desperate musician among those committing suicide because of his failure. Indeed, most musicians could be quite sensitive and vulnerable. Although he understood Lucien was just trying to help, Victor still felt a bit annoyed by Lucien's groundless guessing. Controlling himself, he answered with his low voice. "Thank you, Lucien. But it's more complicated than just combining the two." Such an arrogant fool from the slum, the noble students were angry about Lucien's interruption. While Lot, Herodotus, and Felicia were glaring at Lucien with distaste, Rhine was standing to the side, with an almost undetectable smile on his face, as if he was looking forward to Lucien's answer. Although Lucien hadn't got a full understanding of the two books, he still had some overall ideas. By observing the inner structure of the harpsichord in front of him, he was ready to share his thoughts. With the help of a certain unit, the finger movement might be enlarged through the process of conduction, so the striking from the hammers inside could be louder. Lucien explained it vaguely on purpose, carefully choosing his words to match those of a common lad living in the slum, to avoid suspicion. Terms like amplitude were definitely not supposed to show up in his vocabulary. Enlarge? Like what? Chauvel's eyes were still stern and his white eyebrows twisted together. He had heard similar ideas before, but after several attempts failed, they all gave up in the end. Under their gaze, Lucien took down a flute from the wall. "Once, I saw a farmer who lifted a big rock with a wooden stick and a small rock, like this." He grabbed a ink bottle and put it under the flute and started doing levering. "I see," instead of refuting, Chauvel started thinking. Soon he noticed the disadvantage. But like this, the striking speed would be slower. "Impressive, Lucien. You are showing us the lever principle." Rhine watched Lucien's model carefully and took a step closer to him. Pretending confusion, Lucien was actually very surprised. How come Rhine knew the lever principle? People here called it the same way? But the rest of them seemed really confused. "You may all have seen it before in your lives. I heard the principle when I was traveling to Holm. Actually, local scholars there already discovered it hundreds of years ago. But here, people worship divine power and the blessing in the blood, so science doesn't pervade very fast." Rhine explained. "Have you noticed that the longer the stick is, the easier you can lift something on the other end, Lucien?" Rhine asked. "Obviously, Lucien thought, but his face put on a confused look as he said, "Really? Then can we put more than one lever together?" Lucien stopped himself here. He could not go any further talking about stuff like multi-lever transmission. Rein's eyes were lightened immediately. Connection. Multi-levers. He walked close to Shavel and talked to him in a low voice. He was drawing on a paper. Rein. He's more than a bard. I'm almost sure. Lucien thought while Rein talking. The bard's hands were waving in the air explaining the principle. Soon Victor joined their heated discussion. Lucien, how did you connect them together? I mean, yes, I saw it before several times but I never thought it could be used on this. Surprisingly, Lot started talking to Lucien. But he was stopped by Felicia. Be quiet. Go downstairs if you want to chat. Lot did not want to miss their discussion now. He nodded and remained silent. The rest of the students were pretty annoyed by the factor that Lucien, the nobody who just recently arrived there, somehow got the spotlight. They were hoping his idea wouldn't work out. Understanding that there were still many more differences between a harpsichord and a modern piano, Lucien once again started reading his 2 books, to see if there was more he could help with. An elegant melody came out from the room, resonant and rich at the beginning, gentle and soft in the end. Awesome! Victor's face was glowing with excitement. Thank you, Rein. Thank you, Mr. Shavel. Although there was still a way to go, the key problem had been solved. It's my pleasure. Rein smiled elegantly. After hugging both of them, Victor came to Lucien with his open arms. Thank you, Lucien. You gave us the direction. Thanks God for bringing you to me. It's nothing, Mr. Victor. Being hugged by a man, Lucien felt a bit awkward. I didn't expect I could actually help. Victor laughed and thanked Lucien again sincerely. Anyway, from now on, if you need any help, just ask. The rest of the students started being envious again. The newcomer earned Mr. Victor's favor so quickly. Lucien was very glad as well. Yes. Yes, Mr. Victor. He asked shyly, I do need help with something. Yes. Victor was waiting for his request, smiling. In his eyes, Lucien was genuinely a good-hearted and promising young lad. Can I borrow your common tongue dictionary? Rubbing his hands, Lucien was pretty unsure. Ah! Rein couldn't stop himself from laughing. Lot, Felicia, and the rest people there were amused as well. Sure, no problem. My good boy. Mr. Victor nodded instantly. Anything else? Lucien was even more nervous now. He felt he was asking for too much. Noticing Lucien's hesitation, Victor tried to encourage him. It's okay. Don't be shy. Just ask. Mr. Victor, can I study here for free? Ha 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 ha. Rein could not hold back anymore. Chapter 23, More about the notes. Victor also started laughing. He was almost laughing to tears. Even a serious elderly man like Shavel was smiling and shaking his head, not to mention Lot, Felicia, and Herodotus. The rest of the students who hadn't had a chance to be Mr. Victor's music students laughed as well, albeit bitterly to some extent. Lucien felt a bit awkward. Mr. Victor? He asked carefully. Victor stopped himself after several coughs, looking at Lucien seriously. I mean, Lucien, would you like to study music under me? I know it's hard to start from scratch at your age, but a smart and hard-working young lad like you could still be a qualified musician in the future. Also, completely for free. Victor added humorously. Victor had 3 types of students, the ones learning how to read, which paid 5 nars every month, the ones selected among the previous type, who would learn music from him for the price of 10 nars a month, and only a really gifted and outstanding student could perform with him and benefit from his fame and network. Victor, for now, had just one student like that, who was already a well-known musician. So, what Victor offered meant that Lucien could save 10 nars every month. On the other hand, that much was still not a lot for the musician, even now when he was kind of struggling because of his current income. Victor would only earn about 7 gold thalers a year for teaching these students, which of course did not mean much to him. When Victor was performing for the nobles, his income was around 100 gold thalers annually. Actually, merely 7 thalers a year was already pretty good for most of the commoners. Annie's father, a court clerk, earned no more than 15 thalers a year. Although the other students envied Lucien, he was a bit hesitant about the offer. He never thought he would learn music. Different thoughts were flashing through his mind, the witch's note, John's family, and his own plan. I'm afraid I'll have to live in Alta for a longer time, until I find a better place to learn magic. After all, Alta's the biggest and busiest city in the West. Being a respectable musician can be a pretty good cover for me. Soon Lucien made up his mind, and his face lit up with a smile. Of course. That would be great honor. Thank you, Mr. Victor. Really? Victor was nodding with satisfaction. You're both smart and diligent, and also have a simple heart. I'm sure you'll achieve something if you keep working like this. I'm not that simple, Lucien thought to himself. At the same time, he felt slightly uncomfortable with the way the other students were looking at him. Having his dictionary and the returned 5 nars with him, Lucien left the house and was ready to go back home. Good job, Lucien. The girl with brown hair and green eyes caught up with Lucien from behind. I'm Renee Wise. I just want to say that your talent really impressed me. Being eager to read the rest of the witch's note, Lucien was not in a chatting mood now. Hi, Renee. I'm running late for an appointment. I'm sorry, but can we talk next time? Oh, all right. Her expression froze for a second, but soon the smile came back. At this time Annie and another noble student, Maxie, passed by them, and Annie's mouth twisted in a contemptuous sneer. Keeping her elegant paces, Annie directly walked away without having a glimpse of Renee. From a distance, Colin and David sneered at Renee as well. But they also wished they could be as lucky as Lucien. The early summer sunshine still shone over Aderin at around 5 in the afternoon, when Lucien arrived at his house. He couldn't wait to read the rest of the notes. The good news could wait until tomorrow to be shared with Elisa and her family. Devouring the brown bread, Lucien locked the wooden door from the inside. After taking out his quill and paper, he was ready to start his exploration again. Then he entered into his spirit library to copy the dictionary. Finishing the work, Lucien opened the witch's book again. By 10 o'clock that night, Lucien had finished all of his reading. With a long sigh, he stretched slowly. It looked like the witch was not very good at reading ancient Sylvanas texts as well, because she took the notes in great detail. Some of the parts came directly from her ancestors. Lucien was pretty confident that he could just follow her notes to learn magic. The only problem was that the notes explained no further than how to become a primary level sorcerer. After that point, Lucien would have to find other ways to advance. Or maybe he could learn some ancient Sylvanas characters from the note and learn the contents from the book Astrology and Magic Elements. Anyway, now Lucien was ready to start learning magic. According to the notes, people in ancient magic empires believed that magic worked as the result of 4 basic elements: earth, fire, wind, water, releasing power under the guidance of their spirit. Later, light, darkness and necromancy magic joined in. And sorcerers were also able to summon demons from hell, pits or other dimensions. At the same time, all the magic could be divided into 8 schools: element, astrology, necromancy, illusion, summoning, force, transformation and alchemy. The book Astrology and Magic Elements was mainly focused on element and astrology magic. Before becoming a real sorcerer, an apprentice could only learn some simple tricks instead of real first circle magic. In Lucien's viewpoint, the structure of those apprentice spells was very simple. They were just some geometric patterns combined together, which could be triggered by the spells and corresponding magic reagents. There were also 3 levels of the sorcerer apprentices, in training, intermediate and advanced, graded according to the different levels of spiritual power, which determined how many spells they were able to cast in a row, 5, 10, and 20, respectively. Through meditation, an apprentice could improve his or her spiritual power. With the help of certain magic potions, he or she could start mentally building a first circle magic structure. Those who succeeded would become real sorcerers. Having sufficient spiritual power was the key factor during the process, because the casting of magic from the first circle did not require any spelling, magic reagents, or gestures. Today I met another sorcerer here in Alta. I'm really excited. But he looked a bit weird, very different from the ones hiding. Lucien got really encouraged when he found out that there were still other sorcerers in the city. I found some strange red-eyed rats in the sewers. I detected magic on them, but I cannot trace them, yet. My experiment shows that they're very fast breeding, and their blood is toxic, which can lead to hallucinatory experience and paralysis. It is a perfect match for my Lapland blood vine. I think my magic trap is ready now. But who do those rats belong to? Lucien was shocked to know that the rats didn't belong to the witch. That was to say, there were probably still other dangerous things down there. And the notes kept going. I met the sorcerer again. His thoughts about magic were so unique, his knowledge broad and profound. He was very attractive. But he said that the ancient magic was outdated, except for those really powerful ones, which could still be valuable. Also, he mentioned those ancient people were ignorant and uncivilized. I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me. He showed me a magic book called ARCANA. It was thin. Actually, he called it a journal. He said that arcana is the nature, the theory of magic. But I never thought magic could actually be explained. I was shocked. The book, or journal, was first released more than 300 years ago. It started from a script of a great arcanist in a sorcerer conference. 300 years ago. I've never heard of any of this before. After reading it, I was shocked. I don't even know how I came back home. The witch took down some of the script from the journal. Her writing was messy in this part. Lucien could tell her hands were shaking with great excitement. Here was the script in the note. Ladies and gentlemen. Many years ago, in order to fight against the magic creatures, our respectable ancestors learned how to exert our spiritual power directly from dragons, elves, giants, and even from demons. They studied them, their bodies, their blood, their inner magic patterns, and thus our ancestors were able to evolve their own human bodies. They left us the meditation to strengthen our spirit, they left us magic structures to empower their offsprings, and they left us a peaceful continent by pushing those evil creatures back into the pits with their great power. Dragons are hiding. Giants migrated. Elves are gone deep inside their forests. Now we are the owners of the land. The great victory, ladies and gentlemen. The great victory had been reminding us for hundreds of years to keep seeking greater power, from the pits to hell, from hell to other dimensions, until the Saint Truth Church gained its power. Within a few hundred years, our empires were conquered, our sorcerers slaughtered and exiled. Our past glory died in the ashes of our castles. It's about time we take a step back and ask ourselves, what on earth are we pursuing? What can we do to prevent our magic from dying? Have you ever thought about the following questions? What's the nature of magic? Why are we endowed with spiritual power? How does that power exist? Are earth, fire, wind, and water really the most basic elements in the world? If they are, how do they stick together to form everything we know? And if not, which are the real magic elements? What's the nature of the soul? Is it different from consciousness? Do we need any certain tools to help us with the magic structures? Does God exist? If God exists, who is our God? Why can vampires remain undead forever? Why is there a sun and a moon in the world? Why do they rise and set every day? What keeps them moving in such a manner? If we can explore more about the world itself instead of chasing power around blindly, we can find the truth about magic, know who we are and understand where we should go. The name of the great arcanist was Douglas. Chapter 24, Sorcerer Apprentice. The notes thrilled Lucien as well. When he first came here he also had many questions about the world. However, he soon forgot all his questions while struggling to survive. These overwhelming questions pointed directly to the origin of the world. Lucien believed that if he could figure them out, he might be able to learn how he came here and how to go back. Even if the arcanist named Douglas had not completely understood any of the problems, as long as he was still working on them he should be an extraordinary arcanist nowadays, comparable to the sorcerers and sorceress of legend. Lucien was organizing his thoughts. There's a journal called ARCANA. The witch did meet other sorcerer in this city. Everything seems to indicate there are still safe places for people to learn magic. But why would it be a journal? It sounds pretty academic. Why call him an arcanist instead of a sorcerer? Does an arcanist rank higher than a sorcerer? Lucien got more and more excited with his thoughts. He wished he could meet the sorcerer as soon as possible and move somewhere where he could learn magic safely. He would come back to Alta and do something for little Ivan's family when he became stronger. Among all questions, the two Lucien felt most interested in were: are earth, fire, wind, and water really the most basic elements in the world? If they are, how do they stick together to form everything we know? And if not, which are the real magic elements? Why is there a sun and a moon in the world? Why do they rise and set every day? What keeps them moving in such a manner? According to what Lucien had learned before, earth, fire, wind and water were not basic elements. As for the second question, it drew his attention because they seemed to want to combine the rules of the physical universe with magic, in case Lucien's knowledge might really come in handy to learn magic faster. However, Lucien didn't know how helpful his knowledge would be in this world. It was a world full of incredible creatures, magic, divine power and souls. Nevertheless, Lucien hadn't met anything that varied from the basic laws of physics. And he did find the same materials, like silver, copper, and iron. I might have been wrong before, regarding why some books in my library were locked. Lucien guessed, agitated with the prospect. Gradually he calmed down. He was now more mature and understood that no matter how great ambition one had, sitting there and daydreaming would not change anything. After all, every person still had to be practical. He turned to the last page of the note. Sometimes, during the break of my meditation and experiments, I think about him. He's wise, elegant, and attractive. He said he came here to Alta for an important secret mission. If everything goes well, in some months he might take me to the heaven of our sorcerers and sorceress, the Continental Congress of Magic. We have an appointment in the cemetery. I wonder what he'll tell me. The witch's notes ended here. She and her sorcerer friend must have been ambushed by the night watchman. I wonder if the sorcerer managed to escape, Lucien thought with some disappointment. The Continental Congress of Magic was his only clue for now. But he had no idea how to find other hiding sorcerers and sorceresses. Taking a deep breath, Lucien decided to start his first meditation. He eliminated all the distractions in his mind and got ready for it. Following the note, Lucien kept his breaths long and gentle. Along with the breathing he let his spirit freely spread like water and then drew it back in, similar to waves, again and again until he entered into a blank world. A world where nothing existed. Talented as the witch was, it took her more than 2 years to reach this level. Plus another year to augment her spirit until it was strong enough to sense the surrounding magic elements as a junior apprentice. However, after becoming a junior apprentice, it would still take quite a while before one could move forward and become a real sorcerer or sorceress. An apprentice needed to keep forging his or her spirit by doing meditation, to only then be able to analyze and build different magic structures. Having started meditating when she was 10, the witch became an apprentice at the age of 13. A year later she became an intermediate apprentice and was really satisfied with her progress. But then, since she was not good at analyzing the patterns of magic and building their structures, she could not progress any further. So she tried to use a precious magic potion called Magic Gate to break through the bottleneck. Lucien felt both disappointed and excited. From the witch's note Lucien understood that learning magic did take time, so unfortunately there was no way for him to take revenge on the gangsters within a short period. Actually, as Victor's music student, Lucien was now in no hurry to protect himself with magic, since a mistake could affect his teacher's social status. At the same time, it was exciting because Lucien was unexpectedly great at the meditation. After the bitter fight underground, Lucien's spiritual power was improved by a great extent. It only took him less than 30 seconds to successfully enter into the meditation world. Observant as he was now, Lucien was guessing he could probably shorten the time for becoming a junior apprentice remarkably, doing so probably in months or even weeks. Actually, it was even faster than he thought. The meditation world was very different. Lucien could feel all sorts of power here, some of them were steady, some restless, others were dynamic, and there were even gentle ones, among others. They are earth, fire, wind, and water, the 4 elements. My spiritual power has reached the level of a junior apprentice. Lucien was so surprised that he almost failed to maintain his meditation. The badge really helped me a lot. He became truly happy. Soon he would start learning his first magic. I wonder, why do the 4 basic elements feel more like forces? When Lucien was about to follow the basic element meditation mentioned in astrology and magic elements, a question came to him. Then he noticed the similarity with the question raised by Douglas. Maybe, they are actually the 4 fundamental forces: gravity, weak nuclear force, electromagnetism, and strong nuclear force in the universe? But then gravity would definitely be related to the earth element, while the other 3 are in fact different manifestations from the other forces, according to what I learned in my world. As soon as the idea came up, Lucien noticed that the world around him changed. A starry sky showed up and the stars were shining brightly against the dark background. Every star had an invisible string of force hanging down to the earth. Attracting those countless strings, the earth, gentle and profound, was like a silent giant grabbing mysterious ropes in its hand. On the other hand, the remaining three elements fire, wind, and water showed no such change, since Lucien could not figure out the corresponding connections between them and the other three forces yet. However, the previous clear boundaries between them were seemingly blurred now. The world changes with my cognition. Lucien was guessing that the sky appeared because he happened to understand the connection between gravity and the earth element. He suddenly recalled an excerpt from the witch's notes, stars. It was a way of meditation belonging to another school for advanced apprentices. As the note mentioned before, there were 8 schools in the world of magic, and each of them had its own way of meditation. The witch just had a brief description in the note about the astrology school because it was the element school she majored in. However, as the fundamental way of meditation for the astrology school, the first time an apprentice entered into his or her meditation world, it would allow them to see one's own night sky, from which he or she could choose a host star of destiny by themselves. The star could be connected with the person, which would provide great help in the person's future learning. More importantly, without a host star, magic belonging to astrology, like horoscope, could not be obtained. That school believed that every soul matched a star in the boundless sky. One's destiny kept changing along with his or her host star. The sorcerer would not be able to see the strings of destiny without a connection, and thus could not cast a horoscope. Therefore, even the basic meditation of astrology school required an advanced apprentice's spirit level. Before achieving that requirement, an apprentice was supposed to refer to other ways of meditation to improve their power until they became qualified. In this world, gravity has something to do with destiny? Interesting, Lucien thought to himself. It seems like many things happening here do not comply with my previous knowledge. Or maybe I just cannot understand it fully. Chapter 25, First Magic. Staring at the night sky, Lucien sought his own host star using the astrology meditation. Searching in the vast and spectacular sky, soon Lucien located a star in a distance which somehow he felt familiar with. The star was not very bright, seeming like a newborn one. Extending his spirit, Lucien approached the star. Under the guidance of meditation, little by little, Lucien started connecting his spirit with the star. Suddenly, like a string being plucked, Lucien's soul shook and started vibrating fiercely. Knowing it was the hardest but also the most important part in the process, Lucien quickly reached out his spirit again to grab the almost broken string between the star and himself. Gradually, the thin string started shining bright as the stars, and gradually grew stronger. The vibrating slowly disappeared. With a last sudden vibration in the end, an image of the star showed up in his soul. Drawing the power from the star greedily, Lucien continued tempering his soul and spirit until his soul felt swollen. Then he switched to element meditation to improve the interaction and strengthen the bond between his spirit and the elements. The stronger the bond was, the faster one could cast the element-specific spells and shorten the cooldown, CD, in general. Lucien finally opened his eyes when he started feeling extremely tired deep in his soul. They were full of excitement and ecstasy. Even when I'm not practicing meditation, I can still feel my host star in my soul. And if I focus more, I can even feel that there's a star shining afar in the sky that is connected with me. I can feel the power of the star. But soon he felt confused. Wait. I came here by mistake. I don't belong to this world, so why would I find my host star of destiny here? Theoretically speaking, if someone dies, that person's star would gradually dim until it finally disappeared. But the star I felt just now, it belongs to me, the real me, Xia Feng. Lucien could not figure it out at the moment. Also, from the notes, Lucien learned that a sorcerer or sorceress needed to use specific magic to measure other people's spiritual power. Only those who just broke through to a new level could be detected in a direct way, without using any magic, due to the instability of their power. Of course, magic that could hide one's power existed. After taking a very short break, Lucien opened the notes with great excitement. He couldn't wait any longer to see what magic spells were waiting for him. Since he now had the host star of destiny, Lucien could master all 3 apprentice spells in the school of astrology, which were relatively powerful among those of similar level from other schools. But for now, Lucien's power was only enough to cast the spells 2 to 3 times before his spirit was exhausted. Different levels of apprentice were accessed depending on how many spells an apprentice could cast before exhausting his spirit. An apprentice in training could cast up to 5 spells, while an intermediate doubled that number, and an advanced doubled it again to cast no less than 20 spells before running out of power. That was to say that, for now, Lucien could only use up to 5 spells of apprentice level consecutively. As for the astrology magic, probably only 3. When feeling exhausted, one needed to rest or take magic potions to help his or her power to fill up again. The 3 spells of apprentice level were Horoscope, Basic Level, Eyes of Stars, and Disarming Loop. Among them, Horoscope was the best known one. Even the basic level required lots of knowledge to understand the movement of stars and tell the precise moment to tell the fortune. It took the witch several years to barely understand some of them, but her predictions were often inaccurate. While for Lucien, the most challenging part was to find a crystal ball made of pure and precious morning light crystal. He had no idea where to find one. The witch's crystal ball came from her family, but it was taken away by the church. As for the astrology-related basic knowledge, which the witch found very complex, Lucien realized it was basically just celestial mechanics of high school level, but it was described in a messy way. However, Lucien could not explain with his current knowledge why a star would have something to do with a person's fate. Picturing himself in the future sitting in front of a crystal ball and casting spells, Lucien felt thrilled. If he wore a black sorcerer's robe, Lucien had the impression he would look more like an evil wizard. Eyes of Stars, an hypnotism magic. The caster needed to have the person staring at his eyes. Disarming Loop, Lucien's understanding was that the magic could use the gravity from the stars and build an about 20 cm thick loop, in which the gravity could be controlled. It was a magic mainly used for defense. Lucien decided to start by protecting himself. He would learn Disarming Loop. Besides, the other spells all required other materials. For example, Eyes of Stars needed night star, a type of herb, as its reagent. And almost all the element-specific spells had similar requirements. Although Lucien could also learn magic from other schools, his meditation technique would make it easier for him to start with astrology and element. Keeping himself focused, Lucien cast the strange spell in a low voice, trying to search for the power in the hanging string connecting the star with his own host star. He felt his spirit started vibrating with the casting. It was possible to feel the gravity from the star. Hurriedly, Lucien tried to shape his spirit according to the simple magic pattern in the notes. However, before the pattern was created, the combination of his spirit and the gravity ceased. Lucien had failed. After 5 failures, finally his efforts were successful. An almost invisible loop of soft light fell down on the table, surrounding a previously lit candle. Controlled by Lucien, the candle flame was suddenly constrained, and in the next second soared up in the air. After 2 minutes of practice, Lucien stopped. Crossing his fingers, Lucien bit his lip thoughtfully. I'm not able to create a big difference in gravity. The loop might be barely enough for people to lose control of their weapons to some extent, but not strong enough to disarm them completely. After all, it's just an apprentice spell. And it takes me too long to cast it. If I practice more, I should be able to create the loop within 3 seconds. Anyway, it is my first magic. Lucien was glad that he could master disarming loop in such a short time, while it took the witch more than a month. The witch explained in the note that the difficulty came from the fact that she couldn't understand why would the stars lead to the chaos of the earth element, so she had no choice but to practice over and over again without knowing the reason. But I know the reason behind gravity. It seems the saying also works here in this world, knowledge is power. Recalling the whole process, Lucien tried to reduce the casting time. I felt the spell just created a certain frequency and then made my spirit start vibrating with it. What if I just remember and follow the specific frequency and skip the spell? The answer was yes, but it definitely required a spiritual power control of a higher level. After a long time of practice, Lucien was exhausted and he had to call it a day, but by then he had reduced the activating time, no casting since there was no spell needed now, to a bit more than 3 seconds. I need more practice tomorrow. I'll try to find some common materials for magic potions. Lucien's brain was not working properly due to his sleepiness. Even if a sorcerer or sorceress didn't aim at being an alchemist, the process of learning from creating magic potions was still very significant. Chapter 26, The Beginning of a New Life. There were over 10 different magic potions in the notes. Every one of them was amazing. For example, Brown Owl was helpful for restoring energy. The most precious among them were 3. Magic Gate provided a great boost for those apprentices who found themselves stuck because of certain magic structures. Silver Moon was a potion that could help the apprentice during the process of breakthrough, and Crying Soul could reveal the power hidden in a developed body, or so to speak, an adult. For now, Crying Soul was the one Lucien was longing for the most. The materials required for Magic Gate and Silver Moon were precious and hard to find. They also demanded a higher level of spiritual power, close to the one a real sorcerer had. Only Crying Soul could be used on any healthy person, becoming a very famous potion back in the days when the ancient sorcerers were trying to have more low-level squires to face moments of crisis. But there was also a side effect: the potion would overdraw one's strength, causing problems in the future development. If a person became a knight by using Crying Soul, he wouldn't be as strong as the normally trained ones in the future, and his final development would be overall inferior. But for Lucien, he never really expected being a knight. It was just a good way for him to become stronger quickly. The problem was that even the materials for Crying Soul were still not that very easy to collect. They were either expensive or very strange. And Lucien was not yet an adult, so the potion might be dangerous for him. The stronger the person was, the greater chance of success for the procedure. Crying Soul belonged to the necromancy school. Its simplified magic formula was corpse mushroom plus aquatic zombie brain tissue plus revenant dust plus moonlight rose dust equals Crying Soul potion. Corpse mushrooms grew on dead bodies. Before they were ripe, they were white like milk, but then turned black within a day. They could last for 1 month when they were ripe. Smelling them could lead the person to suffer from light delusion. If someone ate the mushroom, they would be infected with diseases from the corpse. The darker the color was, the better the quality the potion would have. It was the same for the other materials. Stronger aquatic zombies and revenant with stronger hatred would improve the potion's effect as well. Moonlight Rose was precious and expensive, costing about a goldthul per gram, 100 silver nars. It shone like the silver moon at night. Also, high-level knight squires would use the rose to help them awaken the blessing in their blood. 1 dose would need at least 10 grams, if everything went well. The witch once tried to make a Crying Soul potion to become stronger, in order to help on the search for Snow Gorse later. After all, the potion could help a person fight in the same conditions with a level 1 knight. And there were just about 400 knights in the whole duchy. She could not afford the rose. But the witch mentioned in her notes that there were aquatic zombies along the Bulem River at night. She also recorded that the revenant dust could be obtained by summoning a low-level revenant using the blood of evil creatures, which was also an apprentice-level necromancy spell. Lucien had no better options available. The only thing he could do now was keep practicing and strengthening his spiritual power, while at the same time trying to find these materials secretly. Approaching the month of fire, the sun rose much earlier than before. The orange-colored clouds were slowly changing as they crossed the sky like blooming flowers. Lucien succeeded in activating Disarming Loop again. He already knew that the spelling was not necessary if he first made his spirit resonate in the same frequency of the spell. However, that method was more energy-consuming. He was disappointed to see that without the spelling, activating the magic even once could drain his spiritual power completely. After doing meditation, Lucien felt invigorated. He tidied his messy place a little bit, leaving no proof of the magic practice, and headed to Auntie Elisa's house. "Morning, Lucien. Come and join us for breakfast." Ivan opened the door. Recently he was helping his mom in the textile association and thus looked more mature now. "Sure. I planned my arrival time just to be able to have breakfast." Lucien smiled. "You're playing the funny now, little Evans." Joel was having the veggie soup with dark bread. He was happy to see Lucien's growth. "You seem more confident now." Every Sunday morning, those faithful ones among the citizens would go to the St. Truth Church. Lucien did not want to go with them because was too afraid of being found out, so he always sought different excuses not to join them. "Have some hot soup, little Evans." Auntie Elisa scooped a bowl of hot soup and handed it over to Lucien. Lucien was starving from his previous meditation and casting. Sipping the hot soup with dark bread, Lucien felt much better. The dark bread here was still not tasty. Lucien could taste some wheat bran mixed in the bread, and it was much better than what he had at home. His bread tasted like pure wood. "Uncle Joel, I got something else to do tomorrow." "Sorry, but I can't go with you to the church." Despite the risk, Lucien also had no time to waste with that. "Don't you have to work in the market tomorrow?" Auntie Elisa asked. Lucien pulled out the old purse and gave it back to Joel. He smiled and answered, "I'm Mr. Victor's admitted student now. I'm going to study music under Mr. Victor." "And?" Lucien paused a bit, "He will teach me for free." "What?" Joel almost choked on the bread. His face turned red from coughing. "He allowed you to learn music there? You just wanted to learn how to read, like a week ago." Clearly Elisa had a different focus. "For free? Really for free?" Ivan gasped in great admiration. "Lucien, what did you do?" Lucien told them the full story. "I'm pretty lucky to have this opportunity. I'm gonna visit Mr. Victor tomorrow morning and borrow some related books." In fact, Lucien was going to study at Victor's place this afternoon to make up for lesson they had missed. But it was also a very good excuse for him to be absent from the church again. And he was going to visit Mr. Victor tomorrow morning again to collect more books in his spirit library. Being a musician was a perfect cover for Lucien. He had to take it seriously. "Oh, Mr. Victor! What a generous, nice, and talented gentleman." Elisa was touched, again. "Thanks God. God bless you, little Evans. After so many difficulties, your beautiful new life has finally come." Joel stared at Lucien for a while with complicated emotions. Finally he started patting on Lucien's shoulder with great joy. His voice was trembling. "You're lucky, yes. But you're also smart, diligent, and gifted. Mr. Victor is an awesome teacher and I'm sure you can accomplish big achievements in the future. Do your best, little Evans. If you manage to have a chance to play in the Som Hall, let me be there to watch you, then I will have no regrets in music in my life." On the opposite side of the table, Ivan was nodding as well. "Then I can tell my friends that I have two elder brothers, one is a knight and the other is a great musician." "Cool. Of course, Uncle Joel, I'll work hard." Lucien nodded seriously but sighed in his heart. He felt sorry that he wouldn't be able to put lots of energy and time in music. Last night Lucien had been drawn into the amazing magic world. For him, being a musician was just a camouflage and a way of making money for learning magic. Joel loved music deep within his heart, but Lucien did not. He did not know much about music here, but from his experience many songs he heard before were very beautiful, and some of them shared the same features with the classical masterpieces on earth. Putting the purse back, Joel reminded Lucien. "When you decide what instrument you'd like to start with, don't be shy and come here to ask for help." "Sure. Thank you so much, Uncle Joel, Auntie Elisa. I'm planning to find a new job as well, but not in the market. I'm Mr. Victor's student now, so I hope it'll be a bit easier." Finished the breakfast, it was time for Lucien to leave. After reading the magic notes, Lucien knew that learning magic was very expensive. He had to hurry up and make money. Chapter 27, New Work. Lucien didn't go directly to the market after leaving. Instead, he went back home for his wood stick and started practicing basic fighting skills as usual. Since Lucien's spirit was not strong enough, being physically strong was also very important. Besides, the stronger the person was, the more likely they would successfully get improved by the Crying Soul potion. An hour later, in the market. It had been 5 days since Lucien came here last time. The market area was busy as usual. Human and other kinds of humanoid creatures were walking around and bargaining. The assorted shops and stores were like colorful mushrooms in the woods. Lucien was very careful when he was walking on the streets. The gangsters would probably take revenge on him. But Lucien was pretty sure that with his good perception he would notice if anyone tried to attack him. However, until he finished buying the materials and was ready to leave, not even a single gangster came to bother him. In fact, the gangsters on the street were in much smaller numbers than usual. They were often in groups of 2 or 3, but today most of them were hanging around alone. Lucien was pretty confused. No matter what happened, Lucien still had to be careful and try to master all the apprentice spells as soon as possible. Although these spells were not very powerful, Lucien believed that they were already enough for dealing with a bunch of gangsters holding daggers. It took Lucien more than 3 hours just to buy 3 of these materials. Worrying that his shopping might bring any suspiciousness, he was very cautious and decided not to buy anything that was not used for common tasks. He bought some sulfur, which was very useful for disinfestation in the month of fire, nightstar, a type of plant that could promote sleep quality, and isostone, that could be used for keeping stuff fresh. For the materials that could be found outside of the city, Lucien definitely wouldn't buy them. The shopping cost Lucien a NAR and 20 fels, which represented half of his savings, but what he bought was only enough for about 100 experiments. Among them, the most expensive one was Nightstar, followed by Isostone, but sulfur was the cheapest, as expected. Lucien sighed, "I'd better be careful with these experiments. I really can't afford to waste any material." Spells like acid splash and freezing rays would definitely mess Lucien's place. And he was afraid that someone would notice it during daytime. So he decided to find a new place for practicing, the sewers. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Lucien started his study on time at Victor's house. An hour later, the class was over. After René, Colin, and Annie left, Victor asked in a gentle voice. Lucien, do you have a job now? There were only 4 students left in the living room, Lot, Felicia, Herodotus, and Lucien. Shaking his head, Lucien answered with slight depression. No, sir. I lost my job for some reason. I'm still looking for a new one. It was kind of embarrassing for Lucien to admit, but he was also a bit excited. Did Mr. Victor have a job offer? Studying here from 2 to 6 in the afternoon every day can be quite demanding for you. I know you gotta support yourself. Even if you can study here for free, I guess you're still facing a pretty big challenge with your living expenses. Victor tried to be careful with his words to avoid undermining Lucien's self-esteem. He asked Colin and René before, so he knew that a poor guy like Lucien had to work at least 10 hours a day to barely support himself. I know a relatively easy job. You work 4 hours every morning and you get 10 nars every month. What do you think? Lucien felt so touched facing this kind offer. Although he had been through many difficulties and bad things before, Lucien felt he was so lucky to have many kind people helping him like Uncle Joel, Auntie Elisa, and Mr. Victor. Yes. Sure. That's awesome. It's very kind of you. You don't even know what kind of work it is. Victor smiled. It's a job in the association library. They are short of hands now. Another good thing is that when you work there, you can have access to many music or theory-related books. I think it'll be pretty helpful. Not being sure of Lucien's music talent, Victor wanted him to be a basic-level musician first to support himself. Then Lucien could advance forward to the next step if he was really born for this. That was another surprise for Lucien. He never thought he could have a chance working in a library. He was so excited and happy that the only thing he could do was say thank you to Victor many times. Victor was the only reason why Lucien could get this job. People in the association knew that this job was mainly for Mr. Victor's student. Lucien was working like a dog all day long for just 3 nars a month. Now Lucien could work for a salary similar to what a common citizen could earn every month. That was another reason why so many people wanted to be Mr. Victor's music students. Great! Victor clapped his hands with joy. This afternoon, I'm gonna take Lot, Felicia, and Herodotus to the association for rehearsal. You can come with us together and sign the contract, then you can start working tomorrow. When Victor went back upstairs to find some of his music work, Lot came and smiled to Lucien. Hi, Lucien. I'm Lot Griffith. We haven't really talked to each other before. I'm here to say that Mr. Victor is a very, very nice teacher and a very kind man as well. I hope you won't let him down as his music student. Lot was pretty unhappy with this newcomer suddenly becoming one of Mr. Victor's music students. In his eyes, there was definitely no position in the world of musician for a poor, uneducated, and ignorant boy like Lucien. As a noble from the Griffith family, he felt ashamed of studying with the poor. But from Mr. Victor's words, Lot found out that Victor was expecting Lucien to be a common musician first, not really a music master. Therefore his anger and dissatisfaction turned into noble's arrogance and pride, looking down upon the poor and miserable guy standing in front of him. Mr. Victor must be happy, so I'm willing to accept him. Lot thought to himself. He always tried to give a good impression to Victor, in order to become his most outstanding student. Lucien was not very interested in Lot's intention, because he knew that he had a different path to go, magic. He just replied politely, I won't. Thank you, Lot. I'm Lucien Evans. I'm Felicia Hain. Politely but also coldly, the red-haired girl nodded to Lucien. She didn't believe Lucien would achieve something in music. Besides, she couldn't allow herself to get too close to a poor guy. It was bad for her reputation. And Herodotus, who always disliked Lucien, also did just a simple self-introduction like Felicia. The Hall of the Musicians Association. Stepping on the thick and soft carpet, Lucien was following Mr. Victor to the reception counter, while the other students were practicing upstairs. Good afternoon, Mr. Victor. The cute girl, Elena, slightly bowed and greeted him. Good afternoon, Elena. Victor was always kind to everyone. This is Lucien, my new music student. From tomorrow on he will be working in the library. Can you kindly help him sign the contract and hand it to Mr. Hank later? She nodded and took out the already prepared contract and a quill. When she was passing Lucien the contract, her green eyes were opened with surprise. Lucien. It's you. No wonder, I just thought it was a familiar name. She couldn't believe her own eyes. About more than a week ago, Lucien, the guy from the slum, was rummaging through trash from the association. Today he was standing here as Mr. Victor's music student. What a crazy world! Hi, Elena. Nice to see you again. Lucien took the contract and started reading it. Still not very good at reading, it took him quite a while to understand the few lines on the paper, during which Elena finally calmed down and was staring at Lucien with great curiosity. You can do fingerprint or sign here, either way is fine. She smiled. You changed so much since last time I saw you. You know Lucien? Victor asked. You were there at that time as well, Mr. Victor, Elena started explaining to him. Lucien finished reading and wrote down his name slowly. I see, no wonder I feel I've seen you before somewhere. You're always diligent, Lucien. You'll be successful if you keep working hard in music. Succeed in music? Victor, are you prepared for the concert? A sharp voice came from behind them. It was Wolf, the brown-haired musician with a protruding jaw. Lucien still remembered him. Chapter 28, In the Sewers. With his latest progress, Victor was more confident when facing Wolf's bitter challenge now. After a fierce competition, Victor and Wolf were the last two competitors remaining. In Victor's opinion, Wolf lost the chance in the end because he spent too much time on criticizing other musicians' work instead of investing more energy in studying music itself. I do think so, Wolf. Actually, I'm pretty happy with my new work. Do you want to give me some suggestion on it? Victor had registered his new piano concerto at the association. There was no chance for Wolf to try to plagiarize it. Wolf thought Victor was still very frustrated with his work. Now Victor's confidence was something beyond his expectation. Wolf's face turned ashen and he murmured. Not really, Victor. I'd rather keep my curiosity. We'll see it in 3 months. Shrugging his shoulders, Victor smiled. All right. I was quite looking forward to your opinion. Wolf just wanted to get rid of this topic, and he saw Lucien was standing aside in his cheap and old linen clothes. Raising his chin, he asked in contempt, when did you become friends with people from the slum? That behavior came from a long time ago when Wolf's family still ranked among nobles. From his great-grandfather on, Wolf's family lost the title, but it did not prevent him from regarding himself as a noble. He looked down upon the musicians like Victor who came from common families, not to mention poor people like Lucien. His arrogance was mixed with the hatred towards Victor, so in his eyes Lucien was comparable to a disgusting mouse jumping onto his dinner table. Lucien was a bit angry, but he was already used to this kind of contempt. As long as there was social status and wealth in a world, people would be divided into different levels, the superior and the inferior, the decent and the filthy. The only way for a person to change the situation was striving for power and wealth. But once someone succeeded, they would often join the group and become one among the ones who looked down upon the common folk. Mind your words, Wolf. Frowning his eyebrows, Victor warned him seriously, Lucien's my new music student. He's a very talented young lad. Honestly speaking, Victor boasted about Lucien's ability. He was not sure about Lucien's music gift yet. Are you serious, Victor? Really? Wolf started laughing so hard that he almost lost his footing. You got that nervous with your performance and lost your mind. Lacking a bit of confidence, Victor tried to fight back. Alta is the city of Som, the city of music. Everyone here can have a chance at learning music. Many outstanding bards are of poor background. The talent of music is a gift from God, and God doesn't only bless the wealthy and the noble. Wolf shook his head while he was still laughing. Come on, Victor. Both you and I know that a talent can easily awaken the blessing in their blood. We call people like Princess Natasha and Lord Verdi talents, but your student. Get real. If he managed to become an outstanding musician in the future, I will do an open apology to you and your student on music criticism, and never hold my own concert again. Wolf made the bet on impulse, but he was pretty cautious as well. He added the word outstanding on purpose since it was really hard to reach a consensus on what really made an outstanding artist. Lucien heard that Princess Natasha, also known as the Violet Countess, was the only child of the Grand Duke of Orvaret. And her current title was also one of the prerequisites to become the Grand Duke of the Duchy. She was very gifted in music and had excellent skills in playing violin, flute, and harpsichord. Besides, the 25-year-old princess was also an outstanding level 5 Grand Knight, who was expected to become a Radiant Knight soon. Lord Verdi, the nephew of the Grand Duke and also a member of the Violet family, just became a level 5 Grand Knight, and was currently serving as the chief commander of the city guards in Alta. After making the comment, Wolf directly turned and left the hall. Victor shook his head in repulsion. Lucien, just ignore him. Everyone knows Wolf is a total bastard. Your work starts from tomorrow. 1 day off a week. You can arrange your day off with the library administrators. I have to go to the Odeon now. Lucien nodded and watched Mr. Victor leave the hall. Then he turned to Elena and gave the contract back to her. Thank you, Elena, he said. There was a sweet little dimple in Elena's left cheek. No worries, it's my job. Like Mr. Victor said, never let Mr. Wolf bother you. He's always like that, looking down upon most people in the association, except several directors with titles. I'm looking forward to seeing Mr. Wolf's high-lifted jaw digging a hole into the carpet along with the noble directors. Lucien shrugged a bit and smiled. Elena started giggling with his words. When Lucien was about to leave, Elena stopped him. Her right hand clenched into a small fist, and her face looked serious. I believe in you, Lucien. You can be an outstanding musician. Mr. Wolf would deeply regret his bet. Honestly speaking, Lucien did not take the bet seriously. But he also raised his fist like Elena and replied, I certainly will. There was no nightlife in Adaran. At 9 o'clock at night most residents in this area were already in bed, except for several drunkards who were still hanging around. Everybody else had to prepare for the hard work in the following morning. Lucien told Joel and Elisa he got a new job over dinner, and then went back to his shack to meditate and prepare for his magic experiments. Gently closing the door, Lucien sneaked out of his shack and walked towards one of the entrances to the sewers. It would still take Lucien quite some time to learn how to build a secret passage like the witch did. After making sure that no one was watching, Lucien stepped into the underground world. The stinking smell and the slimy wall were still the same, disgusting and gloomy, but none of that would prevent him from exploring magic. Walking in the pipes, Lucien was mapping in his spirit library and trying to find a proper corner to start his experiments. He also scraped off some of the moss on the wall and put them into his pocket. It was called light moss, which was the reagent for the apprentice magic extinguishment. The deeper Lucien went, the more gruesome the place became. Down there Lucien never met any homeless guy, like Corella mentioned. The sound of his footsteps was intensified within the sewers. Lucien could even hear his own breath. Finally Lucien found his ideal place, a fork path. The front way was blocked by a huge rock, while the one turning left went further into the darkness. Lucien could easily notice if anyone was approaching him from this position. Lucien pinched some sulfur from his pocket while recalling the structure of the magic. Then he started casting a strange spell and the powder slipped through his fingers. His face looked serious and mysterious in the cold light. Chapter 29, The Dead Body. After practicing many times, when dawn was drawing near, Lucien finally mastered the 5 apprentice spells: Eyes of Stars, Freezing Rays, Darkness, Mage's Hand, and Acid Splashing. Furthermore, now Lucien could activate Disarming Loop without a verbal component in about 3 seconds. It took the witch much longer to understand all these spells. It was amazing how Lucien could grasp them in such a short period of time. In his eyes these magic structures were related to different mathematical models and the knowledge of planar geometry. After reviewing what he had learned before in high school, Lucien found they were actually pretty easy to be understood. Here magic could be explained by science. In acid splashing, for example, sulfur was transformed into sulfuric acid. However, Lucien had a hard time understanding how darkness worked. His far-fetched guess was that the magic reconstructed the light moss and made it absorb the light. As expected, Lucien had to spend more time to master the darkness spell. Lucien reflected on his magic experiment. His knowledge from the past, like physics and chemistry, was useful, but it could not be used to explain everything in this magic world. There were some similarities shared between this place and the Earth, but there were also many things he couldn't understand, like those precious metals and magic materials. He knew he should explore the world more by himself. After a 10-minute break, Lucien started doing some simple cleaning. These apprentice spells are not powerful enough. Rubbing the floor, Lucien thought to himself, they can only kill someone when they hit the vital parts, or the most they could do is make the person move slower or suffer a bit. But Lucien was not disappointed. He knew that, if need arose, they could still be more than helpful. Finishing the cleaning, Lucien carefully hid the materials nearby. He didn't go back to the surface directly but continued his exploration towards the end of the outlets. He was looking for corpse mushroom, which meant he had to find some carcasses first. Searching in a graveyard under the nose of the church was too risky. Lucien heard that many poor people, who had no families or friends, died lonely and miserably down there. Besides, dead animals and rotten flesh were even easier to be found. The witch did not mention any possible danger in the pipes, but Lucien was still very cautious, staying alert to any sign of trouble. Within 20 minutes, Lucien had found 2 dead rats and a jelly-like creature body, but no corpse mushroom was there. Turning around a corner, an open area appeared in front of Lucien. That was where the homeless people lived. The sewer here was very broad. An underground river was flowing slowly with waste floating in the middle, which went all the way to the Balam River. On both sides of the river old dirty rugs and pots were scattered everywhere. The clothes the beggars were wearing could barely cover their bodies. "Why did you come here, young lad? You don't belong here." An old man probably in his 60s asked Lucien. His ribs stood out like arching blades. However, when Lucien heard his voice, the old man sounded like he was only 40 or something. Lucien's old but clean linen clothes were far from decent, but compared to what they were wearing, the youngster looked like a noble. "I have a friend who also lives here." Lucien tried to sound confident and strong. He must hide his feeling of insecurity in front of these guys, or they would think it was easy to prey on the teen standing there. Several beggars behind the old man stood up. Their eyes were full of greed and ferocity. Lucien was not scared. Instead, he pulled out his dagger and took a step forward. The beggars did not dare take any further action. On the contrary, they were now standing in a defensive position. At this time, the old man started grinning. "You don't look like a guy with a decent job, young lad." "None of your business," Lucien answered coldly. "Anyway, I can tell you're not doing very well. Even a hard-working young lad like you couldn't afford proper bread and beef. It's not your fault." Lucien was not sure about the old man's intention. The Saint Truth Church tells people that all of us are God's servants. But why can the noble live an extravagant life while the poor have to suffer every day and night? There's no difference between us, and all human beings are born with sin. I'm not interested in your nonsense. Although his words were pretty obscure, Lucien knew the old man was trying to preach, but obviously not the Saint Truth. No matter what the old man believed in, other gods or demons, Lucien had no interest in it. The price for having something to do with a heresy in this world could be his own life. He did not want to end up being tied to a stake and burned to ashes alive. Facing such direct rejection, the old man and the other beggars were very angry. Their belief was blasphemed. Lucien knew it was time to get away from those guys. He started walking towards the outlet slowly and calmly, grabbing his shiny dagger in his hand. "Anyone wanna try me?" Lucien stared at them fearlessly. When he walked by, Lucien noticed that there was a clean black cloth lying on the ground, on which there was a shiny silver-colored horn. He remembered these beggars were sitting around the cloth when he arrived here. The beggars were hesitant. No one wanted to fall on Lucien. Finally they gave up and sat back on the ground. After walking for another 10 minutes, the sound of the river flow gradually became louder. Here should be the end of the sewers. The underground river joins the Balam River here, Lucien thought to himself. There was an iron net covering the water outlet at the confluence and tons of floating trash accumulated in front of the net. Lucien slowed down his pace. He was hoping that he could find more dead bodies here. Lucien did not find anything until he walked towards the end of the sewer. When he started feeling disappointed and was about to go back to the surface, Lucien suddenly noticed that the net was missing a part, under the water. Out of curiosity, Lucien grabbed the net and tried to shake it. As expected, there was a big hole under there on the iron net. What was really unexpected was that, at this time, a black bulk of something gradually surfaced from the water. Lucien moved closer. It was a dead body, swollen and rotten. Many parts of its skin had fallen off. The clothes on the body were tangled with lots of trash, which increased the buoyancy a lot. Lucien felt very disgusted and also a bit scared. However, he was still trying to see if there was any corpse mushroom on it. There was a long wound on its chest. Someone cut the poor man open vertically and took away his heart. Checking with the dagger, Lucien's eyebrows frowned. Wait, this is my purse. Lucien was shocked. He picked the purse up using the dagger and was certain that it was the purse which was taken away by the gangsters some days ago. Why is it here? Lucien was confused. Then he looked at the face of the dead body. The corpse was so badly decomposed that it took Lucien quite a while to finally recognize the guy. An. André. Chapter 30, Ghost in the Shadow. A strong stench of death came out from André's rotten face. A face on which Lucien could still tell his great fear and pain before he died. The gangsters under Aaron are acting weird recently. Does it have anything to do with André's death? Lucien had absolutely no clue. Wrapping his hand with a piece of cloth, Lucien pressed André's body hard back into the water. This time the body did not hook on the iron net. It was washed away directly into the Belém River and disappeared. Lucien stood up and set off for the surface, but to avoid the beggars, he did not take the same route. According to the map he drew in his spirit library, he took another direction about 20 meters away from the place where the beggars gathered. If the map was correct, Lucien would pass by the ruins of the witch's chamber and come back to the ground from the same entrance through which he came down earlier. Several meters away from the corner, Lucien heard the sound of some heavy footsteps and suddenly stopped. The footsteps echoed in the sewers, loud and clear. It sounded like there were a bunch of people approaching, and some of them must be pretty big. Lucien looked around calmly. Soon he found there was a hole in the wall, big enough for someone to hide. Lucien hid himself in the hole, with his back against the wall. A while later, those guys walked directly past him, turning around a corner a few steps ahead. In such a dark place, they would not notice Lucien hiding in the hole without a careful check. Throw these bodies into the river. Hurry up. It was a low voice from a man. However, he was speaking indistinctly, as if he missed some front teeth. Lucien felt he had heard this voice somewhere before, but could not remember where. Why did it take you guys so long? Remember, don't screw up the whole plan. It was the old man's voice. After a few seconds of silence, the first man answered with slight fear. Sorry. But within 10 days, we promise it will be enough, at any cost, like Aaron said. Aaron. Rosen Aaron? Now Lucien finally recognized the first voice. It was Jackson, the guy who smashed Lucien's shack, and also because of Lucien, Jackson could not even speak clearly now. From their conversations, Lucien's guess was that the Aaron gang was by no means a victim of the heresy, but an accomplice, and probably André was killed because of his disobedience. The old man's voice was very unpleasant. Please tell Mr. Aaron, and the other guy, that as long as you continuously spare no efforts in helping us grow, you will all receive huge rewards. I know that, in your eyes, I'm only a dying, useless old man, which is true, but we are just tiny worms on the ground. Our priests are already powerful enough to beat their bishop. We wouldn't need any of your help were it not for maintaining that thing. I will. Jackson answered in a low mood. But, Jackson, I don't think we can meet their requirement. Another voice came, trembling. We gotta make sure that those are people that no one would care about. Homeless guys are ideal, but we cannot find any of them down here, other than his people. That's true, Jackson. It's too difficult to find 50 of them within 10 days. Someone else agreed. The old man laughed. The rest of them are at the bottom of the Belém River. Eels in the river will clean them up for us. Scar, Aaron told us to make it at any cost. We don't necessarily have to focus on homeless guys. If they are just the poor, Aaron will be able to handle this. A cold smile appeared on Jackson's face. You have any target already, Jackson? Scar was a bit surprised. Yes, I do. Jackson's face turned hideous. They gotta pay the price, the two little bastards, and their families. Lucien was shocked. His anger was burning his guts. He knew Jackson hated them, but he never expected that the thug could be so cruel and inhuman to the point of planning to kill the whole family. But thank God Lucien was here and found out about Jackson's plan. I gotta solve the problem here and now. The plan of killing them all in the sewers arose in Lucien's mind. He couldn't let them go back onto the ground, or he would not be able to protect John's family anymore. Lucien must kill them all. Then Lucien could tell John about the heresy and no one would know what happened down here. Many thoughts quickly passed through his mind. Lucien's reached out to his pocket and made sure that all the magic materials were in position. Carefully, he creeped out of the hole and approached the corner. They had 9 people there. But Lucien had no choice. Staying calm was his most important and powerful weapon. Throwing the last sack into the water, Scar poked the body bag with a long pole in fear. Although they were gangsters, gouging out people's hearts alive was still too much for them, and they also believed in the God of truth. So they prayed in their mind, begging for forgiveness. Jackson, all of the bags are gone. Glancing at the weird old man, Scar carefully asked, "We'd better go now. I heard there are a lot of aquatic zombies in the Balam River." Jackson turned to the old man, "Does it have anything to do with the bodies we threw away? I've never heard of zombies in the river before." The old man shook his head, "We don't want any trouble while we're not strong enough." Alta was the core city of the previous magic empire. Maybe some kind of death power was sealed deep within the river, and now the seal is no longer effective. All right. When Jackson was about to leave with his men, he saw Scar's terrified face. At the same time, Jackson heard a weird, low voice murmuring in the back, like a spell. 20 meters away from them, there was a dark humanoid shadow standing there. Half of his body and face were hidden in the darkness. In the shimmer of the moss, the mysterious shadow was even more strange and terrifying. "Gh! Ghost!" Scar screamed at the top of his lungs. Since he was involved in this, his conscience was tortured by the fear that the people they killed would come back and seek revenge. When he closed his eyes, the warm and bloody hearts that they took from those people's chests when they were still alive were still beating in his mind. Great fear seized him. Scar now could not even move at all. The ghost raised his right hand, and some shimmering powder fell through its fingers. Jackson and the old man started running as soon as they saw the ghost, but all of a sudden they were devoured by complete darkness. The glimmer from the moss disappeared. The darkness spread quickly like a bottle of spilled ink and no light could penetrate it. They couldn't see anything. Except for the old man, the rest of them were crazily wielding their daggers, trying to keep the bloody ghost away. The pipe was narrow. They hurt each other by accident and some of them started screaming in pain. But fear and panic did not help them at all. Darkness, an apprentice spell. It could block all kinds of natural light in an area no larger than 6 by 6 meters, enveloping everything in complete darkness. For now, as an apprentice, Lucien could maintain the spell for 1 minute. "You idiots! Calm down! Stop!" Although he could not cast a single spell, the old man heard the priests mentioning about different kinds of magic before. Ouch! However, before the old man made that command, Jackson's dagger scratched him. Within little more than 10 seconds, 2 guys got stabbed by the chaotic attacks of daggers and fell on the ground. The others were also injured to some extent. Driven by the horrible fear, Scar and other 3 guys started running backwards. In the darkness, 2 of them fell into the river like the body bags, while the old man, Jackson, another thug started rushing towards the shadow. At this time, the weird spell-casting voice arose again. Chapter 31, Zombie in the Sewage. After a few more steps, the old man finally broke the siege of darkness. However, his eyes were no longer accustomed to the weak light from the moss. It was just a blink. When he opened his eyes again, some kind of pungent, dark green liquid hit his face directly. Ow! The shrill cry from the old man scared the rest of them. Jackson looked back subconsciously, even though he could not see anything. With both hands covering his eyes, the old man was rolling on the ground in horrible pain. The skin of his face burned and turned black instantly. His scream was so bitter that Jackson and the rest of them shuddered with fear. Several seconds later, the old man fell into the river and the scream disappeared. Jackson knew there was no way to escape. They would either kill the shadow, or be killed by it. Their only hope was to fight it. Run! Run close to that fucking thing! Jackson yelled and dashed to the shadow. Then he saw it was Lucien. Jackson was furious. Hatred replaced his fear and the only thing in his mind was to tear the fucking bastard up into thousands of pieces. When he was about to throw his dagger towards Lucien, he saw a blue beam of light in Lucien's hand. Jackson hurriedly dodged to the left and barely avoided it. Unfortunately for them, the other thug following behind him was not that lucky. The light beam hit directly in his face and a thin layer of ice quickly filmed his eyes, nose, and mouth. Freezing cold invaded the guy's brain and made him lose most of his power before he could smash the ice. The guy was choked. Then he banged his head fiercely on the ground. At this time Jackson finally realized that the person standing in front of him was no more that weak poor guy. However, he became a wizard, an evil wizard with terrible power. Jackson was not an idiot. He understood that by no means Lucien would let him go. Grabbing his dagger, he leaped at Lucien's throat with all his strength. Suddenly, Jackson felt a heavy pressure fell on him and then his legs caved. Then his body fell down directly onto the ground. Fuck! Jackson swore desperately. He did not know what was going on there, but he knew that losing his footing at this point would be fatal. Longer before Lucien cast Acid Splash, he had already activated his defensive magic disarming loop, without saying a word. Lucien walked towards Jackson, looking at him wielding his dagger in vain. Without saying anything, Lucien grabbed Jackson's hand and slowly pushed the dagger into his neck. The gravity affected the blood and it didn't squirt out from his neck too much. It was ideal because Lucien did not want any of Jackson's dirty blood on his clothes. Jackson's great anger and pain were choked in his throat. His eyes were wide open and his eyeballs almost burst out, while his arms and legs were twitching against the wall. Jackson's nails were scratching on the ground, but soon his resistance was no more. The other guy did not take Lucien much time as well. Standing beside the underground sewage river, Lucien saw the old man's body floating quietly downstream with his face soaking in the water. Lucien felt relieved, because he thought the old man would be the biggest threat among them. Who knew if the old man had some kind of evil power from his heretic belief? All this happened within just 20 seconds. The darkness was still covering the area some distance away. The 2 injured beggars were still writhing in agony on the ground. Some beggars and gangsters were still floating on the water. But they were too scared to find the broken steel net to escape. Lucien did not want to kill them all by himself, and he was also not able to. His power had a limit. So the easiest way was driving the rest of them into the Balam River and leaving them to the ghosts there. But there was one problem. Lucien also could not see anything in the dark area, so he had to stand there for now, waiting for the magic to expire. At the same time, he was adjusting his respiratory rhythm in order to recover his power. Casting the 4 spells was very tiring. Lucien's remaining power was only enough to use either darkness or freezing rays once. Suddenly the light returned within the spell area. The light startled Scar and he couldn't help but close his eyes. The fear of death scared him to his knees. He trembled and prayed, "May God forgive me! May God forgive me!" Slowly opening his eyes, Scar was shocked to find how young the wizard was. In the dim light, the wizard had fine features. Scar had lost his mind and surrendered. He could not tell whether the man standing in front of him was an evil wizard or a hateful ghost. It was a good chance to cast Eyes of Stars on Scar, when he was suffering a mental breakdown. The apprentice magic could mesmerize the enemy or make the person fall into a trance state. The two effects were different. The former, mesmerization, required the caster to look into the other person's eyes for almost 10 minutes, while the latter, trancing, only needed some eye contact, which was more helpful in a fight. If Lucien could take control of Scar, he could use him to kill the rest of them. When Lucien was about to cast the spell, a sudden short scream pierced the silence and echoed in the whole space. Even Lucien felt very strange. As suddenly as the scream of agony started, it stopped. Lucien stopped his spelling and took a step behind his disarming loop. His freezing rays were ready to go. At this time, both Lucien and Scar saw the horrific scene. In the river, a strong and pale hand was holding tight at a gangster's neck, whose skull was half opened. A black tongue was licking the white brain inside with some effort. The owner of the tongue was a humanoid monster, whose body was so swollen that its skin appeared almost transparent. Parts of its skin were hanging, showing its rotten flesh beneath. Under the cover of the monster's seaweed-like long hair, there were facial muscles that could fall off at any time. The place where the eyeballs should be was completely hollow, and there were 2 tiny white flames burning inside the 2 eye sockets. Another beggar's body, whose brain was completely gone already, was floating towards the river through the big hole on the steel net. The great master of Argent, the forever lasting silence, "May you bless your servants," a beggar sitting next to the wall started praying desperately. The monster had a frightening power that reeked of doom. Even Lucien was extremely nervous and terrified, although he was quite a distance away from the monster. Aquatic zombies. These were the monsters in the Balam River. They were zombies. Lucien suddenly recalled the witch's note, which described the features of the undead creature. Aquatic zombie, immune to mind magic, no morale, immune to poison, sleep, paralysis, stun, disease effects, no fatigue, exhaustion, breath, do not feel cold, strong resistance towards ice and acid, extremely afraid of fire and light magic. But what frightened Lucien was that the note did not mention anything about the flames in the zombie's eyes. Something was definitely not right. Chapter 32, Aquatic Zombie. According to the witch's notes, an aquatic zombie was no stronger than a male adult. But unlike most of the undead, these zombies were way faster and swift, while they still carried the features belonging to the undead: strong resistance to physical damage and other immunities. Therefore, common people and even some night squires usually did not have any chance to survive when facing these zombies, unless they had a significant advantage in numbers. Since aquatic zombies were extremely afraid of fire and light magic, a torch could burn them down if it was used properly. However, this zombie just showed up from the water, which meant its strength and agility would be increased significantly. Fire magic was also not that powerful anymore because of the water. Only light magic could be helpful under this circumstance. Lucien was absolutely not prepared. Although he knew that he had to confront aquatic zombies someday, it definitely should not be today. The witch mentioned in the note that there was a kind of material called flame jelly which could be used for alchemy. A piece of jelly could even burn in water for a while. However, at the moment Lucien mastered no useful light magic and also had no such jelly. Even worse was that somehow he felt the zombie he was facing was way stronger than the common ones described by the witch. Regarding light magic, sorcerers could never compete with pastors. Aside from light rays in the first circle and on, all light-related spells of apprentice level were not for attack purpose. Nevertheless, among element magic, fire magic ranked top mainly because it was hard to be brought under control. The only fire magic in apprentice magic list was Marius's small fire, which could only be used to kindle firewood when an apprentice forgot his or her flints in the wild. Escape was the first idea in Lucien's mind. At the same time, the mutant zombie had finished the gangster's brain and swiftly jumped on one of the beggars. Then Lucien heard a crisp crack in the beggar's neck. Pressing its fingernails deeply into the skull, the zombie opened the beggar's head very easily like opening a walnut. Its speed and strength made Lucien stop. After seeing that, he understood that escape simply meant death. There was no other way to survive other than fight back, and for that he needed to calm down. Lucien's brain quickly started analyzing. The zombie's afraid of light. But it's very early in the morning and it is still dark outside. The zombie won't give me enough time to light anything with my flints. Marius's small fire. No, I don't know how to cast the spell yet. Lucien was standing there, watching the zombie finishing the brain and then jumping onto Scar. His mind was being occupied by different thoughts and plans, but each of them was denied by him calmly. The ability to stay calm was the most important character of an outstanding sorcerer. Mutant zombies could impose a magical effect called Dread Aura on their targets to freeze them with fear. But Scar's fear of the zombie was so great that he managed to move his legs and started running for his life. However, only after few steps, the zombie swiftly overtook him and grabbed his feet. Scar squeaked out shrill cries desperately. Disarming loop, eyes of stars, mage hand, extinguishment, acid splash, freezing ray, that's all I know. Among them, eyes of stars and extinguishment are of no use here. Disarming loop is useful, but it's far from enough to stop the monster. Lucien was still standing there, his eyes staring at the monster. The zombie raised Scar with its two claws and directly tore him in half. Lucien could hear that Scar's heart, liver, and guts fell onto the ground with profuse bleeding. Scar's thrilling scream was still echoing in the pipes. Mage hand, also not powerful enough. Acid splash. Wait. Sulfur is required to cast acid splash, which is also a component of gunpowder. And during the casting process the sulfur is lit. Lucien's brain was striving for survival. He would not let his brain become another feast for the monster. The zombie opened Scar's head, in which the white brain tissue was still slightly shaking like a bowl of jelly. Lucien could feel the effects of its dread aura. His heart was racing and he felt breathless. He knew he couldn't lose his mind. Thus, he started analyzing the magic structure of acid splash, while his right hand reached into his pocket and grabbed a handful of sulfur. I gotta stop the magic reaction halfway when the sulfur is lit. The notes mentioned that it would backfire. The consequence going from exhausting spiritual power to severe damage in soul, or even worse. Analyzing the structure of the magic, Lucien tried to break it down into several parts to skip the acid reaction part during the casting process and only keep the fire from the sulfur. The process of deconstruction and reconstruction needed to be repeated several times. Even if Acid Splash was only a very simple apprentice-level spell, it was still very challenging for Lucien. Honestly, he was not sure if he wouldn't kill himself by doing this. But he had no other choice. The zombie devoured the brain and threw Scar's body away. Slowly it turned to Lucien and suddenly started running towards its last target. In Lucien's eyes all of these was like a slow motion, he could smell the stink of death and feel the overwhelming horror. No one could tell Lucien's fear from his face. Lucien didn't move at all. He was just standing there with the sulfur slowly falling through his fingers. The zombie was even faster than Lucien thought. In a second, the horrible creature was only a meter away from him. In the meantime Lucien started casting the spell and then forced himself to stop before it was completely finished. As if he was hammered in the head, dizziness seized him and his nose started to bleed, but instantly a trail of fire showed up in front of Lucien. The claw of the zombie was just a few inches away from Lucien's head. Lucien's power was completely exhausted and he could not sustain the fire and let it grow anymore. In the last moment he released the fire and fell onto the ground. He had tried his best. The zombie's claw got his clothes and left a long tear on them. Suddenly a firewall exploded between Lucien and the zombie. He raised his injured hands instinctively to protect his head, and then rolled away from the blue fire. The firewall did not last long. However, after a whoosh the zombie was covered in flames like a human-shaped torch. Swinging its claws, the zombie stopped attacking Lucien and started stumbling towards the water, but the monster became much slower now. Of course, Lucien wouldn't let it go back into the river. Grabbing the dagger, he stood up and caught up with the zombie. Lucien fiercely kicked the zombie down and stabbed the dagger into the holes where the two white flames were flickering. Lucien felt the burning pain caused by the heat. Once, twice. Lucien was too afraid to stop himself from stabbing the monster, as if the zombie would seize the chance and tear him in half if he lost the momentum for even a second. Even though, the zombie was still crawling towards the river with flame on its back. But few meters away from the river, the white flames in its eyes were finally extinguished and its bones collapsed. Gasping with great effort, Lucien took out the zombie's brain with his dagger. He still remembered that he needed it. After its brain had been taken away, soon the zombie turned completely into ashes, in which something small was shining there. Chapter 33, The Ring. Grabbing his dagger, Lucien cautiously approached the pile of ash. The shiny item was actually a carved silver ring, inlaid with a small blue gem on top. It belonged to the zombie. Lucien was surprised. He picked the ring up and started scrutinizing it carefully. There was a line of letters on its surface, which was written in the common tongue. Human nature can be colder than snow. The ring was just plain looking, but when Lucien rubbed it gently he felt a mysterious and amazing power coming from the gem. After a few minutes, when Lucien's power started slowly recovering from the magic backfire, he carefully examined the ring again using his spiritual power. Lucien's injured soul was slightly shocked as soon as his spirit entered into the ring. He felt inside the gem what seemed to be the power of Blizzard, but its structure was way more complicated than that of the apprentice-level magic. It's a magic ring. Maybe that's why the zombie seemed much stronger than the others. Lucien was excited. It seems that the ring's even superior to Benjamin's truth badge. I wonder which power level the ring belongs to. With his remaining spiritual power, Lucien couldn't even understand the magic structure in the ring, not to mention how to leave his own spiritual imprint on the structure, in order to use the power. A sorcerer with the first circle spell called Identify could directly understand the magic properties of all level 1 magic items, without having to analyze their inner structures. One's ability in using identify would grow along with their accumulated knowledge, and thus the person could progress and start using the items of higher level. Sometimes there was extra information in some of them, including their makers, for what purposes they were made, and so on. According to the witch's notes, all of the magic items could be divided into different standards: apprentice level, level 1 to 9, and legend level. The evaluation criteria was based on the power of the magic item. If the power was equal to a first circle magic or to the ability of a level 1 knight, it was, correspondingly, a level 1 magic item. Nevertheless, there were 4 ranks within each level: low, medium, high and perfect. Taking a ring enchanted with the third circle spell lightning for example, if the ring could be used once a day, it was a low rank level 3 magic ring. If it could be used 3 times a day, it would instead be considered a medium rank level 3-1. If the ring had some extra benefits like increasing the magic resistance of the user, it would be a high rank level 3 item. If a magic item had some kind of permanent augmentation effect, it would be a level higher than the other common ones. For example, Mind Blank was an 8 circle spell, and a magic item with the immunity towards this ring 8 magic would be recognized as a precious level 9 magic artifact. Furthermore, the grading was also applied to magic weapons and armors. Lucien did not know the ring very well, so he dare not wear it casually in case there was any curse on it. After putting the ring in his pocket, he was in a pretty good mood. However, when he noticed all the bodies and blood around him, he knew that he had more work to do. Most importantly, he needed to learn how to preserve the aquatic zombie's brain tissue. Lucien did not know how to use the apprentice spell called organ preservation yet, but the zombie's brain tissue should be able to last from 3 to 5 days, which should be enough time for Lucien to master the spell. According to the notes, organ preservation was a spell that could actually be used for keeping many other things fresh, besides organs. 24 hours duration each time. No magic reagent required. After opening the zombie's skull with the dagger, Lucien saw its black brain, which looked like countless disgusting worms entangling each other. Carefully, Lucien put the brain into a bag together with his Isis tones. Knowing lots of money would be needed for learning magic in the future, Lucien plundered all the money from the bodies, including the 2 hollow-headed ones in the river. He got 33 nars and 52 fells in total. Looking at his bulging money bag, a smile appeared on Lucien's face. However, when Lucien was collecting the money, he noticed he couldn't see things clearly and his head was buzzing sometimes. Finally he realized that these were the sequelae from his spirit damage. There was no magic potion mentioned in the notes that could be used for this kind of injury. Therefore, the recovery might take a while. Then, Lucien started doing the labor. Holding his breath, he wrapped up the guts scattered on the ground and threw them away into the river, along with the bodies. Gradually he started getting used to the scene and even took a closer look at Scar's kidney. Lucien believed that soon all of them would become fish food in the Bolam River. After rinsing away the blood on the ground, it was about time he left this place. It seems like the heresy has nothing to do with the aquatic zombie. Lucien thought to himself while he was walking, then what about the red-eyed rats? Lucien decided that tomorrow morning he would go to Lord Ven's manor to find John before going to the Musicians' Association. He had to talk to John about the heresy, but, of course, without telling him what actually happened down here. Several pastors in training would come down to the sewers once every 3 days to clean up the trash in the river using spells. But the person stepping out of a shadow after Lucien left was definitely not a new pastor. The Lord of Argent, the forever lasting silence, the person giggled in a mix of disgust and amusement, continuously talking to himself, a different name, a different identity. Interesting. That person must have been bewitched by him. I can't wait to see his shadow coming upon the land. A battle between him and the Cardinal of Alta will be very interesting. Probably there is some kind of legacy left by the previous ancient magic empire that he could utilize. But the church would interrupt his plan, I bet. The person looked around. A cunning smile appeared upon his face. The pretty smart young guy just created the new apprentice magic, sulfuric fire wall, by himself. Impressive. He can be very useful to me. Then his figure split into countless small shadow pieces and he suddenly disappeared. Only his giggles were left there, echoing in the pipes. Chapter 34, Ice Revenger. Half an hour later, another figure appeared in the pipes, close to the broken iron net. It was a decently dressed man in his 30s, black shirt, black suit, black shoes, almost everything black. His mustache was carefully trimmed, and his hair was of pompadour style. Graceful as the man might look, he had a dark aura of ferocity and brutality, and he was not a nobleman. He was Rosen-Aaron. All his men knew that Rosen-Aaron was a knight who had already awakened the blessing in his blood. When he was about to become a grand knight, unfortunately, his power went awry and turned out to be vicious and dark. The power not only destroyed his noble title, but also caused Aaron's endless hiding from the church. Aaron hated the god for treating him so cruelly. Losing all of his possessions, for a long time he lived like a rat, hiding all the time. While he was trying to at least dress like a nobleman, bitter hatred was still burning his guts day and night. The grading of knight and pastor was similar to the different levels of sorcerer. The ability to use the third circle spell fly, the sixth circle spell magic trigger, or many other ninth circle spells symbolized different levels of sorcerer. When a sorcerer or sorceress could start using one of these spells, it meant he or she had made a new breakthrough. Their spiritual power would grow by a large extent, and their souls would transform into a higher level form. Even their lives would be extended. In the ancient magic empire, people regarded the first and second circle sorcerers as junior rank mages, while third to fifth circle were middle rank mages, and sixth to eighth circle, senior rank mages. Above them, a ninth circle sorcerer or sorceress would be respected as an archmage. Similarly, the levels 3, 6, and 9 were the key promoting points for a knight. If a person successfully awakened the blessing in their blood, they would first become a level 1 or level 2 knight. From level 3 to 5, they would be regarded as a grand knight, then 6 to 8, a radiant knight, in level 9 the title was gold knight, and after that was the highest level of all, a legendary knight. For pastors, it went from junior rank to middle rank pastor. Then a middle rank pastor could be promoted to bishop. For the senior rank pastors, most of them would become cardinals. There was no special title for a level 9 pastor, but if one could successfully join the conclave, he or she would be respected as a grand cardinal. There were more than 400 registered official knights in the Duchy of Orvaret. Among them, there were only around 50 grand knights and less than 10 radiant knights. Most of them were members of the Violet Knights, garrisoning different key fortresses. Back then, Aaron, who was a level 2 knight, was very close to becoming a grand knight, and thus ranking among the top 50 knights in the duchy. Now, he has been working for a big man for a long time, doing all the evil and bloody things for him to maintain his fake honor. Jackson and his men did not come back to the hideout in time. Aaron felt something went wrong, so he came down here himself. Sulfur, blood, and something else. Sniffing the air, Aaron's eyebrows frowned together. With the blessing power, Aaron was more sensitive to environment in general than common people. Aaron could tell that someone had cleaned this place up before. But there were still slight traces of blood, brain tissue, acid, and sulfur on the ground, showing that a fierce struggle just happened here. Acid, sulfur, Aaron was thinking out loud, acid splash? It was a typical apprentice spell. An apprentice sorcerer did all this. Aaron could not believe his guess, but the reasoning did make sense. The person who did this had left quite a while before he arrived. It was too late for Aaron to track the responsible. Aaron was also concerned that what they were doing would be reported to the church or nobles. It was still possible to track him if he turned to the priests of Silverhorn for help, but Aaron would not. He knew their magic could not guarantee finding the person, and more importantly, if the person had already reported what they did to the church, what he should do immediately was escape. Then Aaron quickly turned around and disappeared in the darkness. Only his footsteps were still echoing there in the sewers. Lying in the bed, Lucien was too nervous to fall asleep. Any little noise could scare Lucien out of the bed. Since there was no chance for him to have a good rest for now, he decided to take a look at the ring again. Doing research could calm Lucien down, and also if his enemies did find him, the ring might help. Inside the ring there was a solid geometric model, of which the structure was not very complicated. With his high school mathematics and physics knowledge, it only took Lucien an hour to finish the analysis. But when Lucien was trying to imprint his spiritual mark on the magic structure, he almost failed during the process. His soul was damaged and Lucien felt his power totally unstable. With great effort, the magic structure was finally imprinted with Lucien's mark. The information of the ring came to his mind. The original owner of the ring, Ice Revenger, was a sorcerer apprentice who was betrayed by his best friend. In order to take his revenge, the apprentice turned to a great alchemist for help and spent all his money on that. The ring felt ice cold, so he could bear the bitterness of being betrayed in his mind. A second circle spell, Palmera's Frost Blades, was sealed in the ring. The spell could torture people with bitter cold and pain. The ring could help promoting the spiritual power of its owner to match a level 1 knight's strength. Furthermore, its owner could also use Palmera's Frost Blades once a day. Therefore, it was a middle-rank level 2 magic item. Lucien was not going to wear the ring for now, since it would definitely draw some attention and bring him unnecessary trouble, but he decided to carry the ring in his pocket, just in case. Lucien woke up early at dawn with a bad headache. He felt dizzy and also had a fever. His physical weakness was caused by his internal injury from the magic backfire. There was no time for breakfast. Lucien wanted to report the heretics to Lord Ven as soon as possible. After changing to new linen clothes, he pushed the door open and headed towards Lord Ven's manor. The cool air outside was refreshing. He took a deep breath and felt his headache lessened. After 40 minutes walking, Lucien finally saw the magnificent manor. Lord Ven was a level 2 knight who used to pledge his allegiance to the Violet Knights. The Grand Duke of Orvaret and him became good friends when the Grand Duke was still the Violet Count and the commander of the Violet Knights. When Lord Ven became older, he left the fortress in the dark mountain range and started having a more peaceful lifestyle here. But from time to time, he was summoned to the palace to be the Grand Duke's military consultant. The manor was surrounded by a high wall and several watchtowers, demonstrating the owner's military background. Outside of the manor, a number of farmers had already started working. 2 young men in their grey Knight Squire uniforms were patrolling, followed by some guards. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Noticing Lucien was walking towards them, a dark blonde knight asked sternly. Chapter 35, Report. Facing the Knight Squire, Lucien replied politely. "I'm a friend of John's. I'm looking for John to tell him something important." The dark blonde man, Ian, made a snort in contempt. "Why should I trust you? Just because you claim to be John's friend? John and other knight squires are in training. I can't let you in, unless you have proof of your identity. Quite obviously, Ian did not get along well with John. Lord Ven always had John in high esteem, which made Ian feel more than jealous. In his eyes, John was just a stupid pauper who somehow got a chance to become a knight squire and was always using the knight rules to please Lord Ven, while he was definitely better educated and more talented. Another knight squire, Durago, felt the same way. Thus he just stood there, watching while Ian gave the newcomer a hard time. Ian thought that a poor youngster like the one who was standing in front of him would be frightened by the posture of a knight squire. Were it the case, the youngster might just give up or start begging them on his knees. After going through so many difficulties and challenges, Lucien understood clearly what he was facing. In his eyes, it was ridiculous to see the two squires trying to pick on him, a nobody. Lucien answered seriously, John's friend is in great danger. If John can't make it back in time to avoid it, both of you will be responsible for the consequences. I'm pretty sure that Lord Ven would definitely not be happy with what you guys are doing here. He knew that Lord Ven was a nobleman who strictly stuck to knight rules all the way in his life. If Lord Ven knew his men violated the rules, he would punish them severely and drive them away from his land with no hesitation. How dare you threaten me, you little bastard! Stepping forward, Ian was so furious that he almost pulled out his knight's sword. Lucien could feel the pressure coming from the high-level knight squire. Even the guards standing behind him felt frightened. What was out of their expectation was that Lucien was still the same, calm and serious. He asked sternly, "Are you gonna kill me, an innocent and unarmed boy, right now?" It seemed like he was not affected by Ian's posture at all. His willpower was stronger than the threat. Did you hear what I said? Now it was Lucien's turn to take a step forward. Do you still want to be a knight? Ian's anger was burning his guts, but he knew if he really killed this bastard, his future title, rank, land and manor would all be gone. He was not stupid. Durago tried to make the situation easier for Ian. After giving Lucien a distasteful glance, Durago hauled Ian back. Don't waste our time on this. Don't let me see you again, said Ian viciously. Then he turned directly toward the manor. Durago's face looked grim. He just stood there, waiting for Ian. It didn't bother Lucien at all. As soon as he realized Ian and Durago were trying to cause him trouble, Lucien reached his hand into the pocket carrying the ring. The power of the ring helped increase his willpower to a higher level that could compete with a level 1 knight. Thus, of course the pressure from Ian, a knight squire, could not affect him. Less than 5 minutes later, Lucien saw John running out from the gate in a hurry, followed by Ian, who was walking slowly behind him. John was very surprised when he recognized that it was Lucien. "You're here, Lucien. I thought you were the one who was in danger. Follow me. I'll explain it to you." Lucien stopped when he was sure that Ian and Durago couldn't hear their conversation. Then he turned to John, and started telling his well-prepared story. "I met a weird old beggar a few days ago." Lucien put a worried look on his face. At first, he was just complaining about the nobles and knights, but later, yesterday, when no one was around, he started accusing God. And I realized he was a believer of the devil, who was doing his vicious missionary work in Alta. I was about to report to the church, but I saw he was secretly meeting Jackson. I'm afraid that the gangsters are involved with the heretic, and they may seize the chance and take revenge on us, or what's worse, on your parents. If you can report to Lord Ven directly about what's going on here, I believe the nobles and the church would pay more attention to it." Lucien looked into John's eyes. These damned scum! Now they're involved with the devil. Yes, you're right. I should report it to Lord Ven immediately. John took Lucien's words directly without any doubt. And John, I'm afraid the situation is even more severe than you thought. I counted, there are just about 10 beggars now in Alta. Many of them disappeared. Lucien continued warning him. But he could not tell John what happened in the sewers. Frowning his eyebrows, John could guess what happened to these poor homeless guys. Blood sacrifice, he murmured. Lucien nodded seriously. Yes, that's what I'm guessing. But John, remember, don't tell Lord Ven that I was the one who found this out. I'm afraid some heretics would seek revenge on me. I have no power to protect myself. But you'll be awarded for reporting this, said John. Clapping on John's shoulder, Lucien's face softened a bit. I'm more concerned with my life, John. Remember to ask Lord Ven not to divulge your information as well. You have a family to take care. They don't know how to fight as well. I will. You're always this careful, Lucien. John nodded. There was nothing more important than his family. But if there's any award, part of it is still yours. John promised. Lucien smiled, thanks John. John stayed a bit longer with Lucien. Since Lucien told Ian and Durago that John's friend was in danger, it would be quite suspicious if John went back to the manor straight away. After John left, Lucien decided to wait for a few more minutes to make sure that everything was going as expected. A while later, Lucien was relieved when he saw a line of knights galloping across the field. Besides John, there were 6 squires and a young pastor led by a serious-looking elder knight. When Lucien went back to Alta, he felt some vibration under the ground from the sewers. Lord Ven's men were there already. To be prudent, Lucien decided he would not go back into the sewers for a while. Recently he was focusing on analyzing magic. Sometime before the clock showed 8:30, Lucien finally arrived at his workplace, the Musicians' Association, in time for his shift. Chapter 36, Pierre. Elena was anxiously waiting for Lucien in the hall. Being late on the first day of work would definitely not make a good first impression on the director, Mr. Hank. Another receptionist, Kathy, smiled to her colleague and joked, "Elena, who are you waiting for?" "Your sweetheart." "Come on, Kathy. I'm waiting for a friend of mine. Today's his first day working for the association." When Elena was talking, Lucien came into the hall. "Thanks God, you are here, Lucien." Elena walked out of the counter and toward Lucien. "Why do you look so tired? Are you sick?" Lucien knew he must look terrible. The headache caused by his soul injury was torturing him all the way. After rushing here, he felt quite dizzy. "Well, I think so. But I'm okay. Thank you for asking, Elena." Lucien smiled to Elena, who was wearing a long white dress today. "I think we're gonna meet Mr. Hank now, aren't we?" asked Lucien. "Yes, we are." Elena started walking upstairs, and was followed by Lucien. "No worries. Sunday's never a busy day, or say, the work is not busy in general." Mr. Hank was a middle-aged serious man, who was always wearing a decent suit. After asking some basic questions, Mr. Hank just nodded and asked Elena to lead Lucien directly to the library. The library was on the second floor. While they were heading toward it, Elena was trying to describe the other librarian to Lucien. "His name is Pierre Sander. Both of you work the morning shift in the library. He's an okay guy. I don't think he'll give you a hard time, so no worries. But he's a bit, Elena paused for a few seconds. Weird. The guy called Pierre should also have some connections in the association, or he would have no chance working as a librarian here if he was just a nobody. Lucien just wanted to do his own work and avoid trouble as much as possible. The music library was huge and quiet, and thousands of precious music books, journals, and newspaper were collected here. There was only a black-haired young guy sitting behind the wood counter, reading the tablature carefully. In Lucien's eyes, the guy looked like a big fan of music. Pierre, Elena tried to draw his attention. This is the new librarian, Lucien. Finally, Pierre raised his head from the book. His brown eyes looked a bit confused. Morning, Elena. What day is it today? Sunday. Nice to meet you, Pierre. I'm Lucien Evans, the new librarian. Lucien introduced himself with a warm smile. Just realizing his new colleague was standing in front of him, Pierre walked out of the counter and greeted Lucien. Nice to meet you, Lucien. I'm Pierre Sander. When they were shaking hands, Pierre put on a sly smile. Lucien, you'd better refrain yourself a bit. What are you talking about, Pierre? Elena was confused. Just guys' conversation, answered Pierre casually. Shrugging her shoulders, Elena whispered to Lucien, you see. I told you. And I gotta go now, Lucien. Make good use of the books here, and work hard. After Elena left, Pierre started showing Lucien around. While he was walking, he talked to Lucien casually, I sometimes talk in a weird way. If you don't understand, don't let my words disturb you. So you asking me to refrain myself was also a casual talk? Asked Lucien. Nope, that was serious. Guys in our age can easily drain ourselves from too much. You know what I'm talking about. Lucien didn't know what to say. Now in Lucien's eyes, Pierre looked like a big fan of music, and kind of nasty. After introducing the basic stuff that Lucien had to do as a librarian here, Pierre stretched himself a bit and said, only the members of the association can have access to this library, so it's never busy here. Just remember to be polite to the musicians. You can spend more time here, and I'm gonna go back and enjoy the well-tempered clavier now. His eyes were glowing when he mentioned music. Sure. Lucien was more than willing to be left alone. With his spirit library, Lucien was always trying to store more books in it, like a squirrel collecting its favorite cones. Lucien quickly leafed through a book, and a copy of the book instantly appeared in his spirit library. Then Lucien directly turned to another one. Hey, what are you doing there? Pierre asked in a confused way. He hadn't gone far yet. I'm doing a random check here to see if there are any damaged ones. Then I can take note of them and report to the association. Lucien immediately made up an excuse. You're as careful as a woman, Lucien. Pierre commented. In the following 4 hours, only 2 musicians visited the library. Lucien thus managed to collect more than 100 of the books there. His arms felt pretty sore from leafing through them. The books covered many aspects of the world, not just music. Lucien wanted to have a better understanding of the world as soon as possible. Lucien finished his work at about midday. When he was leaving the library, Pierre was still immersed in music, with the bread in his hand. Later, Lucien went to Mr. Victor's place and continued his study. Life was pretty peaceful in the following couple of days. One evening, John came back. When no one was around, he started telling Lucien what happened on that day. Chapter 37, Choosing a Musical Instrument. Joel was still not at home when John and Lucien were talking, and Auntie Elisa was busy preparing dinner. Their youngest son, Ivan, was still playing on the streets with his friends. "You can never imagine what we found down there," John said seriously. "There was a demon hall." "What?" Lucien was more than surprised. "They built a hall down the sewers? Has Lord Ven questioned the heretics yet?" Shaking his head, John sighed with disappointment. "No, Lucien. We didn't find anyone there. All of them were already gone by the time we arrived." "It's impossible, John. I didn't tell anyone else about this except you." Lucien started feeling worried. What if the demon followers somehow found out it was him who exposed and denounced them? "Lord Ven told me that information about our actions might have been leaked by a knight. We don't know who did this yet, but if it's true, the knight should be of a relatively high level." Lucien thought about the possibility that the heretic power had infiltrated into the upper class. However, it was astonishing to imagine that the evil power had corroded some of the noble knights. "What about Aaron's gang?" Lucien asked. "The leaders escaped, including Rose and Aaron. The rest of the gangsters know nothing about the heresy. They can't lie in front of the divine power of the Inquisition." John's eyebrows frowned. "Even though they know nothing, all of them will be sentenced to death by the judges. Facing heresy, the Church never showed mercy." And Lucien believed that the way the Church treated sorcerers would not be any better than that. One of the books from the library that Lucien read recently was called Hunting Sorcerer, which was written in the year 392 of the Saint Calendar Oregon, say, 423 years ago. It was an instruction for sorcerer hunters and night watchers, telling them how to identify the sorcerers, how to track them, and even how to torture them. Lucien remembered some of the paragraphs, which sounded ridiculous and cruel to him. If a suspect lives in an unsociable or eccentric way, the chance of him or her being a sorcerer or a sorceress is high. However, even if a suspect is always sociable and passionate, the possibility still could not be ruled out, because he or she might just be pretending. If the person you suspect panics when he or she knows who you are, the person is a sorcerer. But if the person does not, don't lower our guard, because all the sorcerers are experienced liars. If your divine spells cannot help you make sure the identity of the suspect, inflicting sacred punishment on the suspect can be useful. If the person rolls eyes when facing the punishment, that means he or she is trying to communicate with demons to seek for power. If the person's eyes glaze fearlessly, that means he or she has got the protection from devil power, and thus you must torture the person in a more severe way. If the person dies, it is because the demons took his or her life in order to keep their secrets safe. If you have tried them all but still cannot be sure, leave the suspect to our Almighty God. Burn the suspect. A sorcerer would burn down to ashes, while God would protect the person safe and sound in the fire if he or she is innocent. Lucien was grateful for still being alive. If Lucien had lived 400 years ago when the book was written, he would have been burned to death thousands of times. The Church had been dominating the whole continent for so many years, thus they were now paying more attention to the heresy in the north, instead of going all out hunting scattered sorcerers and sorceresses. "Then did you find anything in the demon hall?" Lucien asked with curiosity. Bad memories made John's eyebrows frown even tighter. "We knight squires didn't go in there. Knights and pastors led by Lord Ven, Lord Verdi, and the Cardinal of Salvatore searched the hall. Lord Ven never told me what he saw there, but I saw his face when he walked out. He looked very serious. I was guarding outside of the gate." John's eyes looked down at the ground, and Lucien could tell the bad memory still disturbed him. "When they opened the gate, I saw the ground was covered with blood. And I saw hearts. Living throbbing hearts on the ground. They said that those were hearts extracted from people's chests when they were alive. Lucien, I've heard many stories, poems, and rumors saying how horrible and vicious the heresy is, but today I finally realized how hateful and inhuman it can be. John raised his head and looked at Lucien, speaking with great determination. I hate them, the heretics. I can never forget what I saw there. I want to grow stronger and eliminate the demons completely. Looking at his serious face, Lucien smiled. This is the justice you're looking for, isn't it, John? John nodded, but then shook his head. I still don't clearly know what kind of justice I'm looking for, Lucien. All I know is that I not only want to protect my families and friends, but I also want to protect more people and fight against the dark powers. I know there's a class among the knights called Demon Hunter. They walk in the darkness and are willing to die fighting against the devil power. Is that your dream now? Asked Lucien. I don't know, Lucien. I still can't awaken my blessing power. Not everyone can become a real knight, not to mention becoming a demon hunter. John replied, a bit depressed. Come on. Of course you can. Lucien gave John a friendly nudge. Look, who am I talking to? The most promising knight squire appreciated by Lord Ven. Feeling the encouragement from his best friend, John grinned at Lucien. Talking about Lord Ven, Lucien asked, did he mention anything about your reward? Yes, sure. John's face was lightened by this topic. Lord Ven promised to give me a good knight sword made of fine steel. Compared with what I'm using now, this one would be much sharper and even have some magic effects on it. Talking about the new sword, John even giggled a bit with sweet expectation. Lucien and John stopped their conversation when Joel came back. In the end, John reminded Lucien, Lord Ven told me that security will be tightened and there will be much more undercover investigations in Altor recently. You were questioned before because of the witch, so be careful recently. You're Mr. Victor's student now, and you never know if there's anyone who'd frame you for this out of jealousy. Thank you, John. I'll be careful, said Lucien gratefully. He knew that, as a knight squire, John was not allowed to leak this kind of information to someone else. Lucien knew he had to be really careful recently and stop practicing most of the spells that could cause a mess. However, Lucien also believed that after this massive search, when the knights and the nobles started letting down their vigilance, it would be even safer than before. Another Sunday morning, and Lucien was trying to organize everything on his day off. Although he was not practicing much casting during the past couple of days, his analysis work of the other several magic spells went on pretty well. His spiritual power was completely recovered and grew even stronger than ever with his meditation. For now, Lucien could cast up to 6 spells of the element school successively. In his spare time, Lucien also worked hard on his music studies. He spent lots of time with reading different books in his spirit library, but not only music books. From a variety of books, Lucien started to learn more about the continent, those countries believing in the God of Truth in the south, and heretic countries in the north, as well as the evil creatures living in the dark mountain range. The brain tissue of the mutant aquatic zombie could be preserved up to 3 years by exerting the magic once a day, which enabled Lucien to have enough time to collect the rest of the magic matters. Your progress impressed me again, Lucien. After testing Lucien's basic music knowledge learned within the several classes, Mr. Victor commended, then we can move forward to actual practice and to learn how to integrate what you've learned from the books into it. When Lucien first helped with improving the harpsichord, Victor thought that Lucien might just happen to have an inspiration there. But now Victor felt that Lucien at least had some talent in music. Lucien, what musical instrument do you want to learn? Asked Victor gently. I'm relatively good at violin, harpsichord, pipe organ, and flute. But if you want to learn something else, I should also be able to help." Lucien never really put much thought into it. He was a bit hesitant. Lucien was a fan of piano back in the days, but he never had a chance to learn how to play it. But on second thought, one day Lucien would set out to find the headquarters of the Continental Congress of Magic and, of course, he could not carry a piano with him all the way. Probably he should choose something relatively portable, like a violin. Lot, Felicia, and Herodotus were curious to see which one Lucien would choose, but Lucien was still hesitating. "It's okay, Lucien." Victor smiled. "If you have any concern, just tell me. Maybe I can help you." So Lucien asked cordially, "Mr. Victor, can I choose both the improved harpsichord and violin?" The rest of the 3 students were a bit pissed off. They felt Lucien was being really greedy because he could learn for free. "No problem," answered Victor, "but you gotta focus on one thing at a time. What about we start from learning harpsichord? And I can probably get some new ideas while I'm teaching." "Sure, thank you, Mr. Victor." Lucien was grateful. Chapter 38, Modern Piano Fingering. Standing up from the couch, Victor clapped his hands delightfully. "All right. Mr. Rhine and Mr. Shavel have finished the improvement of the harpsichord a couple of days ago. Let's try the new harpsichord today. All of you can come. I even feel that I shouldn't call it a harpsichord anymore, since its tone, its range, and its volume are completely different now. For me, it's a revolution in string instruments." Seeing the joy on his face, Lucien could tell that Mr. Victor was very satisfied with the improvement. "Mr. Victor, as the initiator of the harpsichord improvement, you may like to give the new invention an official name." When they were walking upstairs, Lot talked to his teacher in a flattering way. "Yes, Rhine, Shavel and I actually talked about the name before. However, none of us could find a proper name for it." Victor looked at Lucien with a mild smile on his face. "Lucien, what's your idea?" "My idea?" Lucien was a bit surprised. "Of course, you made no small contribution to this. We'd like to hear your suggestion," said Victor. "Well, Rhine appreciated its mechanical sophistication, so he wanted to name it Mechanical Harpsichord. I mean, Mr. Rhine is a talent in music, but definitely not good at naming a new musical instrument. Mechanical harpsichord doesn't sound right to me at all." "What's your idea then, sir?" Lucien asked. I prefer to have a new name. This new musical instrument combines both the features of harpsichord and clavichord, and it has a much wider range of tones compared with its predecessors. So I would suggest the name to be superchord." Including Lucien, none of the students present knew what to say toward this name. "Well, what about the name pianoforte?" Lucien said with uncertainty. "Pianoforte? It's a pretty new name, but it sounds a bit weird." Victor rubbed his chin with his hand in thoughts. The sounds produced by the new instrument were an extension of what the harpsichord could do. Lucien was trying to make the weird name make sense. Lucien knew, in his world, the first piano made by the Italian harpsichord maker Cristofori was first called pianoforte. In Italian, pianoforte meant soft loud. Lucien wanted to keep the name, because it would be sweet if he could play an instrument in this world which was almost the same as a piano on Earth. Pianoforte. Pianoforte, Victor found the name was pretty interesting. What about just piano? Lucien was very surprised that Victor would appreciate the name. "I like the name, piano." Felicia agreed, which was even more beyond Lucien's expectation. It was the first time Felicia showed her commendation for any of Lucien's ideas. A faint blush appeared on her beautiful face. I don't know why. I just somehow feel like it's the proper name. Mr. Victor nodded with a bit of confusion. Yes. I feel the same way, Felicia. Piano. It feels like it should be called piano. Weird. Yeah, that's how I feel as well. Lucien was a bit nervous. He did not understand why both Mr. Victor and Felicia had a special feeling toward the name. Hurriedly, he changed the topic. I can hear someone playing music in the practice room upstairs. Yes, Mr. Ryan is here today. Didn't I mention it? Victor answered with joy. Felicia's face was now as red as a ripe tomato. Ryan was sitting in front of the piano, his hair silver and his gesture charming. Without moving his shoulders and arms, his fingers were dancing on the piano keyboards, and a beautiful piece of music was flowing out of the musical instrument. They indulged themselves in the joys of the song. No one made a sound until Ryan finished playing. All the students and Mr. Victor started applauding for the amazing performance. Mr. Ryan. As an excellent violinist, it's amazing that your skill in playing clavichord is also great. Felicia's eyes were glowing. Your performance was as good as Miss Sylvia's. Standing from the bench, Ryan bowed to them elegantly with his right hand on his chest. He was trying to play the same song on both the clavichord and the piano to see the difference. He turned to Felicia and smiled. I'm flattered, Felicia. But I can never compete with Miss Sylvia. It was she who wrote this song after all. Miss Sylvia was the best clavichord player in Alta. Since clavichord was ideal for playing in a relatively small space, like in a living room or even bedroom, Mr. Sylvia was often invited by the noble ladies to play in their places. It was said that Miss Sylvia was a close friend of Princess Natasha, and thus she enjoyed a high reputation in the association. When Ryan was playing, Lucien paid more attention on the movement of his fingers. At the same time, he searched in his spirit library and found some useful books to refer to. According to these books, the modification of a musical instrument was the main cause of the changes in fingerings, as well as the holistic style. The piano standing beside them had 88 keys and different pedals, which was already very close to a modern piano on Earth. Thus Lucien believed the modern piano fingering should be the best way of playing it. On Earth, people used to play clavichord with 3 fingers of each hand. Then the famous pianist, Bach, started using his thumbs and little fingers. When piano gained its popularity, Chopin made a second revolution in fingerings by also playing the black keys with his thumb and little finger. When Lucien was reviewing the basic modern fingering books in his mind, Victor told Ryan about the new name of the instrument. It turned out that Ryan loved the name as well. Come here, Lucien. Sit in front of the piano. I'm gonna show you the basic fingerings. Victor said to him. Lucien trotted toward Mr. Victor with a bit excitement. However, as soon as he sat on the bench, Lucien felt something was not right. It was a bit too short for the piano. Mr. Victor, can I have a taller bench? Asked Lucien. Why? You're not much shorter than Mr. Ryan. The height should be fine. Victor was a bit surprised. Extending his arms, Lucien tried to show it to Mr. Victor, but if I sit on a bench of this height, I could only use my fingers and wrists. If I want to use my lower and upper arm, as well as my shoulder, I need a taller bench, otherwise it would be too awkward. That's because you're not supposed to use your arms and shoulders. That's too rude. Victor was pretty serious. Forget about what you've seen in the pubs. You saw how Mr. Ryan played, didn't you? Did he ever use his arms and shoulders? Victor's reaction was within Lucien's expectation. Modern piano fingering was quite hard to be accepted by many famous pianists back in the days. In their eyes, pianists using modern fingering like Franz Liszt were rude. The way of swinging arms and shoulders in their mind looked very barbaric, and it was like smashing the piano. Yes, Lucien. Those players in the pubs are not well educated. I know, you probably grew up in that environment, but now you're here. It's time for you to see what is noble music now. Seizing the chance, Herodotus scoffed at Lucien's words. Mr. Victor, the piano is a new musical instrument. Lucien explained calmly, I feel that how a musician plays the instrument should depend on the features of it. As an extension of harpsichord, piano is superior in both volume and range. With the strength of arm and shoulder, I feel its features could be presented in a better way. Rein took a step forward and smiled at Victor. I agree with Lucien. Remember the discussion about fingerings several years ago? Probably we can make a real difference again with it. Victor thought for a while and finally said, all right, maybe we can give it a shot. But Lucien, if it later is considered wrong, it would take you a long time to forget the wrong movements and start over again. Are you sure you want to do this? Lucien nodded at Mr. Victor with a determined look. In the other students' eyes, Lucien was no more than an arrogant boy trying to impress Mr. Victor and Mr. Rein in this stupid way. Chapter 39, The Tawny Owl. Mr. Victor passed a piece of notation to Lucien, which was written by himself for harpsichord beginners. The song did not require any expert skills, and thus, when it was played on a harpsichord, it was quite plain. However, after the improvement, the tone of the piano would definitely add some splendor to it. With his diligent practice of meditation, Lucien had an even better memory now. It only took him a while to roughly go through the music several times. Before him, Mr. Victor only saw noble students like Lot and Felicia, being able to do this, because they grew up under the nurture of music since they were born. All right, Lucien. I know you still feel you're not prepared, but it's time for you to start playing. Don't be nervous and just pay attention to the keys you should press down. Take it easy. Mr. Victor was quite looking forward to Lucien's first play. Putting his hands on the keyboard in a defined arch, Lucien pressed down the first key. It was not difficult for him to remember the song, but, as expected, playing it was a completely different story. Lucien felt his fingers were too clumsy to reach the right keys in time. Slow as he was, Lucien tried his best to focus on the keys to make sure they were the correct ones. Instead of a song, his first time playing sounded more like a bunch of separated notes climbing out of the piano slowly one by one, or like a dying man exhaling with great effort. However, no one there ever laughed at him, including the three noble students. Watching Lucien play reminded them of their own past struggle, which was even more terrible. It was a short piece of melody, that should last around a minute, but it took Lucien more than 3 minutes to finish playing it. After he pressed down the last key, his forehead was oozing sweat. Lucien felt that even fighting with an aquatic zombie in the pipes could not be more exhausting. Mr. Victor was the first person who started applauding Lucien, followed by Rein and the other students. You did a good job, Lucien. Victor comforted him, smiling. I know how clumsy a person would feel when he or she first started playing. But you are the only student I've seen that managed to press every key correctly. It's impressive. Rein nodded. Yes, you are very smart, Lucien. I'm sure you will improve quickly with more practice. But the coordination of your hands was for sure not your strong point, and later you will also need to use your feet for the pedals. It'll be pretty challenging for you. I agree, said Mr. Victor, but being more coordinate is just a matter of time. If you're willing to work hard, you'll be a qualified musician within 10 years. 10 years. It seemed that even with the direction of a master musician, it still would take a long time for a person to achieve something in music. However, Lucien was still expecting that, by becoming a qualified musician as soon as possible, his living expenses as well as the cost for his magic experiments could be fully covered. Is there any way to become a qualified musician faster? Lucien asked. Yes, sure, if you're a genius. Felicia interjected, but you are not, Lucien. Working hard is the only way to become a qualified musician, and of course it takes time. Don't let Mr. Victor lose his face for having a student who couldn't even play the piano decently. In Felicia's eyes, Lucien's question fully showed his shallowness. Ryan responded in a more mild way, I understand young people's eagerness, but like Felicia said, my current small achievement in playing violin took me a long time, and it's the same with other instruments. Then he paused a bit. Well, actually hard practice is not the only way to become a qualified musician. If you could awaken the blessing in your blood, your ability of controlling your body would be increased by a large extent. With your smart little brain, you could probably become a piano musician within a few weeks. But how long it would take you to awaken the blessing? Ryan shrugged his shoulders, maybe 10 years, maybe 20 years, or forever. What do you think? Becoming a genius sounds more practical, Lucien. Lot laughed. Victor turned to Lucien, if you just want to master a relatively hard piece of melody, an intensive practice within a short period of time may be helpful, but this can never help you become a really good musician. Do not rush, but always work hard, Lucien. Victor tapped Lucien on his shoulders to encourage him. Lucien looked at Mr. Victor and nodded. After the class, Lucien started working on his monthly budget. He needed to give Auntie Elisa 3 nars every month for the meals because he was now eating with their family more often. Also, more money would be spent on building a secret magic lab in the future, when all talk calmed down and became safer. Besides money, Lucien still had lots of concerns. Buying too many glasswares for magic experiments could be very suspicious to the church, and Lucien currently had no idea what to do with them. He also needed some black robes, so he could sew some rows of small pockets inside for carrying more different magic reagents in the future. Burying his head in his arms, Lucien thought to himself, maybe I'll become a tailor sewing clothes for people rather than a sorcerer. The idea amused him a bit. Several days later, at night, Lucien was reviewing the last magic he analyzed, Hohmann's oscillation, even though it was too risky for him to practice the spell at this moment. Besides, by changing the vibration frequency of his spiritual power, now Lucien could leave an imperceptible magic mark on a target, which made him very happy. As for music, like Ryan commented, after a certain stage, his good memory could not help much anymore. His poor coordination became his biggest problem, so Lucien was still practicing the same etude. All of a sudden, Lucien heard someone or something was swiftly approaching his shack. Lucien hid all his stuff under the bed in a hurry and stood there in a defensive posture. Knock, knock, knock. The window opened by itself. Lucien felt a familiar wave of magic power coming inside. He was very nervous, but also kind of excited. Was it another sorcerer apprentice, or even a real sorcerer? A tawny owl flew in through the window and landed on the table. Somehow Lucien felt it had an arrogant-looking face. And the owl started speaking in a harsh voice. You should open the window for me, you little boy. Lucien was not really scared. In the notes, the witch mentioned some animals that could talk. Some of them were sorcerers or sorceresses transformed into different kind of animals, while some of them were summoned pets. However, Lucien was not sure which one the owl was, yet. Strolling on the table, the arrogant owl looked at Lucien from top to bottom. Then it started talking again. "Don't be afraid, boy. As long as you answer my questions honestly, Lord Doro won't hurt you." Lucien nodded his head, feeling a bit confused. Who was Lord Doro? The owl took a step forward and looked at Lucien's eyes. "Listen to my question. After the apprentice died, did any sorcerer or sorceress come here and asked you about her?" Chapter 40, Tracking. As long as all the required reagents were ready, an apprentice could start summoning his or her own pet. With different reagents, there were also different summoned animals. Some could be common animals like owls, cats, or ravens, while some could be very powerful magic creatures like a fairy dragon. Once they were summoned, mysterious connections would be built between the owners and them. Thus, an owner could gain some special abilities based on the features of his or her summoned pet, and vice versa. As long as the pet was strong enough to handle magic, it could also use some of its owner's basic spells. For example, if one could summon a cat as his or her companion, the summoner usually would then have good night vision, and there would be also a significant improvement in the person's agility. Meanwhile, the cat could help its owner to cast some of the apprentice spells like darkness and organ preservation, even some basic necromantic spells. However, as to how many spells a companion pet could master, and how many times it could cast the spells depended on its owner's level. That was to say, the power consumed by a spell would not come from the pet, but still from its owner. If the owner's remaining spiritual power was not enough, the pet would not be able to use magic. A summoned companion pet could also grow stronger to higher levels, but the special abilities its owner gained would not be further improved along the process. If the pet died, or somehow the connection was broken, the owner would lose the special abilities deriving from the pet and even be injured. Lucien had never paid much attention to summoning spells before, because having a magic pet in the city under the nose of the church could easily bring him big trouble. A few seconds later, Lucien slowly answered the owl's question, "No. I didn't see any other sorcerer or sorceress." The owl flapped its wings in satisfaction. "Very well. You are indeed not lying. Lord Doro has been watching you for some time, and no one came or asked about her." Sneaky little bird, Lucien almost rolled his eyes. Then, the second question. "What happened in the witch's secret chamber and what did you find there?" The owl's big round eyes blinked. "Well, I went down there with a few guards." Lucien told the owl exactly what had happened in the chamber, except, of course, the part about the magic books being copied to his spirit library. No one would believe that there was a whole library in his soul anyway. What a tragedy for the guard. He lost his arm. The owl sighed. "Good boy, Lord Doro's job is done now. Good night, little boy." Then it flew directly toward the open window and gradually disappeared in the darkness. Then Lucien finally realized that Doro was the owl's name. Without doubt, the owl had a master, and Lucien wanted to figure out who the person was. So when Lucien was talking, he left an almost undetectable mark on Doro, the owl, with his spiritual power. When he was sure that the owl had flown some distance away from his place, Lucien quickly put on his black robe and ran out of the door. It was very dark outside at midnight and the streets were quiet. Lucien spread his power out and soon detected the owl. The owl did not fly very fast. Lucien was a bit hesitant whether he should follow the bird or not. Doro didn't look like a very strong summoned pet, so Lucien was guessing that its owner probably was also an apprentice. But what if there were other sorcerers at the place? A few seconds later, Lucien decided to take the risk. After all, sooner or later, he needed to find other apprentices or sorcerers and join them. Such a good opportunity like the one sitting in front of him was definitely worth the risk. Furthermore, if Lucien found himself in a dangerous situation, he still had a level 2 magic ring to help him, the Ice Revenger. Lucien followed the target and ran on the streets. At the same time, he kept some distance between him and Doro to make sure he wouldn't be noticed. About 10 minutes later, Lucien saw the owl flying into a window on the second floor of a building covered by darkness. Carefully, he approached it, and was a bit surprised when he found out it was actually the copper coronet. Lucien put his Ice Revenger on the finger, and then carefully walked toward the back door of the pub. With some easy apprentice spells, he sneaked into the tavern and went upstairs. Luckily, no one was on the corridor at this time. Listening carefully with the help of his spiritual power, Lucien could hear a man talking in a low voice inside one of the rooms. Listening to his owl's report, Smile was sitting in a rocking chair with a glass of wine in his hand. Then he closed his eyes and lay back on the chair. Well, it seems that the guy doesn't know the witch as well. Oh no! I have no clue now, not at all. How can I find the man from the Continental Congress? Smile, as long as we keep collecting information, Doro was trying to comfort him. While he was feeling depressed, there was a knock on the front door. Doro jumped to the bed at once and buried himself under the blanket, while Smile bounced out of the rocking chair and asked nervously, "Who is it?" "I'm looking for Doro, the owl, and you, Mr. Smile," a man answered in a calm way. His voice sounded harsh and cold. "What?" Doro screamed and its big round eyes opened even wider. Smile's spell was ready, but he dare not launch the attack rashly on a stranger who he knew nothing about. "I asked, who are you?" Smile repeated. "I'm a sorcerer, and I know the witch. Like you, I'm also looking for the man from the Congress." The harsh voice paused a bit and continued, "Earlier I heard your owl asking a young boy about the witch, so I followed your pet and came here." "What?" "It was Lord Doro's mistake." "What a tragedy," yelled the owl. Smile relaxed a bit. At least he knew it was not the church, or they would have broken the door at once, without any explanation. "If you're a sorcerer, you don't need me to open the door for you." Smile did not lower his guard though. If the man opened the door by himself, he could have a few more seconds to better cast defensive measures. Besides, he could tell from the spell if the guy was really a sorcerer, or a pastor in disguise. The two powers were different. Then, the door opened. A freezing cold and threatening power came into the place before the sorcerer entered. Smile took a step back. He knew he was definitely overpowered. None of his apprentice spells would be helpful when facing the other sorcerer's power. Then he saw a mysterious man wearing a black robe, whose face was hidden in the shadow of a hood. Lucien, on the other hand, saw the apprentice's face well enough, and realized that he actually met Smile before. When Lucien first visited Copper Coronet, Smile was the hooked-nosed man sitting beside the pub counter. Chapter 41, Apprentice Group. Facing the threatening power, Smile subconsciously tried to avoid looking at the face shaded by the hood, as if there was a dreadful and evil pit hidden inside. He even thought it was possible that the sorcerer in front of him was a user of black magic. After putting on Ice Revenger, it kept infusing a steady cold flow into Lucien's body, strengthening his willpower. At the same time, Lucien could also sense the tension in the air built by the ring. With Ice Revenger, Lucien could be immune to all the apprentice-level magics working on his mind. The person who wore the ring could, at the same time, have the frightful presence buff forcing people surrounding him or her to feel frightened, which was usually a buff of night. Without asking for permission, Lucien entered the room and closed the door behind him. Under the alert gaze of Smile, Lucien casually found a chair and sat down, then he started talking again in the pretended harsh voice. I knew the apprentice by accident. She made an appointment for me to meet the sorcerer who came from the headquarters of the Continental Congress of Magic. I was looking forward to meeting him to find the land where sorcerers and sorceresses can feel free to study magic. But before the meeting, she died, and I never had the chance to meet the sorcerer. I was planning on asking the young lad named Lucien the same question as well, but your owl was a step ahead of me. Knowing that the sorcerer sitting in front of him was not his enemy, Smile finally relaxed. Rubbing his hands, he started explaining why he was also looking for the mysterious sorcerer. I met her several months ago, and I invited her to our secret apprentice group meeting. Later she told us that she met a great sorcerer from the Congress. In her description, on the land where the Congress sits, all the sorcerers and sorceresses don't have to hide anymore. We were so encouraged. I understand, Lucien nodded, we are sorcerers, not rats. We deserve much better than this. Smile raised his head and started feeling close to this unexpected visitor. Sorcerers and sorceresses always understood their shared struggle and fear. Facing the same enemy, most sorcerers and sorceresses united to help each other and to escape from the search of the church. Yes, sir. You must understand our excitement. Smile lowered his head and looked at his hands again. We also asked her to invite the great sorcerer to come to our meeting. Although he didn't show up for the first time, the sorceress brought a journal called ARCANA from him to us. Lucien remembered the journal. It must be the same one the sorceress mentioned in her notebook. ARCANA. Lucien pretended he never heard of the journal before. Yes, sir. When she first mentioned the Congress, some of us didn't believe it. After reading it, all of us started yearning for the place. The journal was old, very old, it was published about 25 years ago. But the ideas in the journal were amazing, way beyond imagination. It was like a new world. Smile's face lightened up a bit. A few seconds later, Smile continued in a depressed voice, but she was found by the church before our next meeting. I know it was dangerous, but I still don't want to give up. I moved from Purple Lily into this pub, hoping I could find any clue related to the Congress. Before, I was afraid that the church might still be watching her place, so I waited for almost a month and finally sent Doro there tonight. Lucien saw Smile's face was changing with different emotions: excitement, astonishment, sadness, and depression. He was pretty sure Smile was not lying. Hearing Smile's explanation, Lucien felt kind of disappointed, since he was hoping that Smile might know something more about the Congress. Her death is our loss. Lucien said slowly, I'm afraid the sorcerer you were talking about might get caught with her at the same time. A sorcerer from the headquarters can easily catch the church's attention. I guess so, Smile nodded with a sad look. What a tragedy, yelled the owl Doro. Smile, can I take a look at the journal? Lucien was trying to see if he could find any information from it. Smile shook his head and replied, sorry, sir. The journal is not here now. We take turns to read it. The journal was very hard for us apprentices to understand, but I guess for a real sorcerer like you, it won't be a problem. The power of the ring made Smile think Lucien was at least a sorcerer of the first or second circle, instead of an apprentice like him. Towards Smile's assumption, Lucien neither admitted nor denied, since Smile's respect might bring him some benefits. So, if you don't mind, sir, Smile asked Lucien with a bit hesitation, you can join us. The journal will be passed on to another apprentice over the next meeting. Lucien thought about the potential risk, but he also didn't want to miss the chance to find the apprentice group in Alta. What do you usually do during the meeting? Lucien asked. Alta is the last city of ancient Sylvana's magic empire, and there are still many sorcerers and sorceresses teaching their apprentices secretly. Apprentices gather together to exchange information, magic materials, and views. We work together and help each other. Smile explained. I see. But the church is watching us all the time. How did the founders manage to start the group at the very beginning? Lucien wanted to ask more questions to make sure it was not a trap. Well, there are several apprentice groups. Most apprentices here belong to one of them, while some join more than one group. The founders of our group first met each other by accident in the Melzer Black Forest when they were seeking the same magic materials. Smile answered in a patient way, I know you're very cautious, sir, and I completely understand. Every one of us all felt the same way when we first joined the meeting group. You'll see that it's a very secret group. Except the one who introduces you to the meeting, you can hardly recognize anyone else there, because we'd all dress like the way you're dressing now. If you can join us, sir, it will be our pleasure. And I'm pretty sure you can also find what you need there, at least we can try. Smile added. Despite the man's harsh voice, Smile felt the man in the black robe was not a vicious sorcerer, instead, he appeared to be quite calm and understanding. If their apprentice group could have a real sorcerer as a regular member, these apprentices, including Smile himself, could definitely benefit a lot from it. Even if the man was actually not as powerful as he appeared to be, Smile didn't think he would do any harm to the group. Lucien was persuaded. He knew sooner or later he had to find a group instead of always working alone, and the magic potions and reagents were also too tempting for Lucien to refuse. Well, my lab was damaged several days ago. If your group can provide me with a whole set of labware, I'll be more than willing to go. I don't think it will be a problem, sir. Smile grinned. Thank you, Smile. Then where is the group meeting, and when? This Saturday evening, answered Smile. It would be held in the sewers, but we haven't agreed on the specific location. Please tell me how to find you when we decide, sir. Don't hold your meeting in the sewers. Lucien warned Smile seriously, the church is lately keeping a close watching there. Don't ask me what happened there, and don't ask why I know this. Just tell all your group members not to go down there recently. What? Smile was shocked. Even thinking about what would happen to the apprentice group if he hadn't met the mysterious sorcerer tonight made his heart beat really fast. We can develop a set of code first. Then when you decide where and when to hold the meeting, find the 8th house opposite to the ruin of the apprentice's place and leave the secret code on the corner of the wall. It's easier and also safer for both of us, said Lucien. The house sat right beside Auntie Elisa's place. It was very convenient for Lucien to see the code on his way. After agreeing on the secret code, Lucien stood up from the chair and was about to leave. Simile stopped him and asked. Sir, can you give me your pseudonym? We don't use real names during the meeting. Lucien thought for a few seconds and replied, well, call me Professor. Lucien slightly dusted his black robe and walked toward the door. Before he left, he turned towards Smile. I almost forgot. I'm working on an experiment recently which requires corpse mushroom and revenant dust. I'm running out of these two materials. If you guys can provide some, I'd really appreciate it. Then he opened the door and stepped out of the room. Good night, Owl. Lucien nodded politely. Owl was Smile's pseudonym. Smile watched the mysterious sorcerer closing the door gently and heard his light footsteps downstairs. Like a dream, the room became quiet again, as if the man never been there. Chapter 42, The Secret Meeting. After leaving the room, while Lucien was walking downstairs, he dispelled the spirit mark he left on Doro, as he didn't want Smile to somehow find out his own unique way of tracking. Carefully, Lucien approached the back door. Again, with some easy spells, Lucien managed to leave Copper Coronet quietly and no one ever noticed him. Just in case, Lucien took a very roundabout way first, instead of going back to his place directly. Lying in his bed, Lucien felt kind of encouraged since now he was certain that he was not alone. He was comforted by the fact that there were still other apprentices working hard while carefully hiding from the church. He wondered how many apprentices, sorcerers, and sorceresses were there in Alta in total. In the following few days, Lucien's life was pretty plain but peaceful. Lucien got up early in the morning to do some workout and then went to work. Sometimes he read music books, and sometimes religion and travel book, sometimes he read in his own spirit library and analyzed the magic structures. Although Pierre could be kind of weird sometimes, when he was reading his music books, Lucien almost couldn't feel his existence. And luckily, Wolf had been out of town for a while, and no one else in the association would ever give them a hard time. Life was almost perfect these days. The only pity was that Lucien didn't have a chance to see Miss Sylvia, the famous violinist who was still single. According to Pierre, she was a goddess-like lady and was very talented. Since Pierre kept mentioning her for countless times, Lucien also started feeling curious. However, Mr. Sylvia didn't come to the association very often. While learning music, Lucien was still learning how to read, but the time spent on the latter was much shorter now, since he was learning really fast. Like the rest of the music students, after finishing the class, Lucien would stay at Mr. Victor's place and start another 2-hour piano practicing. Lucien's quality of being persistent helped him a lot. He never stopped practicing until he had really sore fingers and arms and sweated a lot. The evening was reserved to the study of magic. Nothing could pull Lucien out of the magic world in this period of time. On Friday evening, while Lucien was on his way to Auntie Elisa's place, he noticed there were some doodle-like patterns at the very corner of a wall. Lucien quickly understood what they meant. 10 o'clock. Saturday night. The abandoned house in the easternmost area in Adaran. Owl. Lucien's expression did not change at all. He kept calmly walking toward Elisa's place as if he had seen nothing unusual. Lucien arrived at the place 10 minutes earlier in his black robe, with Ice Revenger on his left hand. Before Lucien left his place, he also checked all the magic reagents in the pockets of the robe. There was neither moon nor stars that night. Thick clouds covered all the light in the sky. As soon as Lucien arrived, he heard an owl hoot in the darkness. It was Doro standing on the tall willow, serving as a sentinel. Under the tree stood Smile in a black robe. In order to let Lucien recognize him, Smile didn't wear his hood. "Welcome, Mr. Professor." Smile walked toward Lucien and put on the hood. "I told the other members about you, and they were looking forward to your presence. Several apprentices also wanted to ask you for help with some magic problems. Of course, they will pay." Knowing that Smile was trying to test him, Lucien, however, didn't feel nervous. He was pretty sure that he was more advanced than most of his peer apprentices, although he couldn't guarantee that he was able to solve all the problems. "I major in astrology and element magic. So if these are questions related to those, I shall be able to help them a bit." Smile nodded, then please follow me, Mr. Professor. Smile stopped in front of the old wood door of the abandoned place. After knocking on the door in a unique rhythm, Smile mimicked an owl hoot. A few seconds later, a man wearing the same black robe opened the door slowly. When the man saw Lucien, he slightly nodded towards Lucien. This must be Mr. Professor, then. Lucien could tell it was not the man's real voice as well. Yes, this is Mr. Professor. Smile's voice was also lower than the other night, and Professor, this is Fire Wolf. Nice to meet you. Lucien lowered his head slightly and greeted him. His left hand stayed in the sleeve, and his ice revenger was ready. After walking through the living room and another door, Fire Wolf led them to the storage room. At the corner of the room, there was a staircase that led underground. A basement. He wondered why he never thought about building a basement under his shack, instead of taking the risk and going down into the sewers every time. And at the same time, he could build a bigger crypt in Melzer Black Forest for practicing more powerful spells. This was not a very spacious basement. 11 low stools were placed surrounding a long table. Flickering candles sparsely illuminated the place. The other 8 apprentices were already sitting there. All of them were wearing black robes. Lucien walked downstairs with great caution, followed by Firewolf and Smile. They closed the door of the basement before they sat down. Everyone, today we're honored to have Mr. Professor here to exchange ideas and thoughts with us. Smile stood up and started the introduction. Mr. Professor is a real sorcerer. I'm sure our apprentice group meeting would benefit a lot from Mr. Professor's profound knowledge. Then Smile started introducing the apprentices present one by one. This is White Honey, Morning Star, Reindeer, White Glove, Oak, Philosopher, Mercury, and Hanger. The honor is all mine. Lucien slightly bowed. Please forgive me for being so direct. I come here largely because of the journal, Arcana. Can I take a look at it first? No problem, Professor. Take your time and we can do random discussion first. Philosopher nodded and slowly handed Lucien a black hardback book. His voice sounded pretty old. Besides, I heard from Owl that you need a whole set of labwares and I brought them here tonight. I'll be glad to give them to you as a gift if you can solve a problem for me later. Lucien didn't open the book instantly, but carefully checked the cover of the book first. There were a few separate silver lines joining together in the end on the black cover, which formed the word, Arcana, right in the center. Under the name of the journal, a line of words wrote Volume 11, the year 392 of Saint Calendar. There were parchment pages inside it. From the content page, Lucien found there were 24 articles in the journal. The first one was discussion about the 5th failure of finding the new planets. Lucien felt interested in it and started reading. The theory of gravitation proposed by Douglas could explain lots of force field spells, even most spells of the astrology school. Besides, the 3 laws of planetary motion also derives from that theory, which is of great significance for guiding the field of fortune-telling. Based on this theory, we have created many new and powerful spells. Thus we can say, if there are 2 major columns supporting the classical magic system, the theory of gravitation could be valued as the most important foundation for one of the columns' force field study. There is still one question remaining to be demonstrated. The theory of gravitation enables us to figure out many guiding formulas, and thus we know that the continent where we live in also belongs to a planet. The planet keeps rotating and at the same time revolving around the Sun, so do the rest of the planets in the sky. Following the formulas mentioned above, we can also locate these planets. However, no one, not even the greatest sorcerer or sorceress, ever managed to reach the planets using the most advanced space magic, including me. Even we can calculate the coordinates of them, we can find none of them in the presumed places in space. When I was trying to cast the advanced space magic, although I could not reach the planet, I could feel the gravity of the target planet from my presupposed transit spot. The planets are there, but at the same time, they are not there. When Lucien found out that the planets in this world could tell destinies, Lucien was already quite surprised. Now he felt surprised again, and very confused. Chapter 43, A Real Professor. After he roughly went through some of the formulas in the article, Lucien found that the formulas in this world were basically consistent with what he had learned before, at school. If there was no calculation mistake, the sorcerer should be able to locate and find the planet. However, including the author, no one ever managed to arrive on the target planet. So weird, Lucien thought to himself, feeling confused. Then he saw the author's introduction. Oliver Constantine, Grand Arcanist, Legendary Archmage, Level 3 in the profession of the Hand of Annihilation. It looks like the title of Grand Arcanist is even superior than Legendary Archmage, and the two titles are not overlapping. They should belong to different evaluation or ranking systems. The latter is decided by how powerful the sorcerer or sorceress is, while the former depends on one's contribution to the study of arcana, Lucien was guessing. Then when he looked at the other authors' titles in the journal, his thought was proved right. All of them had two different titles, for example, Level 8 Arcanist, 9th Circle Astrology Mage, Level 6 Arcanist, 8th Circle Element Mage. Lucien also noticed that, in most cases, the authors' levels in arcana were lower than their magic power ranks. Therefore, it seemed the achievement in academic study was even harder. Some of the rest of the articles were: Study of string vibration in some of the magics. Brief introduction of differential method and infinite series. Thoughts about 7 bridge problem. The mutual transformation between electricity and magnetism in magic. A new element detected by a new method. A forever debate, whether spiritual power exists in the form of wave or particle. A study of spirit storm. While Lucien was reading the book, other apprentices were observing him in secret. Half an hour later, Lucien already had a general idea of the journal. The study of arcana in this world could be understood as science on Earth. The development of mathematics and physics here was close to the one at the middle of the 18th century on Earth. Calculus had been basically built up, while there was a very rapid growth in the development of geometry. Also, the development in mechanics and electromagnetism had been pushed further in this world. At the same time, some spells here were beyond the comprehension of Earth's science, for example, space jump. As for element magic, it was close to the development level of chemistry in the early 19th century on Earth. Researchers, or say, arcanists, had determined what particles made the elements and had realized that earth, fire, wind, and water were actually not elements. Besides, they had started measuring atomic weight as well. But the journal was published 20 years ago. Lucien speculated that the current development level of arcana should be even more advanced. After he closed the journal, Lucien found that all the apprentices present were looking at him. He smiled and asked, "It's a very interesting book. Can I keep it for about 2 weeks? As long as you can answer my questions, Mr. Professor." The voice of philosopher sounded very old. "Of course, philosopher. You may ask now." Knowing that the elder apprentice was trying to test him, Lucien was pretty confident. He believed that his knowledge should be enough to answer some apprentice questions. Philosopher took out a stack of papers filled with words and numbers. "Professor, since you specialize in element and astrology, I have some questions for you related to the first article in the journal." When I first met these formulas which can predict the orbiting of stars, I was so fascinated, but I couldn't understand how they were derived and why they actually work. Can you explain it for us, sir? It seemed like a shared question for all the apprentices present. All of them turned around and were waiting for Lucien's explanation. Within Lucien's expectation, what philosopher asked was related to celestial mechanics. He answered calmly, "Your question is too big to be fully explained at a time, because it involves too many different aspects. Tonight I can explain to you the basic principles of the formula and how to use them. Are you okay with it?" "Sure, Mr. Professor." Philosopher answered politely. This symbol represents gravitational constant. Some of you may wonder, what is gravity? Well, gravity is the force that makes you fall back to the ground when you jump up without using any magic, the force that makes apples drop. These phenomena never follow the will of God, and they should not be taken for granted. Lucien was trying to make his explanation simple. And when the other apprentices interrupted him to ask why, he just answered in this way: "In order to explain this question, many more concepts and principles will be involved, and they cannot be comprehended when you are apprentices. After you become real sorcerers and sorceresses, these questions will be easier to be studied." That was actually because Lucien himself did not fully understand the underlying principles of the formula as well. Philosopher sighed with emotion. One can never learn enough in the world of magic. Before I thought I had made some progress in this field, but now I just realized I'm way far from that. The rest of the apprentices also nodded toward these formulas. Although the mysterious professor did not explain why, he indeed clarified how, from which they were provided with new ideas about how to analyze and construct many new magic structures. After Lucien finished his lecture, philosopher fell silent. After a few seconds, he grabbed his quill and started writing numbers on a piece of paper excitedly. Other apprentices were also lost in thought. "Mr. Professor, I want to apologize for suspecting you were a liar. White Honey was a female, who did not speak very much before. You're the most elegant and erudite sorcerer I've ever seen." Although she was trying to make herself sound like an elder woman, she was too excited to hide her original charming voice. From her comment, Lucien, Smile, and Oak immediately drew an important conclusion: White Honey was a member of more than one apprentice group. Lucien answered in his pretended harsh voice, "I accept your apology. But actually, I don't really care what other people think of me. My knowledge and power is always mine." Later, when White Honey, Smile, and Oak were exchanging magic materials, Lucien also bought some of them. Laying the right hand on his forehead, philosopher made a deep bow towards Lucien. It was the manner of the ancient sorcerers. "I want to extend my sincere thanks to you, sir, my mentor," philosopher said, excitedly. "Your explanation solved many of my questions. I'm hoping that, with your help, I can figure out how to analyze the key first circle astrology magic, in order to become a real sorcerer. Mr. Professor, to show my appreciation, I hope you can accept this set of labware. Besides, you can choose any one of my stuff here. Mr. Professor, I heard that you need corpse mushroom, and I've brought them here. I'm not sure if you are willing to solve a question of mine." Mercury was another female in the group, who sounded quite nervous but also excited. Other apprentices were looking at Lucien respectfully, hoping to learn more from him. Lucien started feeling that he was a real professor now. Chapter 44, Knowledge is Money. Mercury took out a small box, in which there were 3 corpse mushrooms. One was darker than the other 2. She asked politely, "You can take them all if you are willing to answer my question, sir." Corpse mushroom was required in many magic potions. The average price was about 10 nars. And the darker ones were even more expensive. If they were badly in need, the price could be doubled or even more. Lucien couldn't resist the offer. He nodded, "All right." Mercury found the article in the journal titled "A New Element Detected by a New Method" and asked, "My question is about the basic elements. The author defines Tai, which is extracted from sunstones, as an element in this article, but I thought only earth, fire, wind, and water were basic elements." Her voice was slightly trembling, as if she knew that the answer to her question would overthrow all of her previous knowledge about element magic. In fact, the question was related to the important difference between the ancient and the contemporary magic system. Well, after a while, Lucien finally responded, "Honestly speaking, I'm not sure neither. I studied the ancient magic system like all of you. In the past, I often found conflicts between some theories and my own experiment practices, and thus I started putting more thoughts on it. The reason that I'm able to explain those formula is not because I already have a deep understanding of them, but because many of the corresponding questions have been existing in my mind for a long time, and the article just solved them." It was very suspicious that a sorcerer who claimed himself to have nothing to do with the Continental Congress of Magic could understand all of the formula in the article, but Lucien was too excited to realize the fact when he first read the journal. Now he had to restrain himself a bit. "That's why I was only explaining the application of the formulas. As for the principles lying behind them, they're also strange to me," Lucien continued. He did not want to take even a slight risk of being suspected. This article showed the process and the result of an experiment, with only a few formulas. I can only share some of my thoughts roughly toward the theories mentioned in it, but I can be wrong. "No problem, sir," Mercury answered firmly, and turned to the other apprentices, "and I want to invite all of you here to join our discussion. This kind of instruction could be very expensive." Without the questioner's permission, others were usually not allowed to listen to it. Important information sometimes would be protected by a special magic called secret communication in order to avoid eavesdropping. I heard that there has been a long-time discussion between sorcerers and sorceresses on whether the belief of 4 basic elements of the world is just a myth. Lucien started analyzing. Many believe that the real elements should be more abstract, and should be more than just 4 kinds. The other apprentices nodded thoughtfully. Many of them had the same doubt as well when they were conducting magic experiments. "I'm not sure what are the real elements instead. But from this article, it seems like they have redefined element and found many new ones through different experiments." The experiment in this article was an example. The author showed his way to find the new element by using the 9th circle magic firestorm to bombard sunstone in an enclosed magic circle. The author obtained a beautiful and pure crystal called Tai, which was both more flexible and lighter than mithril. Lucien speculated that there was no periodic table of the elements in this world yet. But in this magic world, elements here were probably totally unpredictable. In order to show the conflict between the ancient element theory and real-life practice, Lucien took a few apprentice element magics for example. After hearing his idea, the rest of the apprentices present were very excited. "Mr. Professor, I believe you're right. Being explained in this way, many of my experiment questions can be easily solved." Mercury was very grateful. "Thank you so much, Mr. Professor." Hanger, who was standing in the corner all the time, also could hardly conceal his excitement. "Mr. Professor, what about spirit? Is it also composed of certain elements?" "I don't have the materials you need, but you can choose anything you want in my bag." The other apprentices now held no suspicion of Lucien's identity. They all firmly believed that Lucien was the most knowledgeable sorcerer they had ever met, and were all eagerly hoping that the great sorcerer could share more of his ideas with them. Disappointingly, Lucien shook his head. "Sorry, I haven't dipped into necromancy, so I cannot answer your question." After putting the 3 corpse mushrooms into his pocket and taking Philosopher's suitcase, Lucien asked, "Do you have extra corpse mushroom or revenant dust? I want to buy more, or you can ask more questions." The brain tissue of the aquatic zombie was enough for about 7 to 8 experiments, and each of them would consume 1 corpse mushroom. Lucien hoped that he could collect the materials as much as possible. "Since the church has been keeping an eye on us for a long time and it's too risky to cultivate the mushroom by ourselves, corpse mushroom is very rare these days. Except Mercury, I don't think other apprentices here would be able to offer you more, Mr. Professor." Philosopher answered respectfully. He seemed like the leader of the group. Like White Honey, Philosopher was a member of another 2 sorcerer groups. But the other sorcerers and sorceresses he had met were all very arrogant. They would only help the other group members who could offer something they really want, or give instructions to their own apprentices. Therefore, he was very grateful for Lucien's help. Compared with corpse mushroom, revenant dust is even harder to find. White Honey added, "The formation of revenant requires strong grievance and resentment gathering in a certain way. Although using the blood of some evil creatures can summon revenants, the blood is even more precious than the dust itself. After all, this is Alta." Lucien was kind of disappointed, but he quickly moved on. Later he answered more questions raised by the other group members and got more materials and magic reagents in return. Lucien's knowledge earned great respect for him among the apprentices. Besides respect, Lucien also earned a whole set of magic labware, 3 corpse mushroom, many other magic materials and reagents. Just like the saying goes, knowledge is money. Chapter 45, Lucien's Magic Lab. When Lucien had found most of the materials that he needed, it was time for him to call it a day. "I gotta go now," said Lucien in his pretended harsh voice. "We can continue over the next meeting." He also had to go back and review his physics and chemistry knowledge in order to explain more questions in better ways for the group members. To show their thankfulness, all of the apprentices stood up, laying their right hands on their foreheads, and bowed low to Lucien. "Mr. Professor, can we have the honor to keep you staying a bit longer? Each of us is going to share our recent thoughts by presenting them to the others later. It would be our great pleasure to have you here." Philosopher hopefully asked. The discussion part was open to anyone. All of the apprentices present were hoping Lucien would possibly make comments on their ideas. Even some random words from such a knowledgeable sorcerer could benefit them a great deal. For Lucien, the invitation was an extra surprise tonight. Although Lucien could understand many advanced formulae based on his previous knowledge, he, on the contrary, was having a hard time analyzing some of the apprentice spells. Concealing his excitement, Lucien was trying to make himself sound as calm as possible. "All right. Thank you, Professor." White Honey first showed her appreciation. It was a productive discussion, from which Lucien also gained a lot from the other group members. Many of his questions related to apprentice magics were solved and his knowledge gap was filled. At the same time, the other apprentices were also very encouraged to see that Mr. Professor was actually paying attention to their discussion. In the early morning, after exchanging some more information, the meeting was drawing to a close. Lucien was stopped by Philosopher when he was about to leave. "Mr. Professor," asked Philosopher hopefully, "do you mind leaving your contact information to me? So if we can find any revenant dust, we can contact you immediately." However, Lucien shook his head. "Sorry, I'd rather not. Owl knows how to contact me." Cautious as Lucien was, he would never trust anyone easily. "Well," philosopher nodded disappointingly, "will you attend our next meeting 2 weeks from now?" The other apprentices present were also waiting for Lucien's answer eagerly. "I don't know yet." Lucien's attitude was ambiguous, since he did not want his attendance to be regular. "I might be in Melzer Black Forest at that time, preparing some experiments. Anyway, I'll let Owl know in advance." But Lucien's vague answer was good enough for the members. At least this great sorcerer didn't refuse them directly. After Smile made sure that it was safe outside, Lucien and other apprentices left the basement in succession. Having the suitcase in his hand, and some new magic materials in his pockets, Lucien walked home with no companion. On his way home, Lucien spread his spiritual power, which covered a certain range, to detect if there was anyone following him. And all he found was a raven. He didn't feel even slightly relieved until he was finally back in his shack. 1 week later, using the magic which could turn stone into soil and mud, Lucien successfully dug a pit very close to his place. The 3 meters long, 2.5 meters wide pit connected to his shack with a small stone stairway was Lucien's new and also his first magic lab. Standing on a small stool, Lucien was carving lines on the wall with a silver dagger which came from the labware set. He was creating a magic circle in order to block energy waves caused by spell casting or magic experiments. In addition to that, Lucien cast some more magic circles to protect the lab. Using echo elimination, no one would notice that there was a basement under there by simply stamping on the floor. Other magic circles were used for placing magic traps which could be triggered when necessary. After the carving work was done, Lucien pulled out a small bag of black powder. The powder was made from black curving vine and it could quickly stick to almost everything. Carefully picking it out with the dagger, Lucien colored these lines with the black powder, and then he poured mercury on them little by little. Amazingly, the mercury did not drip at all, instead, it was instantly absorbed by the power. Now the outline of the magic circle was very distinct. Pressing his palm in the center of the pattern, Lucien spread out his spiritual power and activated the magic circle. The silver lines were lit bit by bit. After a burst of silver light, the magic circle completely disappeared in the wall as if nothing ever existed there at all. Lucien stepped down from the stool, feeling exhausted. Building a magic circle could be very tiring. The more troublesome part was that, 10 days later, it had to be replaced with a new one when the power of the circle was gone. For real sorcerers or sorceresses, they could maintain their magic circle using their own spiritual power, or building much more complicated ones which could recover the power automatically by themselves. Some parts of magic creatures, like their fur, horn, or blood, could also do the job. Then it was the last step. Casting the spell in an opposite way, Lucien built a long stone table from the soil. Placing all the glasswares and small stoves on the table, Lucien was more than happy and satisfied. The lab was ready. From now on, Lucien finally had his own place to practice spells and conduct experiments. Obviously, this basement, although not very spacious, was much better than the cold, stinky sewers. Standing on the stairs, Lucien nodded with great satisfaction. Then Lucien went back to his place upstairs and locked the entrance with magic after making sure the magic trap circle was also in position. It was already in the early morning. As soon as Lucien's head hit the pillow, he fell asleep. He had to go to work in the library a few hours later. Like I said, Pierre stared at Lucien with concern. You gotta control yourself a bit. I just didn't sleep well last night. Lucien shook his head slowly. By the way, what musical instrument are you learning, Lucien? Pierre suddenly switched the topic. Chapter 46, Sylvia. Piano, Lucien answered. Mr. Victor has improved his harpsichord and renamed it piano. Soon he will register the new musical instrument in the association. While Lucien had made some progress in learning magic, he never slacked off in studying music. After all, he needed a decent job to make a living, and more importantly, to disguise his identity. Being a musician would be ideal enough. After all, no one would easily suspect an elegant and young musician to be an evil and notorious sorcerer. Harpsichord. Piano, Pierre repeated thoughtfully. Suddenly he became excited and dashed into the bookshelves. A moment later, Pierre came back with a book in his hand. You're gonna need the book. I gained a lot from it. By the way, did I ever tell you that in 4 months I'll take the qualification test of the association? If I can pass it, I'll finally be a qualified musician. Like other associations, the Musicians' Association also practiced monopoly. The evaluation of musician was completely controlled by it. No, you never mentioned it. Lucien took over the book titled The Art of Harpsichord Performance, but I believe you can do it, Pierre, said Lucien sincerely. In the next hour, Pierre did not give Lucien any time to study the book. Since he knew that Lucien was also a music student, Pierre tried to seize every chance to share his thought on music with his buddy. However, today was definitely not a good time for discussion since Lucien was too sleepy to follow Pierre. His eyelids were so heavy that he could barely keep his eyes open. Lucien did try to stop Pierre many times, but Pierre never let him have a chance to cut in. Fortunately, at this time, a lady wearing a long white dress and a black pillbox hat walked into the library. She was a very elegant lady, her waist was slender and her legs rangy, as if she just walked out of a fine picture. Lucien also noticed her long white stockings, which made the lady's legs look even sexier. However, that was not Lucien's focus. Instead, he was thinking about where that rayon-like material came from. Probably it was a byproduct of alchemy? Good morning, Miss Sylvia. Suddenly switching his attitude, Pierre greeted the lady politely and slightly nudged Lucien. Anything I can do for you today? Lucien then realized she was the Sylvia that Pierre was talking about all the time. Her long black hair was like silk, shiny and soft. Under her small lovely nose, there were cherry-like lips. For sure, she was very beautiful and graceful. Morning, Pierre, I need to borrow several books. They are, said Sylvia with a sweet smile on her face. She had got used to people's special attention, so Lucien's long stare didn't bother her. Pierre's face instantly flushed with excitement, since he never expected that Sylvia would remember his name. He nodded several times and dashed into the shelves again to get the books for his goddess. Lucien stayed behind the counter. A sweet and familiar fragrance slipped into his nose. Not until a few seconds later did Lucien realize that the smell was very similar to that of the black veil he found in the dump site, the expensive cloth called Black Nightingale. But Lucien couldn't make sure, and there was also no need for him to figure out whether Miss Sylvia was the veil's owner or not. After all, the smell was still slightly different. Out of nervousness and excitement, the more Pierre wanted to impress Miss Sylvia, the more clumsy he was. After a few minutes, he started feeling embarrassed. You need my help there? Lucien turned around and asked. Then Lucien walked directly toward a bookshelf and pulled out one of the books Miss Sylvia was looking for in front of Pierre's face. Of course, it was not because of Lucien's good memory, but his amazing spirit library, which could even store the arrangement of the whole library. Lucien. Pierre's mouth dropped open. When did you become so familiar with the place? With a pile of books in his arms, Lucien came to Sylvia and asked politely, Ma'am, Do you want me to take these books to the reading room? Of course, Lucien couldn't claim that he had no man's thoughts when he was looking at such a beautiful woman like Sylvia. But Lucien knew that a romantic relationship was too luxury and impractical to be put in his future plans for now. Therefore, Lucien's indifferent attitude contrasted sharply with Pierre's nervousness. Just leave them on the table, please. Someone else will get them later. Sylvia's voice was husky and sexy. What's your name? I never saw you before. My name's Lucien Evans. I'm new here, answered Lucien slowly. Then he added, I'm Mr. Victor's student. I see. Sylvia smiled sweetly, no wonder. I heard that Mr. Victor had successfully improved harpsichord and named it piano. Please tell him that I'm really looking forward to his concert, Lucien. The quick change of Lucien's attitude was a bit strange for Sylvia. When she just walked in the library, Lucien was staring at her legs like a pervert, while now it seemed that Lucien was not interested in women at all. After Lucien finished registering the borrowed books, Sylvia thanked them and left the library. Lucien noticed that there was a lady wearing a black pillbox hat waiting for Miss Sylvia. Standing there straightly like a spear, the slim lady was taller than Lucien by about half a head. Behind the lady stood a beautiful young maid and an elegant middle-aged woman. Noticing that someone was looking at them, the poker-faced, middle-aged woman instantly threw Lucien a cold eye. At that moment, Lucien felt he was suddenly thrown off a cliff and all the colors of the world faded. As if the woman had a rough ocean in her eyes, Lucien couldn't stop trembling in front of the huge waves of the ocean. Lucien lost his ability of thinking. He didn't fully recover until he could only see the woman's back. The woman and the slim lady changed a few words and the latter looked back at Lucien with some amusement in her eyes. But Lucien could also feel the great pressure in it and her authoritative aura. Who are they? Lucien was astonished. He had never met someone like them before in this world, especially the middle-aged woman. It felt like her gaze could easily disarm Lucien completely. Pierre came close to Lucien and made a long sigh. Sylvia, she's my goddess. I know. I was not very impressive though. Then he nudged Lucien, but buddy, you can't just stare at Miss Sylvia's legs like that. That's too much. But Lucien paid no attention to what Pierre just said. Wait, why do you look even paler now, Lucien? Pierre asked, surprised. Chapter 47, Victor's Trouble. Weakly, Lucien asked in a trembling voice, Pierre. Do you know who the other three madams are? Lucien found himself only being able to recall the eyes of the last young lady, of her dangerous, blue eyes. Nop, but I could imagine what happened. Pierre shrugged his shoulders. Miss Sylvia has many noble lady friends, and some of them are knights who have awakened the blessing. Well, you were staring at her legs so impolitely, so one of her friends probably just gave you a lesson using her knight power. I see. I wonder if the younger lady was Princess Natasha. Her power was so overwhelming. Except Princess Natasha, I don't think there's another female knight in Alta who has such power. And the middle-aged woman standing beside her might be her guard, Lucien said to Pierre thoughtfully. No matter who they are, my friend, the noble ladies have nothing to do with you, and never will. Pierre patted Lucien on his shoulder. Noble ladies would never waste a second on common folks like us. Although everyone was endowed with the blessing, offsprings of nobles always had a better chance of awakening the power. Therefore, nobles would never marry common people but only nobles in order to keep their blood pure. Miss Sylvia is my goddess but is too far away from me. All we can rely on is music, buddy, said Pierre earnestly, although he was the one who flushed his face just now. In the following several hours, Lucien was being tortured by his sleepiness. At noon, Lucien refused Pierre's invitation of having lunch together and was going back home to get some rest. When Lucien was walking downstairs, he saw Elena was talking joyfully with a tall and young man who had shining blonde hair and a very well-featured, pretty face. From his fancy clothes, Lucien could tell the man was a noble. Soon the man bid farewell to Elena and walked upstairs, passing by Lucien. He was really a very good-looking man. Lucien came downstairs and talked to Elena half-jokingly, "You have feelings for him. Come on, Lucien. You're my friend, and you can't tell that was fake smile on my face." Gently rubbing her face, Elena answered in a low voice, "He's Mackenzie Griffith, the second in line of the Griffith family, Director Othello's student, and also, the #1 playboy in our association." The Griffith family. Lucien heard the name before. "Yes, Griffith." Elena nodded, "If I'm not mistaken, you know lot, right? Mackenzie is his elder cousin. He's very good at playing harpsichord and violin." "I see, but why you don't like him? And why were you still pretending?" asked Lucien. "Well, I know I shouldn't talk like this about a noble, but he's a bastard. As a notorious playboy, Mackenzie is known for his misbehavior. He especially enjoys conquering women who do not have interest in him, who treat him coldly. It is said that once there was a girl from a common family who refused Mackenzie a few times. In the end Elena pursed her lips with strong disgust. "Be careful, Elena," he said with concern, "but in a couple of years, you'll be married, I guess." "Get married?" Elena slightly sighed and her eyes looked sad. "After seeing so many elegant musicians and gentlemen in the association, now it's impossible for me to marry an ordinary guy." What Elena said was true. Once a person had enjoyed many delicacies, plain bread and water became hard to swallow. "Then what's your plan, Elena?" As a friend, Lucien did care about her. "Well, probably to be a mistress of a noble or famous musician." Elena laughed when she saw Lucien's astonished face. "I'm just joking. I've saved some money and I'm gonna learn music like you, Lucien." "Wow, that's really cool, Elena." Lucien was impressed. An independent and hard-working girl was always impressive. "I know. Miss Sylvia is my idol. I wish someday I could also be an elegant and beautiful female music master like her. For such a music goddess, nobody would say that staying single in her age is a big deal, because she doesn't need a man at all. She has the world of music. Although I know many musicians in our association have a crush on her, well, Mr. Victor is not included." Mr. Victor's wife had passed away almost 10 years ago. Since then Victor remained single and put all his passion into music. Everyone in the association knew that, including Lucien. "So are you gonna be Miss Sylvia's student?" asked Lucien. "I'll try, but Miss Sylvia rarely looks for new students." Elena nodded. Her green eyes were filled with happiness and excitement. "Or I can be your student, Lucien, when you become a good musician," she smiled. "It will be my pleasure." Lucien also laughed. With plenty of magic materials, Lucien didn't attend the apprentice meeting for the following several times. He had copied the journal Arcana in his spirit library before he buried it at the foot of the wall to let Smile take it back. From the marks left by Smile, Lucien could tell they were pretty disappointed and were still looking forward to his presence. But Lucien did not want to rush. He still needed a few more weeks to fully absorb the knowledge that he gained from both the journal and the last meeting. Time went by. When Lucien was able to cast 9 apprentice-level spells consecutively at a time and was very close to moving to the next level, Intermediate Apprentice, there was only 1 month left before Mr. Victor's concert was held in the Som Hall. Being uninspired, this musician again became anxious and fretful. The tune of the fourth and also the last symphony just wouldn't come in Victor's mind. Soon he got too stressed to teach so many students, so he had no choice but to suspend the class for those non-music students for a whole month. But his unusual testiness was still very obvious in the music students' eyes. Bang! Something that sounded like an ink bottle fell on the floor and all of the students downstairs raised their heads. It was not the first time that day. Well, we gotta do something. Breaking stuff definitely can't help with getting inspiration. Lot shrugged his shoulders. Chapter 48, In the Hall. Since the success and reputation of a teacher was also directly related to the students, Lot and Felicia were also quite worried. Do something. Felicia rolled her eyes. Do what? Frowning his eyebrows, Lot answered thoughtfully, a symphony is a quite long piece of music and usually consists of 4 parts. For a concert, 4 symphonies are enough. I don't understand why Mr. Victor insists on creating new symphonies. After all, he got so many good ones he wrote before to choose from. Mr. Victor did pick out the best one, and it will be one of the 4 symphonies. Standing beside, Athi joined their conversation, but it is also the only ready-made one from the 4 symphonies. Mr. Victor felt all the others are nowhere close to the best one. In order to present an excellent concert, Mr. Victor has to make sure all the pieces of music are equally impressive. Rubbing his eyes, Herodotus sighed, Mr. Victor always want to be perfect. His previous works were actually very popular among many musicians and nobles, or he would never be qualified to give a concert in the Som Hall. If we try, probably we can persuade him. He looked at Lot and Felicia, while Lucien, a poor student who could only play the simplest music for now, was subconsciously ignored by him. What do you think, Mr. Athi? Asked Felicia. She knew that, among all the people in the sitting room, Athi was the one who knew Mr. Victor the best. After all, Athi had been taking care of Victor for almost 30 years. Unfortunately, I don't think so. Slowly, Athi shook his head. The concert is of great significance for Victor. He wants to fulfill the wish of his late wife, which is to have a perfect performance in the Som Hall, thus he won't make any compromise. Probably, we can look for some potions that are helpful for him to relax. As an apprentice, Lucien's first idea was seeking the help of potions and drugs. No, we can't. Those drugs will slow down one's mind and cause the inhibition of inspiration. Athi denied Lucien's proposal seriously. But we can't just let Mr. Victor torture himself like this, said Lucien with concern. Then what can you do, Lucien? Come up with a new masterpiece for Mr. Victor, said Herodotus with clear sarcasm. He never liked Lucien. If you cannot, please shut up. Lucien didn't feel really offended. Instead, what Herodotus just said gave him some new thoughts. Mr. Victor needed his help, Lucien knew. When they were talking, Victor opened the door and walked downstairs, looking very tired. The students stopped their conversation instantly and looked at him. Victor's hair was messy, and his eyes red. I'm going to the association to practice the first 3 symphonies. All of you come with me to see how the different parts of the orchestra cooperates. Although all of them were a bit relieved to see that Victor's mood had returned to normal, they knew the trouble still remained unsolved. On the 5th floor of the association, the orchestra was playing a magnificent symphony. The 4 parts of the symphony were integrated perfectly and together provided the audiences with a grand acoustic feast. As soon as the orchestra finished playing the last part, a cold applause came from behind. All the students looked backwards. It was Wolf. Good, very good. It looks like you're ready for the concert, Victor. Holding his chin high, Wolf still looked the same, arrogant and mean. Victor enjoyed a period of peaceful time when Wolf was out of town, and now apparently the happy time was over. Victor's face instantly darkened since he knew Wolf must have heard something. Before Victor said anything, Wolf asked with a fake smile on his face, "I remember you asked for my advice before I left. Now I'm back, so let me see your work." "You just heard it." Victor just wanted to cut the conversation short as much as he could. "No, I mean, all the 4 symphonies." Wolf lifted his eyebrows. "Wolf, you..." Victor was very pissed off. Before his rage took over, 2 men walked into the hall. One of them was a white-haired old man, wearing a decent black suit and with a black cane in his hand. The other was the good-looking blonde that Lucien met a few weeks ago, Mikanzi, who was Lot's elder cousin. "Director." Putting their argument aside temporarily, both Victor and Wolf slightly bowed to the old man. Victor's students also bowed following their teacher. It was Lucien's first time meeting Baron Othello, director of the association, who was also Mikanzi's mentor. In the law among nobles which was constructed over a long time, those noble offsprings who managed to awaken their blessing in their blood and thus became royal knights were more qualified to inherit their titles, but it was not to say that the rest of them who failed to awaken the blood power could not be the next head of their houses. As a gifted musician, Othello was also the only son of his house, thus he rightly inherited the title of his family and became the Baron. "Victor, I heard that you're having a hard time with the 4th symphony." Othello walked to Victor and asked him seriously. Victor nodded his head, his eyes lowered. "Yes, sir." Othello slightly raised the cane in his hand along with his voice. "You must know how important this concert is. You're representing our association to play in front of Grand Duke and the Princess, and you gotta make sure nothing will go wrong. Do you understand?" "I do, sir. I will make sure every piece of work will be really impressive," answered Victor in a low voice. "At least I'm trying my best." Wolf gave Victor a loud snort on the side. "No, I'm not asking for everything to be that impressive, Victor," nodded Othello. "I'm asking for a safe and smooth performance. I understand your pressure, but you cannot keep delaying like this. You have to hand in all of your music as soon as possible to give the orchestra enough time to practice." Then Othello paused a bit. "Well, let me give you a deadline. By the last week before the concert, I want to see all of your work laying on my office desk. Any problem, Victor?" Victor shook his head with great effort. "No, sir." He knew that if he still could not come up with the last symphony, someone else in the association would replace him very soon. "I hope you understand why I'm pushing you." Othello looked less serious now. "I believe you can do it, Victor." The director nodded to show his encouragement and then walked out of the hall. At this time, Mikanzi approached Lot with a smile on face. "My dear little cousin, I hope you won't have any trouble with the musician qualification test like your teacher is having here. Although I'll be one of the examiners in the next 3 years and I'm very looking forward to your violin performance, my integrity will never allow me to lower my standard." "I don't need you to lower your standard," answered Lot, clenching his teeth. Then Mikanzi turned to Lucien. "You know what? As a pauper, how lucky you are that you may have the chance to be a musician. It's not really wise wasting your time on fooling around with girls instead of practicing your skills." Lucien was very confused when he just heard Mikanzi's comment, but soon he realized he was talking about Elena. Recently, Elena spent some time with Lucien in order to learn more about music. Then Mikanzi left and caught up with Othello with a lovely smile on his face. In the family of Griffith, as the second in line to inherit the title, Mikanzi always spared no effort to please the housemaster. Oh my! Victor, you're still racking your wits about your last masterpiece. Pretending that he didn't know the fact before, there was a smile of triumph on Wolf's face. Enjoy, Victor. Enjoy your first play in the Somme Hall, cause it may as well be the last. Before Wolf left, he glanced at Lucien. Is this your talented pauper student, Victor? Well, wish him good luck with his qualification test in the future. After all, your reputation is directly related to his. What a poor young lad! Wolf was amused by his own words. Laughing, he went out of the hall. While Lucien noticed that Victor's face was flushed and the blue veins on his hands stood out. Chapter 49, Symphony of Destiny. Victor didn't loosen his fist until the gate of the hall slowly closed. With a long sigh, he turned around and said to Ryan and the rest of the orchestra, I'm going back to my office to finish my work. Everyone, keep practicing please. Mr. Victor, please don't push yourself too much. Ryan put down his violin and walked to Victor. His face looked serious. I don't think you can come up with a good melody with your current mood. Victor's mind was being bothered by fatigue, depression, and anger at the same time. He nodded, thank you, Ryan. I just need some rest. Lucien, Lot, you two accompany Mr. Victor to his office. Felicia and Herodotus, you two keep practicing. Ryan said to the students. On the way to the third floor, Victor didn't say anything. Neither Lucien nor Lot knew what to do, so they just followed him silently. Before leaving the office, Lucien noticed that Victor was looking at a lifelike portrait hanging on the wall. On the portrait there was a beautiful young woman with a smile on her face. She had black hair and black eyes. When Lucien closed the door, Victor was still staring at the portrait like a statue. When Lucien and Lot came back to the practice room on the fourth floor, they saw Felicia and Herodotus were lost in thought. Well, Lot tried to break the silence. All Director Othello asked was to give a smooth concert. Mr. Victor might feel less stressed now. Apparently, his words didn't help. Come on. I care about Mr. Victor's performance very much, okay? Lot hurriedly added, you all saw my cousin Mikanzi. If Mr. Victor's concert can be a huge success, I can call myself the student of a top musician, which will help me with my qualification test. Felicia puckered her mouth a bit. Yes, we are all linked to Mr. Victor. I'm worried about him. If the concert goes wrong, I can't imagine what is waiting for him. On the other side, Herodotus leaned his forehead against his violin, murmuring. Lucien got ignored again, but he didn't care at all. He was also busy with thinking. In order to repay Victor's kindness, Lucien was looking for a musical masterpiece from his world as a plan B. Before that, he had gone through all the songs in his spirit library to make sure there was nothing similar to what he was going to choose. The work was actually easier than Lucien thought, since all the songs were stored in Lucien's spirit library and he could easily search them in his storage. Then Lucien had to find a proper way to give the music to Mr. Victor. Fortunately, Lucien had finished the difficult part translation. When Lucien was practicing reading music here, he marked many masterpieces from his world with the notes he had learned here. During this period of time, Lucien had a better understanding toward the music trend in this world. Being affected by the church, music in Alta featured traditional structure and religious style. Lucien wanted to choose one that fitted the trend. Therefore, Bach came first to his mind since his music also had some religious taste. However, after comparing Bach's work with many musical masterpieces in this world, Lucien found they were somehow too similar to each other. He was glad that he was cautious enough. Then Lucien turned to Beethoven. Fortunately, none of Beethoven's work overlapped the music from this world. Lucien didn't want to waste much time on selecting, and thus he soon decided to use one of Beethoven's most well-known masterpieces, Symphony No. 5. Lucien still remembered when he first heard it. He was shocked by the great momentum of the symphony. The most difficult part that Lucien had to think about was how to give it to Victor. Lucien couldn't just directly hand Victor a piece of paper with such an excellent music masterpiece on it, telling Victor that he found it in a book in the library. On the other hand, it would be even more suspicious if he claimed that he came up with the melody by himself, since a beginner like him writing a piece of symphony like this would obviously make no sense. Lucien wished he knew how to do hypnosis, but his current spiritual power was not enough to infuse a whole piece of symphony into Victor's mind. Finally, he decided to rewrite Symphony No. 5, but instead of revitalizing it, Lucien was going to degrade it. Lucien needed to destroy the whole structure of the masterpiece but leave some fragments for Victor. Lucien was hoping that his teacher could get inspired from these fragments. After writing a small piece of melody down on the paper, Lucien sat down in front of the piano and heavily pressed the keyboard with his hands. Dang 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 dang! It was so loud that Herodotus almost fell off his chair. Following the magnificent beginning, the rest part of the melody was like a disaster. "What the heck are you doing?" Lot asked while frowning his eyebrows. "I want to help Mr. Victor. What I saw today made me feel depressed but also angry, and this combined emotion just gave me some inspiration. I'm going to write it down," Lucien explained. "What?" Lot almost laughed. "Are you saying you are writing a symphony? How long have you been learning music? You don't really understand how to play piano yet." Felicia's voice became higher. Spreading his hands, Lot replied directly. "No, you're not able to help Mr. Victor, Lucien. I understand your will, but you are just a beginner. You think everyone can write a symphony just because they have so-called inspiration." Herodotus sneered. "What you just played was rubbish. Stop showing off in front of Mr. Victor to please him, you jester." "Lucien, please stop." Felicia shook her head with depression. "Can you just stop? Don't make the situation harder." But Lucien also shook his head firmly. "No. I'm inspired. I can write a good one." Lot, Felicia, and Herodotus were staring at Lucien as if he was a madman. Chapter 50, Composing. Lucien kept playing. He could only press the keys one by one since the skills required in this symphony were far beyond his beginner level. Lot, Felicia, and Herodotus felt there was a heavy hammer knocking on their heads. Their anxiety and anger were accumulating. "Enough!" Herodotus and Lot cried out at the same time. "What?" Lucien turned his head and looked at them innocently. "Mr. Victor asked us to practice. And I am practicing. Then what are you two doing here?" Lucien. Gripping his fists, Herodotus's face flushed with anger. However, he was too short and thin for a fight. Lucien had been practicing fighting for a while and was half a head taller than him. A few seconds later, Herodotus shook his fist in the air. "I don't want to be punished by Mr. Victor for beating you up." Then he turned around and burst out of the practice room. "Sorry about the noise." Lucien shrugged his shoulder but had no plan to stop. He grabbed his quill again and wrote more music notes down. The melody now only contained small pieces of the masterpiece, but most of it were Lucien's stupid creation. "Are you serious, Lucien?" Lot was looking at the ceiling of the room, rubbing his forehead. "You wanna have a look?" Lucien was about to shove his piece of paper into Lot's hand, but the latter directly rejected. Lot looked at Felicia. "Let's go." Staying here for one more second will drive me crazy. She nodded, you're right. I need some fresh air. Finally, as he wished, Lucien was left alone in the practice room. After locking the door, Lucien went back to work. He started adding more pieces from Symphony No. 5 into the melody, hoping that he could come up with a degraded version of Symphony No. 5 with lots of imperfection, and thus Victor could improve it to restore it to a real symphony masterpiece. In order to show the progress, Lucien had to provide many drafts. Also, Lucien needed to practice lots of times to make sure his poor playing wouldn't completely ruin the music. At least he had to show some of the value of the music in front of his teacher. In the following several hours, the drafts of many versions piled up on the desk and the pile was growing taller and taller. Playing many parts of the music over and over again, Lucien was sweating all over. When the sky became darker, Lucien stretched himself a bit and then left the practice room with a thick stack of paper in his hand. Lot, Felicia, and Herodotus were sitting in the hall, watching Mr. Victor conducting the orchestra. When Lucien came in, they rolled their eyes simultaneously with antipathy. However, Lucien in turn gave them a big smile. Felicia shook her head with a long sigh. Sitting in the soft audience seat, Lucien closed his eyes and continued thinking about his work. Half an hour later, the rehearsal finished. Victor and Ryan came down from the stage and walked in front of them. Mr. Victor now looked much better. How was the practice this afternoon, everyone? Any problems? Asked Victor. Lucien is the biggest problem, Mr. Victor. Herodotus answered instantly, he was writing a symphony. A beginner. The noise was so horrible that all of us left the practice room in the end. Rejoicing in secret, Lucien almost couldn't hold his smile back anymore. He had to thank Herodotus for letting Mr. Victor know what he was doing. Is that true, Lucien? Victor looked at Lucien with great surprise. You're composing a symphony. Slightly raising one of his silver eyebrows, Ryan was looking at Lucien with great interest. Lucien nodded seriously. What I saw today and what I've experienced before brought me some inspiration, so I wanted to write it down. Gentle and kind as Victor, he didn't immediately scold Lucien for being too arrogant. Instead, he asked his student, "Can I have a look at it?" "Me, too." Ryan cut in with great curiosity, "If you don't mind, Lucien." "No problem." Lucien handed Victor the whole stack of paper. When Ryan was reading Lucien's work, his thin lips closed tightly as if he was going to burst into laughter at any time. While Victor looked pretty serious. "Lucien," Victor gave the drafts back to him, "I know you're doing this for me and I appreciate your effort. But Lucien, writing a symphony requires much more solid knowledge foundation than you thought. As a beginner, I suggest you start from the most basic theories for at least a few years before you actually write anything." Victor was gratified to see his student was trying to help him, at least the intention was good. Furthermore, the rest of the students just realized why Lucien did all of these. They suddenly felt Lucien was even more crafty and sophisticated than they thought. "Well, although your work is still very, say, immature, there are a few highlights in it." Ryan was trying to comfort Lucien, for example, this part. The exactly few bars that Ryan was pointing at came from Symphony No. 5. "Thank you, Mr. Ryan." Lucien nodded to him with appreciation, then he turned to Victor, "Mr. Victor, I know you do not agree with what I'm doing, but I still want to finish it. No matter if it turns out to be good or bad, or even horrible, it is the first piece of music work in my life." Similar situations had happened more than once before. Victor knew how stubborn Lucien could be, and at the same time, Victor was very tired with his own concert stuff. Finally, he made a compromise: don't let it affect your daily practice. After having Victor's permission, Lucien started working on his composing task almost every day. Adding more and more parts of Symphony No. 5 into his work, Lucien's gradual progress was hidden in the disturbing noise. In these days, Lot, Felicia, and Herodotus were avoiding him as much as possible, while Mr. Victor was trapped in his office working on his last symphony. No one paid attention to Lucien. By the last week before the concert, after countless times of practice, Lucien was able to completely play his version of Symphony No. 5, although it was not exactly the same as and was much easier than the original masterpiece.